No sabemos lo que significa todavía, así que tenemos que seguir a la vanguardia, tenemos que seguir vigilando esos números y, más importante aún, tenemos que tomar las vacunas y los refuerzos para obtener esa máxima protección contra el COVID-19, sus infecciones y contra la presentación severa de la enfermedad.
Good morning, everyone. We are taking a live now look from Washington, D.C., really early there at the White House. Now, as the nation deals with a surge in the COVID-19 pandemic, President Biden tried to divert attention to one of the issues he hopes to unite his dwindling base, voting rights. The president made an impasse plea for reform in Atlanta. It came as one of the leading progressive advocates for change snubbed the president, electing not to show up. All of this as the president remains on the defense over his response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey reports.
It worldwide is not slowing up very much.
COVID cases in this country climbing higher. 1.5 million new positive tests Monday, a new world record. Still,
But I'm confident we're on the right track.
So President Biden is looking for a dual track.
I'm tired of being quiet.
Perfect.
Pivoting from the pandemic to voting rights.
For the right to vote and to have that vote counted is democracy's threshold liberty. Without it, nothing is possible. But with it, anything is possible.
The president has failed to contain the pandemic as promised, and he's failed so far to advance his Build Back Better plan. So Democrats will try instead to focus on voting rights.
The Senate is going to act as soon as tomorrow.
Democratic leaders are looking to change Senate rules, doing away with the filibuster to try and pass voting rights legislation with fewer than 60 votes.
Let the majority prevail. And if that bare minimum is blocked, we have no option but to change the Senate rules, including getting rid of the filibuster for this.
Progressive voting rights activists boycotted Biden.
We don't need another speech. We don't need him to come to Georgia and use us as a prop. What we need is work.
The most prominent liberal voting rights activist in the country, who lives in the city Biden spoke in, also a no-show, citing a scheduling conflict. Stacey Abrams.
I spoke with Stacey this morning. We have a great relationship. We got our scheduling mixed up.
Long lines in this country this month haven't been at polling places, but instead COVID testing sites.
Well, I think it's obvious that the administration has failed the American people on getting enough tests.
Now, the feds can't snap their fingers and make tests appear, but they can update guidance, according to the Washington Post, to recommend N95 or KN95 masks, something that even the most pro-mask politicians struggle with.
This looks stupid.
The president made a quick off-script comment tonight that it seems like yesterday, the first time he was arrested. He's previously made comments where he claimed to have been arrested in South Africa and at the University of Delaware and at the U.S. Capitol, but later walked all those stories back. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
6:10 a.m. here on the East Coast. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rain Augustine, and this is Live Now from Fox. We're your source for nonstop news taking place not just in your area, but across the country. So during our 6 o'clock hour, let's stay on the topic of COVID-19. Let's get some of your pandemic questions answered, like when could the pandemic finally end, and do you need a booster shot if you've already had the virus? Let's head out to Fox 13 Tampa. They're answering some of our questions.
The U.S. just set a new world record for COVID cases in a single day. More than 1.4 million infections reported across the country Monday. Florida is seeing an increase in cases as well, fueled by the spread of the Omicron variant. And joining us now to talk about it is Dr. Tom Nieuwnash with USF Health. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
Omicron, highly contagious, but thankfully milder than other variants. How is it impacting COVID infections and hospitalizations in the state right now?
Well, what we're starting to see is a real increase in hospitalization numbers. This is because the infection is milder. You're as an individual, you're less likely to need hospitalization. But because we're having so many people who are getting infected, we're seeing a pretty dramatic increase in hospitalizations. If you have a variant that's about half as likely to put you in the hospitalization, and there are 3 times as many people infected, that still means you're going to have 150% of the people showing up that you would with the old variant at the hospital. So we're seeing a real strain that's going to be increasing on our hospitals over the next few weeks or so.
Oh boy. So because it's spreading so quickly, some people are catching it before they even have a chance to get a booster shot. So should they still get a 3rd dose even after maybe testing positive for COVID recently?
I would wait a couple of weeks before you go and get the booster shot, but I definitely would go ahead and get the booster shot. The vaccine is really targeting right at that spike protein, and really is great at neutralizing the viruses. Natural immunity does not appear to be nearly as effective at neutralizing the virus as the vaccine is. So if I were in that position, I would definitely go and get the booster shot.
All right.
Also, I can say that what people know about people who've gotten the boosters after they've been infected, they have the best immunity and the longest lasting immunity to the infection.
All right, let's talk about children now, younger children. How's Omicron affecting kids opposed to other strains like maybe the Delta variant? Is there a difference?
There's really not that much of a difference, no. In the children, we're seeing a dramatic increase in the infection numbers, but the hospitalization rates are down really, really low. For the people who are under the age of 18, hospitalizations are running at about 2 per 100,000, which is around the same level that we see with a normal flu epidemic that's going around. So this is not appearing to be much worse for the children than a regular flu season would be. Now, which is usually not really bad for a child anyway.
Any indication how much longer this wave could last and when we could finally see an end to this pandemic? And is there any way we can speed up the process?
I don't think there's really any way we can speed the process up of moving forward. I think what we really want to do now is to try and do the old flatten the curve thing, to try and protect our hospitals as much as possible. So I personally am wearing a KN95 mask whenever I go out into an indoor area where I'm going to be encountering a lot of people. And I suggest that a lot of people continue to do that as well. When this is going to end, I think this is going to be a really sharp increase, as we're seeing, and it's going to be followed by an equally precipitous decline. And from the models that I've seen, the range that I'm seeing where we're already at the peak to the peak is going to happen probably sometime around the first week in February. So I'm really looking, based upon synthesizing everything together, the peak in infection numbers occurring sometime probably towards the end of next week. And then we're going to start to see a real precipitous decline in case numbers after that. Hospitalizations will probably continue to increase for a couple weeks after that.
All right. Dr. Unash with USF Health, thank you so much for taking the time to join us today.
All right, that
Thanks.
was the latest on the Omicron variant and the pandemic as a whole from our friends over at Fox 13 Tampa. Staying in Central Florida, we know that Norwegian Cruise Line has suspended sailing to a total of 11 ships now because of concerns when it comes to the COVID-19 pandemic. And joining us now from Central Florida is Fox 35 Orlando's Nestor Mato. Good morning, Nestor. Tell us exactly how COVID-19 is affecting this industry.
Well, I'm at Port Canaveral right now, where we know that the Norwegian Escape has been suspended until January 22nd. And that, as you mentioned, that is one of 11 cruise ships that they have suspended. And they are saying that affected customers will get an automatic refund. But, a lot of this has to do with COVID concerns and also travel restrictions. So staying in Florida, the Norwegian Joy out of Miami is also suspended. And so is the Norwegian Dawn out of Tampa, all until later this month. Now, this comes as the CDC continues to urge people not to cruise. And they say it doesn't matter if you're vaccinated or not. They're telling people don't do it. Though the Port Canaveral CEO is pushing back, saying that out here, it is business as usual.
Business as usual. I think it was about a week or two ago, Nestor, when I was on a trip in the Caribbean, and we kept seeing cruise ships dock right in front of our hotel, but no passengers were getting off the ship. And it wasn't until I got back to the States where I read that the country was actually denying passengers entry because of all of this madness that we're hearing about when it comes to COVID-19 and cruise ships. So.
Yeah, and I've heard that before too. A cruise expert I talked to a couple of weeks ago was saying that sometimes you'll dock and you just can't get out because of either travel restrictions or, you know, whatever they have in place because of the COVID concerns, especially now because Omicron is so contagious. That's one of the issues they're having. But here the CEO at Port Canaveral says that they're actually operating at 70% capacity. And he says that, you know what, January and February, they're slow months for cruises anyway.
All right, Fox 35 Orlando's Nestor Mato, thank you so much, and we'll be right back after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, 6:18 in the morning. If you are just now waking up and choosing us to get your day started, thank you. And we've got you covered when it comes to top stories and major news headlines taking place across the country. Taking a Live Now look at the White House, and that is because President Biden has made his pitch to rein in the filibuster. He and Vice President Kamala Harris traveled to Georgia yesterday morning to push for a massive overhaul of federal election laws. But as Fox News correspondent Doug Luzeta reports from Washington, they are still facing plenty of opposition from Capitol Hill. And let's check in with our news partners over at Fox 13 Tampa. They're going to bring us more details when it comes to this story.
Well, President Biden just made his case for changing voting laws and for suspending the Senate filibuster rule to get that bill that would do that to a vote. Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick joining us now again to explain, Craig, the proposal and the challenges it will face in getting passed.
Oh, sure, Chris. This is a very, very steep challenge for President Biden, and he's caught in the same kind of squeeze that he was over the Build Back Better plan, in the same sense that even within his own party, there are moderates who say that the president is trying to do too much or more than they are comfortable with by trying to suspend or temporarily suspend the filibuster rule in order to get it to a vote. At the same time, you have progressives within the Democratic conference who are saying that the president is not pushing for enough and they want much more than what he's proposing. And for that reason, a number of advocates, progressive groups, actually did not show up for the president's remarks in Atlanta for that reason. But let's start with exactly what the president is calling for.
Last year alone, 19 states not proposed, but enacted 34 laws attacking voting rights. And now, Republican legislators in several states have already announced plans to escalate the onslaught this year. Jim Crow 2.0 is about two insidious things: voter suppression and election subversion.
The Voting Rights Act of 1965 banned racial discrimination in voting. And among other things, states that had a history of discrimination had to get approval from the feds before making any changes to their voting laws to ensure those changes don't discriminate. But in 2013, the Supreme Court ruled that unfairly punished states based on what happened in their past. and with that weaken that federal oversight. Well, President Biden now wants to restore that oversight with a different formula that he expects to hold up in court. But only one Senate Republican, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, supports this. The other Republicans say it gives the federal government too much power over the states. And that means mathematically they have more than enough votes to defeat this through a filibuster. That rule requires 60 votes instead of a simple majority to advance most legislation to a floor vote. They've made exceptions for spending bills and judicial confirmations, and now President Biden and leading Democrats.
Well, President Biden just made his case for changing voting laws and for suspending the Senate filibuster rule to get that bill that would do that to a vote. Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick joining us now again to explain, Craig, the proposal and the challenges it will face in getting passed.
Oh, sure, Chris. This is a very, very steep challenge for President Biden, and he's caught in the same kind of squeeze that he was over the Build Back Better plan, in the same sense that even within his own party, there are moderates who say that the president is trying to do too much or more than they are comfortable with by trying to suspend or temporarily suspend the filibuster rule in order to get it to a vote. At the same time, you have progressives within the Democratic conference who are saying that the president is not pushing for enough and they want much more than what he's proposing. And for that reason, a number of advocates, progressive groups, actually did not show up for the president's remarks in Atlanta for that reason. But let's start with exactly what the president is calling for.
Last year alone, 19 states not proposed, but enacted 34 laws attacking voting rights. And now, Republican legislators in several states have already announced plans to escalate the onslaught this year. Jim Crow 2.0 is about two insidious things: voter suppression and election subversion.
The Voting Rights Act of 1965 banned racial discrimination in voting. And among other things, states that had a history of discrimination had to get approval from the feds before making any changes to their voting laws to ensure those changes don't discriminate. But in 2013, the Supreme Court ruled that unfairly punished states based on what happened in their past, and with that weakened that federal oversight. Well, President Biden now wants to restore that oversight with a different formula that he expects to hold up in court. But only one Senate Republican, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, supports this. The other Republicans say it gives the federal government too much power over the states. And that means mathematically they have more than enough votes to defeat this through a filibuster. That rule requires 60 votes instead of a simple majority to advance most legislation to a floor vote. They've made exceptions for spending bills and judicial confirmations. And now President Biden and leading Democrats want to make a one-time exception to restore that federal anti-discrimination oversight when states change their voting laws.
When we were in power, 34 Democrats expressed opposition to doing away with a legislative filibuster. So what has changed? They're in power now.
Yes, each party tends to change their position on the filibuster based on when each party is in power at any given time. And that's because both parties use the filibuster to their advantage. Now that Republicans are using it to hold up Democrats' priorities, Democrats now want to suspend it. And when Democrats used it to hold up Republican priorities, Republicans wanted to suspend it.
We have to get rid of what's called the filibuster rule.
Well, those efforts to suspend the filibuster from both parties have mostly failed through the years because of holdouts from the party in power who want to keep the filibuster. And this time, Arizona Democrat Kyrsten Sinema and West Virginia Democrat Joe Manchin are two of the key holdouts.
The filibuster is what makes the Senate hopefully work when it's supposed to work.
So Manchin hasn't ruled it out, but publicly he keeps reiterating his strong support of maintaining the filibuster, which is one reason why this is a very heavy lift. Another, you have Sinema and Manchin drawing so much attention, but they're not the only ones. Democrat Mark Kelly of Arizona also says he is undecided on whether or not to suspend the filibuster rule. John Tester has raised some concerns about this as well, as have some other Democrats. So they have a lot to work through here. So just the possibility of getting beyond a filibuster and suspending it may be a very steep challenge for President Biden, and then trying to pass it, and specifically what does pass, that's another question altogether that one way or the other will likely be answered within the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, sounds like it. Craig, what other changes are progressives trying to make to our voting and election laws?
Progressives want to change a number of things. For example, there's something called the Freedom to Vote Act, which would also make Election Day a federal holiday. It would mandate mail-in voting across the nation, automatic voter registration, a number of other protections against gerrymandering, many things that Florida already has, but other states do not. Biden is supportive of that and gave indication he may be amenable to having the filibuster suspended for twin bills going through, not just the plan to update the Voting Rights Act and what he said just a short time ago. That is part of the progressive push for more than what is currently in the Voting Rights Act update. There's also a plan to address the Electoral Count Act, to update it in such a way that a future vice president couldn't overrule or refuse to count votes. As you know, Pence did not do that last year, but it did come up as a possible issue, so something that could be addressed, and that actually has bipartisan support.
Okay, but the other stuff, very controversial, would come down to a split Senate, and that's why they're looking at suspending or trying to suspend this filibuster rule to possibly get all of this stuff up for a vote. All right, Craig Patrick.
Yeah, not impossible, but very hard to do.
Very hard to do. Thanks, Craig. Well, President Biden...
Taking a live now look from the city that never sleeps, 6:27 a.m. there in New York City. Taking a look from Times Square. Now in New York, a measure that allows non-citizens to vote in local elections is now law, but the battle over whether the law is actually legal is in its early stages. Fox's Matt King spoke to someone who supports the law and to someone who's against it. Looks like we're having a bit of audio trouble when it comes to this story. We'll work on getting this for you all a little bit later in the show. But for now, let's take a live now look from our XRAD weather radar. For the first time in a while, I'm seeing mostly blue temperatures across the country. Here in Orlando, it is sunny and warm, however, but most of the country are seeing an Arctic blast. Frigid air moving over the northeast, especially with dangerous cold wind chill temperatures. Fox Weather's Mitty Hicks has more.
The National Weather Service issuing chill warnings and advisories across the Northeast as an Arctic invasion in the region brings some of the coldest air seen in years. The wicked weather closing some schools in the Northeast where the cold snap could push wind chills to double digits in some areas. Schools in Massachusetts, 3 largest cities, Boston, Worcester, and Springfield canceled classes, saying they don't want children standing outside for extended periods of time waiting for buses. The main concern is frostbite, which could impact exposed skin in about 30 minutes. But for some parents, the school closures are concerning. The high in Boston is expected to be 12 degrees, with wind chills making it feel -8, according to National Weather Service forecasters. It could be even colder elsewhere in New England, as forecasters say wind chills could approach -40 in some parts of western Maine. Another bitter cold morning is expected on Wednesday, as many folks in the Northeast will wake up to temperatures in the single digits and teens. In Boston, Mitty Hicks, Fox Weather.
All right, a huge thank you to Mitty Hicks with Fox Weather, bringing us up to speed on that report. Moving right along with our weather-related news, one city shining a light on the potential behind solar power, with 60,000 homes in the area expected to soon be powered by the Clean Energy Forum. Fox's Liz Crifton has more on that story from Nevada.
1,000 acres, 500,000 solar panels. That just begins to tell the story of this latest solar farm outside Boulder City.
We'll be able to provide power later in the afternoon and evening hours once the sun's starting to go down.
It's all thanks to some lithium battery technology provided by Tesla.
You have a 90 megawatt 4-hour system, so 360 megawatt hours total that we can load shift with.
That means solar energy harvested during the day can be used at night, in this case on a mass scale. A project this size to be completed in a year was a major undertaking, according to David Lincoln of Rosendin Electric, one of the project partners.
To sprinkle in a little thing called COVID, and pandemics and the challenges with logistics and shipping and all of that. So that made it a little more challenging than what we had originally anticipated.
But it all came together, even in this COVID era. The farm will have the capacity to generate power to about 60,000 homes in Nevada and California. One local community that will benefit is Boulder City. They not only lease the land to the project, they are also buying solar energy.
We can purchase, I believe it's up to 5 megawatts, which is around 10% of our maximum usage.
Les Crifton, Fox 5 News, local, Las Vegas. 1,000 acres, 500,000 solar panels. That just begins to tell the story of this latest solar farm outside Boulder City.
We'll be able to provide power later in the afternoon and evening hours once the sun's starting to go down.
It's all thanks to some lithium battery technology provided by Tesla.
You have a 90 megawatt 4-hour system, so 360 megawatt hours total that we can load shift with.
That means solar energy harvested during the day can be used at night, in this case on a mass scale. A project this size to be...
Green energy definitely gaining in popularity. Let's take a live now look from the Windy City, Chicago, Illinois. Now, the dust between the Chicago public school teachers and their bosses over COVID-19 safety is over for now, but no one in particularly is pleased with the outcome. Fox News correspondent Garrett Tinney explains.
I'm pleased to report that the Chicago Teachers Union House of Delegates voted to end their work stoppage.
Chicago public school teachers are back in their classrooms today after their union's leadership approved a deal to end their week-long walkout.
It's not a perfect agreement, but it's something that we can hold our heads up about. We felt like it was as much as we could get right now.
With this deal, the union was able to get an increase in weekly COVID testing for students and metrics for when individual schools can decide to go remote. The agreement also includes several items CPS agreed to before the walkout, such as providing KN95 masks and allowing schools to bring back health screeners if they'd like. But absent from the proposal are several of the union's biggest demands. Remote learning until next week, requiring students to opt out of testing rather than opting in, and metrics for a district-wide shift to remote learning. Some union members are not satisfied with the deal and are frustrated they gave up 4 days of pay for so little. One teacher reportedly told a reporter for the Chicago Sun-Times, "I just paid $3,200 for 2 KN95 masks." The union's vice president wasn't happy about the deal either, calling it pathetic that teachers had to walk out to get the very little that they did, and slammed Mayor Lori Lightfoot for not giving up more.
Why would anyone be happy about sacrificing pay for face coverings? This mayor is unfit to lead this city, and she is on a one-woman kamikaze mission to destroy our public schools.
The proposal still needs to be approved by the full union membership, and that's expected to happen as soon as tonight. If it goes through, Mayor Lightfoot says she's hoping there won't be any more disruptions to schools, at least for the rest of this school year, clearly leaving the door open to potentially another standoff with the union this fall. In Chicago, I'm Garrett Tenney, Fox News.
Thanks, Garrett, for that reporting. 6:35 a.m. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break, but don't go anywhere because as soon as we return, we'll bring you all the latest COVID-19 update from the White House.
Hey, first of all,
Welcome back. The White House taking emergency action to help schools deal with COVID-19. The president and vice president will announce new resources for schools nationwide to help test staff and students for COVID. This comes in the aftermath of a prolonged battle between teachers and the Board of Education in Chicago, a story we just brought to you all right here on Live Now from Fox. Stemming over an issue with lack of testing and safety measures. The administration committing to distributing 5 million free tests to school districts and increasing lab capacity to give schools results quickly and efficiently. Good morning, guys. You're streaming live now from Fox. It's bright and early. But again, President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris working to give more resources to public schools when it comes to COVID-19. This is in addition to the $10 billion in resources given to schools through the CDC. Now, staying on the topic of the coronavirus, Congress. Let's talk about what's going on in Congress. A Republican senator is accusing the Biden administration for using taxpayer money to provide COVID-19 tests to deal with the southern border crisis instead. This comes as the country endures a critical shortage of tests. Dr. Rochelle Walensky and Dr. Anthony Fauci appeared on Capitol Hill. This took place on Tuesday to answer questions about the lack of tests available and confusing messaging out about the Biden administration. Fox News congressional correspondent Chad Pergam has more.
Can't find a test? Congress allocated more than $80 billion for testing. But GOP Senator Susan Collins says the Biden administration diverted test funds.
Our staff's investigation found that $850 million out of the testing budget and another $850 million out of the allocation for the stockpile were instead used to deal with the crisis at the southern border.
Senators from both sides admonish CDC Director Rochelle Walensky and Dr. Anthony Fauci for inconsistent messages about boosters, quarantines, and isolation. Health Committee Chairwoman Patty Murray says her constituents are frustrated in year 2 of the pandemic.
Tests are hard to find. They're costly.
Bipartisan senators showered the duo with an avalanche of criticism.
People across the country are worried this will be another year of uncertainty.
The communication efforts are a mess and have only made things worse. Now, I admit it. I'm at the end of my rope.
The hearing featured yet another round of verbal jousting between Kentucky Senator Rand Paul and Fauci.
There you go again. You just do the same thing every hearing. That was your response. Senator, you are incorrect almost everything you said.
Well, no, you deny, but the emails tell the truth of this.
No.
Fauci accused Paul of putting him in danger.
What happens when he gets out and accuses me of things that are completely untrue is that all of a sudden that kindles the crazies out there, and I have threats upon my life.
But Paul wasn't the only one who challenged Fauci.
You do more damage than good when it comes to educating the public on COVID.
Well, I believe that's a real distortion of the reality.
But perception is reality.
Yeah.
And you're hurting the team right now.
Fauci was later caught on a hot mic, muttering about Marshall after questions regarding his financial disclosures.
What a moron. Jesus Christ.
Congress often reflects society. COVID cases at the Capitol are now spiking. More than 70 members have now tested positive, nearly 30 members since before Christmas, nearly a dozen in just the past few days. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
All right, thanks, Chad, for that report. We know that COVID-19, as cases continue to surge across the country, it's had a huge effect on testing sites. So our very own Live Now from Fox's Christy Lawson is going to bring us more on how testing sites are dealing with the high demand.
COVID testing sites across the country are seeing long lines, especially as our surge continues on. We are joined here today with Dr. Carmen Hill Macoba. She is the Chief Nursing Officer with Embry Health. And let's just start with what you guys are seeing around the Phoenix, Arizona area as far as testing goes.
Well, really, since Thanksgiving holiday, we've continued to see an uptick in the demand for testing. This week, we tested over 43,000 in a day, which is our highest volume to date. And so each day we incrementally see the testing demand increase.
So with that being said, when you guys are seeing a number of people showing up to these lines, what have you guys been doing to help accommodate for that demand for testing?
So we've been doing a few things. We did transition around New Year's to supervised self-swabbing. And that actually helps us to utilize our staff a little better and to be able to service more people at the same time. We've actually had significant hiring blitz so that we were looking for up to 500 new employees to help us with this surge. And we've also been working with several of our stakeholders to try to reconfigure traffic and car flow and things like that, because that's also been a challenge.
Now, I want to point out too, something that's not just something Embry Health's been going through, but a lot of other testing sites as well have seen some trouble with keeping their employees around because maybe they've been exposed or infected with COVID-19. So how have you guys been dealing with that? I know that sometimes you'll push people to other testing locations so that they can still get tested. It just might not be where they signed up to go.
Yeah, in some instances, we've had to redirect traffic to another nearby site. Typically, they're about 5 or 10 minutes away from each other. We've had significant staff out with COVID. That was part of the self-swabbing initiative as well, so that they're less exposed. As opposed to swabbing individuals, they're a little bit at a distance when they're providing direction for individuals to self-swab.
So hearing that we're having, 40,000 plus people a day trying to get tested, what are we expecting to see here in these next few weeks and even months ahead? Are you guys looking forward to hopefully a slowdown in testing at some point?
I do believe that there may be a slowdown, but I don't think it's anytime soon in the next coming weeks, just because we still have people coming back from travel, kids that are in school. There's so many different dynamics that will impact the demand for testing. So we are prepared to continue to handle the volumes because I don't think that they're going to die down in the next couple of weeks.
So what needs to be done then to help maybe decrease this surge? Is it just let it kind of ride its way through?
Well, I do, it is a good thing that people are testing, but I do think that it's important for us to continue to talk about vaccines and other things that will help in decreasing COVID exposures, wearing masks, 6 feet distances, so that we can sort of get our arms wrapped around this time frame.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are still trying to do what they can to stay protected. Even if they're vaccinated, they're still out there wearing masks. And I'm sure that's something that you're encouraging everyone to continue to do.
Yes, continue to wear masks. This new variant is highly contagious. And so it's really important that we take those preventative measures to stay healthy, and wearing a mask, making sure you stay 6 feet distance when you're in crowds, like the social distancing is super important.
Now, hearing that you guys are, still trying to handle all of these amounts of volumes of demand for testing, trying to get more employees recruited, let's talk about that. You said you're looking to hire at least 500 more people. What are those jobs going to entail, and how soon are you hoping to fill those roles?
So we have administrative positions and also positions for people to direct people to self-swab. So we'll be training individuals. So really anyone who's really interested in really being a community advocate and helping towards the cause should definitely apply on our website. We do have some live interviews that we'll be conducting as well at some of our sites, which they can go to our website and get any information on that. So we're willing to train individuals who haven't had experience in this sector.
Yeah, I know a lot of people still looking for some different jobs out there. So this could obviously be one. But for those who maybe have a job, but they feel like they need to be tested, any kind of reminders for people who are going to be going through those COVID testing lines?
Very important that when you're in the line, please wear your mask. The employee will tell you to lower your mask to help you direct you for self-swabbing, but it's important that we have mask wearing while people are in line. And we really appreciate everyone's patience and support, and make sure, the courteousness to our employees is really key. And so we appreciate everybody's level of patience there.
Yeah, it goes in both directions. Obviously, we want to get through that line quickly, but they also want to make sure they're keeping themselves safe. Anything you feel like we need to touch on as we continue to push forward through this COVID surge?
I just think everyone should continue to stay healthy with wearing masks. I know that we are trying to work some logistics through because long lines can overflow into traffic and residential arteries that we're trying to prevent. So we're trying to problem solve as we're trying to serve the public as well.
Yeah, a lot of folks trying to just work things out as they continue to see these problems arise. So we do appreciate you helping kind of give us some insight on how you guys are dealing and handling with this surge. Again, we do have Dr. Carmen Hill-Makoba here with Embry Health. We appreciate your time today.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you talking with us.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As you know, Live Now is powered by Fox television stations across the country. So let's head out to the West Coast. Our colleagues over at Fox 11 LA are breaking down the latest numbers when it comes to COVID-19, the Omicron variant, and how it's affecting test sites across the country.
You're watching Fox 11 News Special Report.
Welcome, everyone, to this Fox 11 Special Report on this Monday. I'm Marla Tejas. Alex has a night off, and as you can see, I am joined by our friend, Dr. Drew, tonight. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Pleasure to spend time with you guys, as always.
Yes, I wish we were talking about something other than COVID, though, Dr. Drew, because my goodness, a shocking milestone today in the COVID pandemic. Los Angeles County has surpassed 2 million confirmed cases. Just over 43,500 new cases were reported today. Another 13 deaths were reported. And for the first time since February, hospitalizations topped 3,400. This is specifically for LA County. Now, to help people get tested and help them avoid those long lines you see out there, LA County announced a new take-home test kit program. Starting today, residents of the county can pick up a PCR test kit at one of 13 county-run sites. Take that test home, then return it, and you do not need to make an appointment. Results should be available within a day or two of returning the kit. You can find those locations by going to our website. We've posted all the information there, foxla.com. And then this good news from the Biden administration. Private insurance companies will be required to cover up to 8 home COVID-19 tests per month. People will be able to either purchase home testing kits for free under their insurance or submit receipts for reimbursement. This starts Saturday. Dr. Drew, this sounds like good news, and certainly it is, but it's a matter of getting your hands on a test these days.
Yes. Yes, it's a little bit late. Let's be fair. We've been talking about this for 18 months, but thank God they're here now. The kids are going back to school. It'll be an important thing for them. And, I got to tell you, my experience with Omicron, which I'll get into a little more later, it's a little bit nefarious when it comes to testing. Some people are only positive on particularly the antigen test for very short periods of time. So if you have a suspicion you've come down with something, it's important to get tested very, very quickly.
Right. And you want to make sure then that it's the PCR test that you're receiving for a more accurate result.
The PCRs last longer and they're more accurate, but the antigens have been doing pretty well, but not perfect, that's for sure. And look, anything suspicious these days, Omicron is so contagious that you can pretty much bet on it being Omicron.
Okay. Yeah, in LA County, it's now pretty much driven out Delta. It's 85% of all those sequence cases. Okay, long lines today at LAUSD COVID testing sites. Students hoping for a negative result before they can return to class. But many of those results won't even be ready before the semester begins tomorrow. The testing rush comes as 62,000 LAUSD students and staff have tested positive for COVID in just this past week. We have our Phil Schuman. He's live at a testing site in Pacoima with the latest. Phil, how'd it go today?
It went well. Long lines of testing just shut down an hour ago. With all the learning loss last year, everyone agrees it's been vitally important to keep the schools open. The LAUSD going in alone and requiring a negative test before in-person learning resumes tomorrow. Remember, it was pushed back a day to allow time for more testing. All these decisions made by adults during this pandemic, but when it comes to schools, it's to benefit students, whether you're a senior or a kindergartner like Adrian.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Oh, to be young and awaiting all a COVID-free life has to offer.
Q, R, S, T, U, V.
5-year-old Adrian Solario, mask on, ABCs down, is looking forward to going back to kindergarten. He was in a long LAUSD testing line outside Pacoima Middle School with his mom, who in fact doesn't believe in the value of vaccines for everyone, but supports testing all staff and students.
Well, the testing requirements are necessary because people have gotten sick a lot.
That's exactly why the district decided on the negative test requirement. The good news, supply of tests not an issue. The bad news, PCR results take at least 24 hours to come back. So no in-person learning tomorrow for these folks unless they find a rapid test someplace else or get one at a school site tomorrow.
Well, we were overseas, so this is the only day that we have to come and do it. It's the only day we have available.
I'm not scared about anything. That's why I just stay calm about everything.
Teacher Lorraine Quinones is trying to stay calm about everything too. She tested positive over the holidays, as did her husband and all 3 of her kids.
It's very real. It hit home. Thankfully, we all had very mild symptoms, and majority of us are vaccinated, so it wasn't that bad.
She's recovered. One of her 2 that's still in LAUSD, still in isolation, but she plans to be back in the classroom tomorrow, masked and cautious. Another example of the reality of an unpredictable and now very contagious virus.
We just have to all be very aware as far as spotting symptoms, listening to our kids and our students, how they might be feeling, and making sure that we're all doing our best to stay home if we're not feeling well.
Well, Drew and Marla, LAUSD has postponed all athletic competition for the next week or so to see how things shake out. And these are the latest numbers as of the end of the day. About 9 out of 10 employees have been tested, 8 out of 10 students. The positivity rate, 16.9% for students, about 14.9% for staff. Now, that's about 5 percentage points less than the positivity rate of LA County as a whole. The school district points to that and saying that schools are the safest place for students to be. That's their point of view. The LAUSD, as we've been reporting, been very aggressive on school safety and generally get high marks from parents, students, even the union. In other cities, we've seen the union at odds with the school district management over going back to school. So there's going to be positivity rates that's going to no doubt go up tomorrow. But for now, things will reopen, and they're making the decisions as they go the best they can, given the unpredictable nature of this epidemic, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, to carry on this discussion, let's bring in Tanya Ortiz Franklin. She's an LAUSD board member. You know this very well. Thank you for your time tonight. You said that you've been through this before during the springtime and fall. But Tanya, this is a little bit different given how contagious Omicron is. So how are you feeling going into tomorrow?
You know, I'm feeling really good that most of our students and staff have done the baseline test. More did it during their winter vacation than before school started back in the fall. And that information is really helpful, not just to have the data, but it lets us know everyone is really on board with these decisions we're making to keep our schools as safe as possible. The positivity rates are much higher than they have ever been. And so we want to make sure that we're following all the protocols and keeping our kids on campus as safe as possible. And our staff is planned. They're ready to welcome kids back. We're excited. We haven't seen them in a couple of weeks and we're ready.
Dr. Drew?
Yeah, you know, we saw that teacher a few moments ago that Phil interviewed who'd had Omicron. Are the staff and the community at large becoming increasingly aware of how mild Omicron is if you've been vaccinated, particularly if you've been vaccinated and boosted? A, and B, is that motivating people to get vaccinated?
We surely hope so. Our numbers are doing pretty well. You know, 100% of the staff on campus in LA Unified is vaccinated, and the vast majority of our 12 to 18-year-olds are as well. You know, the numbers are alarming right now, and we hope that people are doing as much as they possibly can, including getting vaccinated and boosted if they're eligible. So we'll see. We're still providing them, and we're making sure that we make it available to every community and as easy as possible for eligible kids and staff to make sure that, like I said, our schools are the safest place they can be.
And if you don't mind, Marla, I just want to follow with that first question I asked. I'm kind of interested in, given that this is the third time you brought the kids back, is it not increasingly clear to everyone how mild this particular outbreak is, and are people feeling a little more secure as a result?
That's a good question. You know, I think people have noticed that the symptoms are a lot less severe with Omicron, which we're grateful for. And yet the people are worried that our rates are so high and this is spreading so quickly. And many people, if not most of us, might get the coronavirus through the Omicron variant. So we'll see how things play out. But I'm really seeing a lot of encouragement around people at least getting tested so that we have the information to make sure that everybody who's on campus is around others who don't have the virus.
Okay, so in terms of the positivity rate, as Phil reported, it's lower than the overall county's positivity rate. But if it jumps and if it even, you know, matches or exceeds that, is there a positivity rate where you have a contingency plan in place where you would say, you know what, we need to remote learn?
You know, schools are safer than the community. Over the last year and a half, we have noticed a trend of about 3 times less of a transmission rate on campuses. I think in part because of our really good masking protocols, our daily health screening, all of that will remain, our air filtration system. Kids are good at following rules. And as you heard from Dr. Barbara Ferrer not too long ago, actually having kids on campus is keeping all of LA County safe. It's not only the best place for kids, but it's the best for the county that kids are in school. And so I'm really confident that our schools are going to stay open. We've stayed open this entire time because we've held ourselves to such high standards. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see that through the rest of this school year.
Dr. Drew, the other thing that we talked a lot about is staffing shortages. Go ahead.
Yeah, when the staff get sick, this is what hospitals are contending with. The staff is either getting burned out or sick. How is that going at the schools?
It's a very real concern. We had staffing shortages even before the pandemic. The great news is that we've done this before. Teachers cover for each other. And in fact, the teaching staff has an even lower positivity rate than the overall staff, which is great. So there's a lot of planning happening right now. Folks at the central office and the local districts will be on campus this week to cover any classes to make sure that all the kids who are on campus are getting a high quality education as best as we possibly can. You know, the great thing about educators is we plan for a lot of different scenarios, and that's exactly what we're doing this week.
So,
thank you. I just want to say one quick thing. Just thank you for pointing out how safe the schools are for kids. Most transmission to children happens in the home, and you're following protocols. You're doing what we should have been doing from the beginning, which is identifying people with the infection and moving them out of the environment. You're doing exactly what infection control has always been throughout history until COVID. And so, good for you, and thank you for saying, and thank you for keeping the environment safe.
Thank you.
I do want to know for parents who have kids at home who have not tested ahead of tomorrow, what can they do to be able to get their kid into a classroom tomorrow?
A lot of families picked up their rapid antigen tests. We sent out about 300,000. So we expect a lot of families doing that test tonight and uploading it into the Daily Pass. And they'll also be available on campuses tomorrow. We want to get results as quickly as possible so kids can get into learning as quickly as possible.
And then once you succeed tomorrow, this is a weekly effort to get everyone tested every single week. What an undertaking. Well, yeah, thank you for being with us tonight and helping us better get a sense of what tomorrow entails for all of LAUSD. Tanya Ortiz-Franklin, LAUSD board member, we appreciate you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And good
See you all
luck
at school tomorrow.
Yeah, good luck
Thanks.
tomorrow.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, taking a look at the city that never sleeps. It is now 7:05 here on the East Coast. Thank you so much for waking up with us and choosing us as your news source this morning. Moving right along with top stories this morning. Actor Bob Saget, Full House actor, has died. I do want to play an interview from our very own talking about his life and legacy.
Bob Saget's cause of death might not be determined for weeks, but law enforcement working the case sees signs pointing to a sudden medical emergency, specifically a heart attack or a stroke. I want to bring in Joseph Scott Morgan, a former senior investigator with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office. Joseph, thanks for coming on the show per usual. We appreciate having you on. This is a major development as so many people have been wondering what caused his death, and now we have this.
Yeah, and it's kind of standard that you're going to have this kind of delay. They're really taking their time. I'd like to go back to the scene, though. We begin to consider the possibilities here. What we are hearing is that law enforcement arrived where Mr. Saget was, and they determined that there was no signs of struggle or no signs of foul play, according to them. My big question is this. I think when they arrived, did they notify the medical examiner? And was there a medical examiner investigator that actually went to the scene? Because the police are limited in what they can do and what they recognize from an evidentiary standpoint as it applies to medical legal death investigation. You know, there's certain things that folks in my field look for relative to the body. And it's very important that you see an individual's body in its pristine state as the body is found, relative to the surroundings and all these sorts of things. And also, the time to examine an individual's body is not once the body has left and has gone to a county facility, but it's at the scene, the initial scene, where you do things like check for any kind of signs of trauma, so you can contextualize that at the scene. And also, you look for what are referred to as postmortem changes. And this helps us establish things like postmortem interval that a lot of people hear about over the years. You hear about it in media and in TV and movies and this sort of things. And those are the changes surrounding the bodies. And those are measured in time, Daytona, so that you can get an idea, does the information that we're hearing relative to when he was last seen, his activities prior to death, does it marry up with what the science is telling us relative to postmortem interval? So that's very important as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and as you probably heard yesterday, that 911 call was released, and some of the other details as to what the security guard found when they actually came into the room of Saget in that Orlando hotel room. They actually found his body lying face up in his bed. They found his left arm across his chest, and then his right arm lying right beside him, which has led some people to speculate about the possibility of a heart attack.
Right. And I suppose that, people can extrapolate from that what they wish. I've, over the course of my career in New Orleans and Atlanta, working as a medical legal death investigator, I've seen people in all states of repose, if you will, at following their death. So I don't know how much you can actually read into that. What's going to be significant is I would advise everyone to pay very close attention to what the medical examiner down in Orange County has to say relative to their findings from their initial examination. That is, what did they see physically? Is there anything to indicate that there's anything other than a natural death that we're looking at here? And then what are they going to find in the toxicology? And I've had people that have reached out to me wanting to know, well, what does that mean? Because we hear about tox and all these sorts of things. You hear about it in every single case, particularly in high profile cases. What are they finding at a chemical level? And so the ME will run what's referred to as a standard panel. And that means that they're going to look for drugs of abuse. They're going to look for any types of drugs that may be prescribed, see what those levels were. And this is the big unknown here. We don't know a lot about his medical history, as we probably shouldn't. I mean, he's a private citizen. He has, if he has some kind of medical condition, that's something that the family would choose to release or not. But the medical examiner will have that information, and on balance, they'll examine all of that based upon what they saw at the scene, and of course, what they're going to see from a toxicological standpoint, and that's very important. And that can take several weeks, as been indicated in the press releases.
Yeah, we're hearing possibly 10 to 12 weeks. We can dive a little bit more into that timeline there, but there has been reporting that Saget has had COVID-19 recently, and there's also indications that some people suffer from blood clots with that. All of this, of course, speculation, but looking at this, there's still a lot of unanswered questions. That 10 to 12 week realm, though, is that pretty accurate? Do you think it could take less time?
Well, it all depends on exactly what types of tests they're doing. If they're looking for things like blood cultures and those sorts of things, that can take a bit more time. But for a standard panel, if you're talking about drugs of abuse and all these things that we normally look for, that's a bit on the longish side, if you will. That's kind of surprising to hear that it would take that long to turn around. But keep in mind, medical legal communities are beset by labor shortages and time elements and all these other things as well. So I don't guess it's beyond the realm of possibility that, you kind of have to take a number and wait in line, because there are a lot of other cases out there that are being processed ahead of this case. And there's certainly cases that are occurring behind this. So you have to take these cases one at a time. I'm sure that office down there is they're probably running at a very substantial clip relative to the number of deaths that occur. Most of the general public is not aware of how many deaths occur on a daily basis. Not everything that we handle is some kind of homicide or suicide. We have many unexplained natural deaths, and these things have to be looked at very, very carefully. They have to take their time and be very careful about the things that they say and the things that they do moving forward.
Right, absolutely, especially for someone who is so loved. So people are going to be watching this story and they want to know what comes next. So we'll keep our eyes on any of the results that come out of that toxicology report. Joseph Scott Morgan, thanks for being with us here on the show. Talk to you soon.
You bet, Daytona. Have a good day.
Bob Saget.
As you can imagine, tributes are pouring in for the late actor and comedian. Here's more from Fox 11 Los Angeles.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Saget.
You're not gonna believe this, Charlie. You know that America's Funniest Home Videos? They're doing a special about boneheads, and they want me to be their poster boy. Oi!
Ouch. The show debuted in November 1989 as a special. Then it debuted as a weekly series hosted by Bob Saget for 8 seasons. For more on Bob Saget's legacy, let's bring in comedian Gilbert Gottfried, one of Bob's longtime friends. Gilbert, thank you so much for being with us. And of course, we start with our condolences to the loss of your friend.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm still, I think like the rest of the world, in shock. I was having dinner, and Jeff Ross called me, and he said, I've got some sad news. Bob Saget died. And I think I may have even laughed a little bit, thinking, oh, well, here's a sick joke coming up. And then I held onto the phone waiting for the punchline, and that never came. And then I called some other people, and then there was hope. Oh, it might be just a big internet hoax. But yeah, that all turned out not to be true.
Wow. And Gilbert, I mean, we're looking at photos of you and Bob. We all know him, of course, as just a dynamic personality, someone who could transform and play a clean-cut character, but also then had that raunchy humor on stage. What do you know him best as?
Yeah, it's so funny. When The Aristocrats was released, there were people saying, oh, I can't believe Bob Saget said those things he did. And to people who knew Bob Saget, it was like we couldn't believe he could say anything but things like that. and it was always like when I spoke to him, the conversations never got touchy-feely. The minute something sincere was being said, it was quickly turned to like a filthy joke. And that was always fun with him, because he was a smart ass and very sarcastic and very quick.
And according to all the tributes pouring in, speaking of sincere, said to be the nicest man in Hollywood. That's how people are remembering him.
Yeah, he was a very nice guy. Aside from being so funny, and yeah, very nice. And he actually saw the Full House people as his family. Like the Olsen twins, he watched them grow up. I mean, they were babies, and he saw them every day, and he was very protective toward the Olsen twins.
And Gilbert, I know you mentioned too, you're still in shock. It's hard to believe we're even talking about this, but what is your favorite memory that you would be willing to share with you and Bob?
Oh, so many. I remember one thing that I remember doing the roast of Bob Saget. That was a lot of fun. And then I remember seeing Bob on some talk show, and they asked him what it was like being roasted. And he said, Well, I enjoyed it because I was surrounded by wonderful people and Gilbert Gottfried.
That's a compliment.
Yes.
Have you heard anything about the loss? What happened?
No, I don't know anything more than, what you'll see in the news or anything. Yeah.
Well, that's a good memory to end on, surrounded by wonderful people and Gilbert Gottfried. We are so thankful for your time tonight and remembering Bob Saget, your dear friend. And again, we're sorry for your loss. Thank you for being with us.
Oh, thank you.
Let's take a quick break. We'll have more nonstop news right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're hearing that the course of the pandemic is shifting with a potential drop in cases on the horizon. Here's the latest from Fox News correspondent Mike Emanuel.
COVID-19 hospitalizations reaching their highest level since the start of the pandemic this week. This according to Reuters, which reports more than 132,000 COVID victims in the hospital as of Monday. This time around, though, doctors are seeing a big difference in why those infected with the virus are being admitted, with 50% of hospital patients receiving care for coronavirus-related issues, including difficulty breathing and low oxygen levels. But
the remaining 50% of these COVID hospitalizations are patients admitted for other causes. For example, heart attacks, strokes, abdominal pain, cancer, other infections. But who happen to incidentally test positive for COVID.
With roughly 10% of COVID patients in the hospital being sent to the ICU and only 5% of people on ventilators, medical officials say Omicron appears to be causing mostly mild symptoms like sore throat and congestion. Meanwhile, researchers at the University of Washington predict the U.S. will see about 1.2 million new daily COVID cases by January 19th. But scientists say this could be followed by a huge decline in the near future. The reason? Omicron is so contagious, it may soon run out of an abundance of new people to infect. Health officials say the majority of people being hospitalized with COVID-19 are either unvaccinated, elderly, or have pre-existing health conditions, and are continuing to call on every eligible American to get the shots and to get boosted. Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
Many teachers are choosing to leave the classrooms permanently. Few industries have faced negative effects of COVID-19 like education. Fox News senior national correspondent brings us a look at the numbers.
A superintendent in Boston had to teach a fourth-grade class. New Mexico is working to raise salaries, and school boards are cutting standards and increasing pay. School districts across the country are reporting major teacher shortages, full-time and substitute, as the Great Resignation hits education.
I'm not a teacher anymore. Goodbye and good riddance. Woo!
I have been so unhappy. It's unfair to me and it's unfair to the students in my class.
I quit teaching. Yesterday was my last day. It was very bittersweet. More sweet than bitter, though, I will say that.
The Department of Labor says in November there were 320,000 job openings in local education. A year ago, there were fewer than 210,000. And there are also concerns as teachers leave, there may be fewer interested in education. Beth Philemon spent a decade as a choral teacher in Tennessee and North Carolina. She left the classroom 2.5 years ago to earn a master's in business and says this pandemic only made a bad situation worse.
You can't fathom the physical toll, the emotional toll, and the financial toll. I know we'll continue to see more and more people not even pursue teaching as a career.
One expert says there have been unfounded warnings about mass teacher shortages before, and concerns about large-scale exits now may also be exaggerated.
We now have empirical evidence to suggest that teacher attrition was actually lower in the first year to the second year of the pandemic than it had been in the year prior. So the shortage that was discussed did not pan out.
Some experts say any teacher shortage would be worst in specific hard-to-fill areas, like special education. Also, those Labor Department numbers show an increase in hiring in state and local education from the same point a year ago, perhaps showing teachers are leaving one school district to only work in another. In Washington, Rich Edson, Fox News.
Staying on topic of the COVID-19 pandemic, let's head on out to Michigan. Our colleagues over at Fox 2 Detroit, they're bringing us the latest when it comes to the Omicron variant.
This pandemic is not slowing down and we are still surging.
A new year and a new variant causing huge COVID concerns. Doctors with the Henry Ford Health System gave a grim update on Tuesday, telling us infections remain high and so do hospitalizations. We're talking about almost 500 patients right now.
We had nearly 5,000 people test positive for COVID. That's the highest number of positive testing in 1 week that we have seen in the entire year of 2021.
Hundreds and hundreds of those positive cases are hospital staff. As you know, the health system over the summer mandated vaccinations for employees unless they qualified for an exemption, and almost 2,000 did. Administrators did not, however, break down how many of these recent cases were breakthrough.
In the last 7 days, 686 team members have tested positive for COVID. This is a threefold increase since mid-December.
Those staffing shortages have led to some tough decisions. Henry Ford closed down nearly 100 beds at various facilities as a result. And here's a few more figures for you. We're told about 65% of their current patients were unvaxxed, and 95% of those recently hospitalized or in the ICU were not boosted.
Vaccination remains the most effective tool for protecting ourselves. The third shot booster protects us even more.
And doctors fear this situation could get even worse because we have not seen the full impact of those holiday gatherings. They say right now the best thing you can do for yourself, the best thing that you can do for others is get vaccinated or boosted if you are eligible. Reporting from Detroit, Robin Murdoch, Fox 2 News.
For Oakland County resident Barbara Morris, getting a COVID test was not easy. She found many testing sites in the county, but once she made it there,
it's really been horrible because you have to really go in with patience. Because if you don't have the patience, you're not going to get the test. I waited 4 hours.
As long lines at independent testing sites continue, Oakland County's Health Division is expanding the outreach of its own COVID-19 testing sites.
So beginning next week,
we'll be offering testing 4 days a week, 2 of them in Southfield, 1 day in Rochester, and 1 in Pontiac.
Currently, testing takes place 2 days a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and the only locations offering testing are Southfield and Pontiac. But as demand increases for testing and the COVID positivity rate in Oakland County is ramping up, officials decided it was time to add more drive-through locations for COVID-19 testing.
The highest it's ever been, our test positivity rate has shot up to 25.5%.
The testing will take place at the various sites between Monday and Thursday from 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. for those who live, work, or go to school in Oakland County.
We do testing by appointment. If you go to oakgov.com/COVID and click on the COVID testing button, you can make an appointment. It's conducted while you're in your car. Swab your nose right while you're in the car, and then you'll be on your way.
Results from the COVID PCR test will be provided in a day or two.
On average, you're going to wait 24 to 48 hours to get your test results back.
Oakland County officials believe that once you know your results, if you are COVID positive, you can go into isolation to help slow the spread of coronavirus.
You just want to make sure the resources are available.
In Southfield, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
But we want to begin tonight with Dr. Justin Skrinsky, an internist at Beaumont Health. And Dr. Skrinsky, good to see you. Interesting note to begin our discussion tonight. Your hospital system taking out a full-page ad in several newspapers warning people that your hospital and others are at a breaking point right now. Talk about that.
Yeah, it really is a critical point right now. For instance, the past several weeks, we've been seeing this very, very high number of patients from the Delta surge. Now that Omicron is here, we're seeing much, much higher patient volumes. We're really concerned because not only do we want to take care of all those COVID patients, we've learned from the previous surges, we need to keep space available in the hospital to take care of all the patients, even the non-COVID ones that are coming in for emergency issues.
We keep hearing different numbers out there, Dr. Skrinsky, about the percentage of people who are sitting in the ERs right now and in the emergency rooms who are unvaccinated. Can you give us an accurate number that you're seeing there?
Right. So right now it's about 60% unvaccinated, 40% vaccinated. And again, these are varying levels of severity. I think one of the important things is that we only see single digits, so maybe about 5% or less boosted.
You're hearing a lot of people say this Omicron is very much like a cold in many cases. In fact, so many people that we know say, look, I had, a head cold, I had a fever, I didn't feel so great, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. When you hear people say that, does that worry you a bit?
It does, because it's true. Look, a lot of folks are getting milder symptoms with Omicron, but we as physicians don't know who those folks are going to be. It's not written on our foreheads who's going to get COVID, Omicron, and who's going to get mild symptoms, and who's going to get Omicron and get really sick. We can't reliably predict who's going to be in what category.
Dr. Basuido, when you hear Dr. Body talk about that, your thoughts on that? Right now, the Omicron variant does seem less severe in many cases. What's your take on it right now?
If you look at the natural history of pandemics, when this happens, it usually signals the beginning of the end. And this is good news. Now, if you think about the 1918 pandemic, it lasted 2.5 to 3 years. Now, what is a pandemic? It means you get a virus that infects humans. It's highly transmissible, and there's no pre-existing natural immunity to it. And that's why it spread so fast. How do we get rid of pandemics? One is with vaccines, and the other one's with natural immunity. This Omicron is what's imparting natural immunity on the population, and it's going to get us to herd immunity. Now, the 1918 pandemic, we didn't have vaccines back then. We didn't get vaccines till the 1930s. Did it go away? Yeah, it didn't go away completely. We still have remnants of it, but it's now endemic. It's not pandemic. We had the H1N1, same thing. It went away a little sooner because we had vaccines. The vaccines had to go away a little sooner. How do these pandemics end? Number one, either natural immunity or vaccines. And Dr. Body and I agree that vaccines are lifesavers, that vaccines help. But when you see the symptoms, just like these past pandemics that have occurred, the natural history is toward the end, they get very, very contagious, but much more mild. And really, they're acting like boosters. Now, unfortunately, you know, we've got an administration now, instead of having a warp speed, we got snail speed. And if you want to doubt me, look at the testing lines for people who need a test. There's no tests out there. But we got vaccines, but, you know, we have a one-trick pony administration here. Nobody's talking about therapeutics, and nobody's talking about natural immunity.
Well, let's Dr. Basuito, to be fair, this administration is introducing tens of millions, if not more, of test kits that they're going to be putting out there. So they'll be hitting drugstore shelves very soon. They promised that at the first of the year. And also the COVID pill to the number of more than 10 to 20 million expected to hit the shelves as well after being approved by Pfizer. That's good news, right?
Well, they knew last year that we were going to have a flu season this time of year this year. And we see miles long of lines of people waiting to get tests. There's no tests. I mean, that's
and the tests are important, and it is very frustrating right now.
Wait a minute. What do we need to talk about a test for? If you get the vaccine, mandate the vaccine, you don't need a test, right? Look at the Dr. Skrinsky stats. 60% of the people in the hospital are unvaccinated. Dr. Basuito, I was fell off my chair. He said, you need the vaccine. I read it. I wrote it down right here. He said, you get the vaccine and you can stop this thing. So mandate the vaccine. What are we doing here? Mandate it.
80% of the people in my ICU here in Lansing are unvaccinated. So the ones that are really, really sick, they're still unvaccinated. It's the only predictor we have.
And let's talk about this mandatory vaccine and if that's something that would actually wipe this out completely. Here's the issue that so many people who are unvaccinated and those who are skeptical will say is even with the vaccine, people are still getting COVID. Why is that?
They're getting COVID, but they're not getting sick. The overwhelming majority of people that got vaccinated who then test positive for COVID-19, they have mild symptoms of a runny nose and a slight cough. That's what happens.
It's like a hangover. It's like a hangover.
Dr.
Have you ever had a hangover? Okay, there you go. Get the vaccine. The worst you're going to get is a hangover. That's it.
All right.
Pandemic.
Pretty interesting debate courtesy of Fox 2 Detroit. Medical professionals still urging Americans to get the COVID-19 vaccine, saying that most people who are hospitalized when it comes to the Omicron variant are not vaccinated. Let's stay on topic of the latest COVID-19 news. Let's head out to Los Angeles. Our news partners at Fox 11 are bringing us a story on how frontline workers are dealing with this surge of the pandemic.
So the past 2 years have been tough with a capital T. Tough on all of us, but we know they have been particularly rough on our frontline workers, doctors, nurses, grocery store workers. And according to a new study out of UCLA, fast food workers, they're bearing the brunt of the pandemic. According to the study, of the approximately 150,000 fast food workers here in LA County, 25% have tested positive for COVID. Over the past 2 years, they faced a number of difficulties, including tough work conditions, a lack of workplace protections. And on top of all that, as evidenced by what we saw already today in the news, they are at high risk of being victims of violence. Joining us now to talk about this study is Tia Kuntz. She's legal and policy research manager at the UCLA Labor Center and one of the participants of this research team. She's one of the people that brought this research to us. Tia, first of all, Happy New Year to you. I think I'm allowed to still say that in the 10th of January. So glad.
It sure doesn't feel like the 10th, but Happy New Year back.
I know, it does not feel like the 10th. It feels like we've been doing 2022 for a year or so already. I want you to, I know what we see from this study, or at least the executive summary of it. What is it that stood out to you, Tia?
So we surveyed over 400 fast food workers in LA County, and we went into in-depth interviews with 15. And we have a lot of data points in this study about mental health and economic hardship, but 3 things really stood out to us. So in the first, fast food workers are on the front lines of COVID-19. You already stated 25% of folks that we spoke with have contracted COVID-19 themselves. They're also on the front line of enforcing COVID-19 safety protocols, right? And we saw that about half of folks had had a negative interaction, including being yelled at or physically assaulted by customers for enforcing 6 feet of social distancing and customers wearing masks. The second thing that we saw was a general lack of protection for fast food workers across the board. So that includes wage theft. Over 6 in 10 of folks that we spoke with had experienced wage theft in the last year. High rates of injury, nearly half had experienced an injury in the last year. And then the third major thing that stood out to us was those fast food workers who stand up for themselves and try to enforce COVID-19 safety protocols at work risk retaliation. So we saw 17% of folks experience COVID-based retaliation for asking for PPE, for example, or even just, right, that's right.
You know, I want to drill down on that because that just seems so egregious. Do they not have protection? I mean, what kind of rights do they have to not have to face retaliation for saying, look, I want to be safe on the job, just even from a PPE point of view? I'm not even talking about violence from which they should feel safe from. I mean, we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, fast food workers have the same rights as anybody else, right? Which is to say you have the right to enforce your workplace rights without fear of retaliation. That's the point of anti-retaliation laws.
Right.
The problem is that a law is really only as strong as its enforcement. And what we see is that fast food workers, like many other workers, particularly in low-wage industries, experience retaliation or the fear of retaliation. That really has a chilling effect on workers actually enforcing laws which are designed to keep not just themselves safe, but also the public safe. So actually our study was funded by the LA County Department of Public Health because we know that workplaces are vectors of COVID-19.
Sure. Well, and we know how onerous that retaliation is because not only does it affect that one person reporting, all of the other coworkers who hear tell of the retaliation are then likely to be muted and not willing to speak up. And then that behavior is allowed to continue and flourish, sadly. Were you surprised to the extent...
to abuse.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, pardon. I said I like to liken this to abuse.
No, you're not.
You don't have to.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Were you surprised to the extent of how much fast food workers were just being sort of put under pressure during this pandemic?
Well, this is the second of a two-part study that we conducted. The first we released last March. And in that study, we predicted that fast food workers were among the most vulnerable to contracting COVID-19. And that's for multiple reasons, right? In the first place, fast food workers work in cramped facilities where social distancing is not possible. They have high rates of interaction with the public. Fast food workers are predominantly Black and brown Angelenos here in LA. 90% of fast food workers are Latinx or African American or Asian American. 68% are women. And what we know is that COVID-19 was particularly prevalent amongst Black and brown communities here in Los Angeles. So when we added these things together, we predicted high rates of contracting the virus. And we were therefore not surprised to see that a quarter of folks we surveyed had had COVID-19 themselves. Half of them said that a coworker had had COVID-19. And what particularly struck us was that fewer than half had actually received paid sick leave. So these are workers who should have access to PPE, paid sick leave, all of the COVID safety protocols that our county and Cal OSHA and the state government have provided and yet do not.
Okay, so these fast food companies, by the way, a lot of them are multi-million-dollar corporations, right? These aren't. We're not necessarily talking about the mom and pop taco truck or the truck that we see offering food or whatever. These are oftentimes these big fast food outlets. What are you hoping to accomplish? Are you hoping to put pressure on some of those companies to say you've got to do better by these people?
Absolutely. So we spoke with folks from over 80 different restaurant chains. They do predominate in large restaurant chains. So McDonald's, Wendy's, Carl's Jr., Taco Bell. And I will mention that fast food, those chains in particular, have experienced record profits during the pandemic. Right? Those are restaurants which never shut down because predominantly they're not restaurants at which people eat indoors.
Right.
So even if we see another shutdown, fast food restaurants will continue to be popular. And I want to mention, by the way, of all of the occupations, over the last 2 years to experience higher mortality. Cooks have experienced the greatest increase in mortality. And specifically, Latinx food and agricultural workers have experienced a 60% increase in mortality. So this is a particularly vulnerable workforce whose employers must be held accountable. But they also need support from all of us, right? This is a workforce that needs support from the government. They need tailored outreach and education, public health councils, which are councils workers themselves can form to monitor their workplace's compliance. They need enforcement of anti-retaliation laws, and they need more data to support them. So that
and that's your part.
People like you and
that's
me,
what you guys can do, is get the data out. We can broadcast the concerns, and hopefully together there can be some changes that will come. And hopefully you at home can do what you can to maybe, I don't know, write a letter to some of these corporations. If you're a big fan of one of these fast food companies, ask them to do better. Ask them to do better for your fellow man. I mean, that's the very least we can do. Tia, I feel like this isn't the last we're going to talk about this, and I'd like to have you back to maybe further discuss more things that can be done. Thank you for sounding the alarm, and thank you for bringing this research to us today.
Thanks for covering it.
So the past two... Very important to not only consider yourself, but others, as we are still in the COVID-19 pandemic. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. It's 7:42 a.m. and we'll have more nonstop news right after this.
Today, the economy is expanding at its fastest pace in many years.
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell is forecasting changes to monetary policy, saying the country no longer needs the economic support it received when the pandemic hit 2 years ago. Inflation now top of mind for Powell, lasting longer than what some economists had expected.
If things develop as expected, we'll be normalizing policy, meaning we're going to end our asset purchases in March, meaning we'll be raising rates over the course of the year.
Workers have seen their wages go up, but higher prices for items like food and gas, which Powell has blamed in part to supply chain disruptions, are eating into those gains. Powell warns inflation can threaten the job market too, reflected in slow hiring in November and December.
We can see that participation is moving only very slowly. And to get a long expansion, we're going to need price stability.
The Omicron variant is also disrupting the labor market. Businesses and hospitals nationwide are now struggling with staffing shortages, with more people getting sick. To make sure hospitals have enough staff, California, for instance, is now issuing new guidelines, eliminating quarantine for asymptomatic healthcare workers with COVID-19.
We're here to work. However, I think it's unethical to put vulnerable patients' life on the line to gamble that we don't pass the pathogen to them.
Ahead of a key inflation report to be released on Wednesday, some economists and the White House are predicting that prices once again climbed higher in December. In Washington, Malda Rivera, Fox News.
Good morning. Well, I'll tell you, not well. Right now, the average positivity rate here in Minnesota is over 19%, and that is a level that they have not seen since this all began more than 2 years ago. And the true number, they say, of positive cases likely much higher because they don't count the results for a lot of those at-home tests. We've got a lot of schools that are shifting to online learning as that list continues to grow. In fact, a handful of large school districts switching to e-learning for the rest of the week because of COVID-related absences. In fact, we talked with many schools that are reporting about 25% of their staff out sick. Of course, we've talked about this bus driver shortage. It was very cold in the beginning of the week. Minneapolis canceled class to online learning on Monday alone just because between the temperatures and the lack of bus drivers and the COVID, they wanted to play it safe, but it's really a problem that's been impacting school districts around the metro. In fact, one district outside of the suburbs here, we reported on yesterday, they're not going to come back till the 24th.
Concerning, I'm sure that parents are wondering how long will these changes be in effect? Is this something that will be in place for the remainder of the school year?
Well, I think they're playing it by a week-by-week basis. A lot of them are doing it through the end of this week. You've got the MLK holiday on Monday. Some are coming back on Tuesday, hoping that this gives them enough time. They're hoping that the surge is going to die out by the end of the month. But you've got more Minnesota cities also implementing mask mandates. Minneapolis and St. Paul, they began requiring those last week. Now you've got a couple of major suburbs near Minneapolis considering those rules as well. And this is kind of interesting. Duluth City Council actually rejected a mask mandate, but the mayor there has the power to put her own health ordinance into effect.
And Bill, before I let you go, just one last question in regards to school closures. We know a lot of these kids go to school and they receive their lunch at school. So I'm wondering, is anything in place for students who are at home and maybe don't have that option anymore?
Yeah, in fact, that one district, it's called Osseo. It's a suburb of the Twin Cities here. They're actually going to continue to have those bagged lunch programs. They can come in, pick it up car side, just swing by, pick up the breakfast or the lunch in the morning and through the noon hour. But again, they're also going to, believe it or not, allow kids to come to school. There'll be no instruction there, but if parents have an issue with no supervision or they simply don't have internet access, they can make arrangements to come to school just so they have a safe, warm place to be and do their distance learning there, but they will not have any in-person instruction.
I see. That's definitely good to know that the school district is putting policies in place to help those students who are in need. All right, Fox 9's Bill Keller, thank you so much for joining.
You bet.
All right, we're definitely staying on top of the COVID-19 pandemic. As we know, the Omicron variant took a lot of folks by surprise, surges across the country. So we are keeping in touch with our news partners in all major cities as we continue to cover this surge. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and when we return, we'll tap into Fox 13 Tampa for some consumer news.
Make you smile.
Okay.
If you're looking for a way to take part in the Super Bowl festivities, producers of the halftime show have an offer for you.
Yeah, they're hiring approximately 500 field team members to assist in setting up the stage and other elements for the halftime show. And joining us now to discuss this is field manager Holly Silver. And Holly, thank you so much for joining us this morning. You know, I'm thinking seriously about perhaps taking one of these jobs myself.
What? Who are you?
Just so I can get there. Good morning. So tell us what's going on with that.
So we're looking for around 500 area residents to be part of our field team, and they will assist with getting stage pieces on and off the field for the halftime show.
Okay, and what do you have to do to qualify?
There's no prior experience necessary, but you must be over the age of 18. Participants must be fully vaccinated, and boosters are strongly encouraged. And they must be able to attend all posted rehearsals. We have 8 scheduled rehearsals prior to Super Bowl Sunday.
Oh,
okay.
That is a commitment.
Yeah, it is.
8 rehearsals.
But the thing is, how do you even apply? What do you need to do?
Our website is superbowlproductions.com, so people can go there, take a look at the rehearsal schedule, and if they're able to make the commitment, they can fill out an application there on the website, and then they will be notified by email if selected.
Okay, what are you guys doing different perhaps this year compared to other Super Bowls with the halftime show? I mean, we're still in the middle of COVID. How is that playing a factor?
Right. As I said, we require everyone to be fully vaccinated. Of course, face masks will be worn at all times, and there will be COVID testing done, both at rehearsals and even prior to arriving on site for the first rehearsal.
And obviously, you know, you want people who live at least reasonably close because they have to make quite the commitment in order to accept one of these positions.
Right. That's why we're looking for local area residents, because there are 8 rehearsals and they are mandatory. So you do want to live in the area just to make it easier. Most of the rehearsals are scheduled later in the day so people can come after work or on the weekends.
Now, do you get to stay for the Super Bowl?
No, you do not get to stay for the Super Bowl. You are there for the halftime show, obviously, and but prior to that and after the halftime show, we're getting the stages in and out and then getting everyone out of the stadium. So you don't get to see the game, but it's a really exciting experience. It's kind of hard to put into words if you haven't done it before, but just to be part of the whole Super Bowl experience and to be on the sidelines watching the halftime show is really exciting.
And let's face it, we have the most beautiful stadium in the country.
In the world, I would say.
Okay, let's go with that. Maybe even in the universe. So, I mean, it's certainly worth just being able to, because I haven't seen it yet, so it's certainly worth, I know, it's certainly worth that alone. That's the price of admission right there, Holly.
It is. Anybody who really wants to be part of the Super Bowl, it's a once in a lifetime experience, and I mean, I don't think anyone will regret it.
Okay. Well, listen, for more information, you can go to our website, foxla.com/links, and you can get some more information and register. I know. I've actually had the pleasure of being there.
Well, I'm happy for you.
Holly, thank you. Take care. I'll make you smile.
Okay.
If you're looking...
You're streaming live now from Fox, everyone. You're hearing the voice of Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. But we're currently taking a look right now over the city of Tampa, Florida, just down I-4 here, not too far away. All throughout the pandemic, we have been showcasing how businesses across the nation are giving back, not only to their communities, but some are even giving back to their own employees. Well, we want to showcase one that is based out of Tampa, Florida. College Hunks Hauling Junk and Moving is a junk removal company and moving company with headquarters in Tampa, and they provide junk removal, local and long distance relocation services, including in-home donation pickup services for nonprofit partner organizations. So to learn more about their efforts on how they've been giving back during the pandemic and going undercover to do so, really interesting angle, I do want to bring on the co-founder, Nick Friedman. He is joining me on Live Now from Fox right now. Nick, a pleasure to have you. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So, Nick, for those of our viewers who are joining us from across the country, not familiar with your business, can you tell us a little bit about College Hunks Hauling Junk, how you got started, and what you guys have been up to these last couple of years?
Yeah, so the business actually started when I was in college, hence the name, and it was just a beat up cargo van and a buddy of mine with flyers that we put around town that said College Hunks Hauling Junk. People had a need for the service. They thought the name was catchy. Back then, we would have the 800 number on the back of the truck, and people would call to complain about driving, and I'd be in the driver's seat answering the call, apologizing, pretending like I wasn't the one driving. You know, fast forward to today, we actually now have over 200 franchise locations across the country, over 4,000 hunks, which we say stands for honest, uniformed, nice, knowledgeable service. And we've just really positioned ourselves as a very purpose-driven, socially conscious brand to help people get rid of stuff or move their belongings.
Yeah, definitely. I love the name for sure. Now, you know, Nick, when it comes to the pandemic, obviously we unfortunately saw a lot of businesses struggle, but some really just decided to give back. And you guys, I understand, were very lucky to keep the business going during these really rough times. So I do want to focus right now on a show that you and your partner were on recently, going undercover to sort of give back to your employees and really see how things operate when you guys are not around. So tell us a little bit about Undercover Boss.
So we appeared on the season premiere of Undercover Boss, and we actually went undercover in 3 different markets across the country, St. Louis, Idaho, and Virginia, and really wanted to see what the employee experience was like, since we are now so disconnected from the front lines where we originally started. And it was a really eye-opening experience to see how impactful our brand has continued to be as it's grown, but it gave us also an opportunity to surprise them at the end of the show with some rewards and recognitions that they really weren't expecting. And they had no idea that we were the original founders of the company because of our disguises. So we've always really prided ourselves on being a purpose-driven, values-based, and socially conscious organization. So this was just another example of that.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, I know that the show hasn't technically aired yet, but can you give us a little insight into the reaction of that employee when you handed over that reward?
Oh, I mean, the reaction was complete shock because, first of all, they didn't realize that we were the founders of the company. And second of all, these were both monetary as well as very meaningful rewards that they, you know, really was life-changing for some of these individuals. And so it was really meaningful and exciting to be able to do something like that. And just kind of a small example of some of the things that we've done over the years, including some of our efforts during the pandemic.
Yeah, and you know, Nick, I really want you to go into that because, like I said, throughout the entire course of the pandemic, our team specifically here at LiveNOW has been showcasing the efforts being made to help out their communities. So tell us a little bit about how College Hunks Hauling Junk has really tried to, you know, portray such a figure in the Tampa and Central Florida community, plus, you know, giving back to so many people who need it right now, unfortunately.
Yeah, when the pandemic happened, we actually heard about all of the domestic violence situations that were happening with people sort of stuck in their places. So we started offering free moves for anyone looking to escape a domestic violence situation. And we've actually continued to offer that benefit to anybody that's looking to escape a domestic violence environment. We've done over 300 of those free moves to date. We also donate 2 meals for every completed move or junk removal job that we complete. We've actually donated over 2 million meals since we started that program. So one of the mantras that we've had ever since becoming entrepreneurs is don't chase the money, chase the vision and the purpose. And you can be successful and significant while making an impact at the same time. So we've been very grateful that our business has been able to thrive despite the pandemic, to be resourceful in the face of adversity and be able to give back as a result of that.
Yeah, and you know, Nick, I feel like this is so important when it comes to businesses that were able to really excel and keep afloat during such trying times, really. What advice do you have to other business owners when it comes to doing good for their community during such difficult times?
Well, first and foremost, you know, you hear the expression when you're on an airplane, put your own oxygen mask on first before assisting others. So if you are a business owner, you got to make sure that your business can survive because without a margin, there's no mission. And so be mindful of your own business to make sure that it can thrive, but then also look and see how you can help others and what maybe logical extensions of your product or service are able to help those in need. So in our case, it was trucks, it was labor. We knew there were individuals looking to get out of those domestic violence environments, and we had the ability to provide them that solution. And so anybody who has a business probably has a solution that can help somebody in need in addition to the folks that are willing to pay for it or able to pay for the service.
Yeah, and Nick, you know, going back to inside within your own company, I understand that you and the co-founder as well of College Hunks Hauling Junk are trying to groom young leaders. Can you talk a little more about that program?
Well, building leaders is one of our core values as a company. It's something that when we started out on the truck, we always envisioned that we would have sort of a school type atmosphere where the individuals on our truck could learn and grow and become better individuals as the business grows as well. And so we've got a very exciting platform for that. We also started sponsoring college athletes through the new NIL name, image, and likeness program. And we actually sponsored the UCF women's basketball team this past summer. It was the very first women's team sponsorship by a brand, and we were very excited to be able to be a part of that movement as well. So developing leadership and helping to cultivate the next generation of leaders is something that we can use our brand and our platform for, and something that's very meaningful and rewarding to me as a founder as well.
Yeah, definitely so important to have those young leaders ready to go because the future is key for sure. Well, Nick Friedman, co-founder of College Hunks Hauling Junk based out of Tampa, Florida. We really appreciate your time. We thank you for everything that you are doing for your community, and we'll definitely be touching base with you soon.
College Hunks Hauling Junk. If you remember, this company was actually the very first to offer an endorsement deal whenever the NCAA decided to allow college athletes to profit off of their name, image, and likeness. So it's definitely good to see them back on the show, and this time around giving back to the community. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have more nonstop news. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Just after 8 a.m. this morning, taking a Live Now look from Times Square. Let's talk about this new law hitting New York City, a measure that allows non-citizens to vote in local elections in the city is now law. But the battle over whether the law is actually legal, it's in its early stages. Fox's Matt King talked to someone who supports the law and someone who is against it.
No person shall be qualified to register for and vote in any election unless he is a citizen of the United States.
Staten Island Republican City Councilman Joe Borelli just read aloud for us verbatim New York State Election Law Section 5-102, which, as you heard, pretty clearly states you have to be a citizen of this country to vote in the state of New York.
I'm very confident, as a matter of fact, that we're on legal ground.
That snippet of law forms the basis of a suit brought by Borelli and other state Republicans in Staten Island Supreme Court last week to block a law passed by the city council allowing the 800,000-ish non-citizens in New York City to vote in city elections.
The law that was passed in the city council is unquestionably unconstitutional.
We fully expect this mayoral administration and the Board of Elections to implement this law as it was passed.
New York Immigration Coalition VP of Policy Anu Joshi stresses the amount of thought, time, and legal research that went into constructing and then passing the Our City, Our Vote law.
This is not something that's been done with haste.
Joshi, Mayor de Blasio, Mayor Adams, and evidently the majority of the city council found it completely legal within both New York State's and the United States Constitution for the city to decide who can vote not for governor or president, but in city elections.
These are New Yorkers who live here, who are raising their kids here, who give back to their neighborhoods in countless ways.
Before we could even have the policy argument of whether you think this is right or wrong, we have to acknowledge that this is founded in state law.
In a statement issued over the weekend, Mayor Adams wrote, "I believe that New Yorkers should have a say in their government and look forward to bringing millions more into the democratic process."
We'll all be better off when they are able to have a say in the direction of this city.
The Board of Elections now has until July to propose a plan for how best to implement the new law by the 2023 New York City elections.
The city council acted outside the scope of the law. I don't believe the Board of Elections may even be able to take the action that they expect them to.
I'm Matt King, Fox 5 News.
Staying on topic of voting rights and voting laws, President Biden pushing to make changes to both, and he's actually considering making changes to the filibuster rule to make it happen. So let's take a closer look from our Fox 13 Tampa team.
Well, President Biden just made his case for changing voting laws and for suspending the Senate filibuster rule to get that bill that would do that to a vote. Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick joining us now again to explain, Craig, the proposal and the challenges it will face in getting passed.
Oh, sure, Chris. This is a very, very steep challenge for President Biden, and he's caught in the same kind of squeeze that he was over the Build Back Better plan, in the same sense that even within his own party, there are moderates who say that the president is trying to do too much or more than they are comfortable with by trying to suspend or temporarily suspend the filibuster rule in order to get it to a vote. At the same time, you have progressives within the Democratic Conference who are saying that the president is not pushing for enough and they want much more than what he's proposing. And for that reason, a number of advocates, progressive groups, actually did not show up for the president's remarks in Atlanta for that reason. But let's start with exactly what the president is calling for.
Last year alone, 19 states not proposed, but enacted 34 laws attacking voting rights. And now, Republican legislators in several states have already announced plans to escalate the onslaught this year. Jim Crow 2.0 is about two insidious things: voter suppression and election subversion.
The Voting Rights Act of 1965 banned racial discrimination in voting. And among other things, states that had a history of discrimination had to get approval from the feds before making any changes to their voting laws to ensure those changes don't discriminate. But in 2013, the Supreme Court ruled that unfairly punished states based on what happened in their past, and with that weakened that federal oversight. Well, President Biden now wants to restore that oversight with a different formula that he expects to hold up in court. But only one Senate Republican, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, supports this. The other Republicans say it gives the federal government too much power over the states. And that means mathematically they have more than enough votes to defeat this through a filibuster. That rule requires 60 votes instead of a simple majority to advance most legislation to a floor vote. They've made exceptions for spending bills and judicial confirmations. And now President Biden and leading Democrats want to make a one-time exception to restore that federal anti-discrimination oversight when states change their voting laws.
When we were in power, 34 Democrats
expressed opposition to doing away with a legislative filibuster. So what has changed? They're in power now.
Yes, each party tends to change their position on the filibuster based on when each party is in power at any given time. And that's because both parties use the filibuster to their advantage. Now that Republicans are using it to hold up Democrats' priorities, Democrats now want to suspend it. And when Democrats used it to hold up Republican priorities, Republicans wanted to suspend it.
We have to get rid of what's called the filibuster rule.
Well, those efforts to suspend the filibuster from both parties have mostly failed through the years because of holdouts from the party in power who want to keep the filibuster. And this time, Arizona Democrat Kyrsten Sinema and West Virginia Democrat Joe Manchin are two of the key holdouts.
The filibuster is what makes the Senate hopefully work when it's supposed to work.
So Manchin hasn't ruled it out, but publicly he keeps reiterating his strong support of maintaining the filibuster, which is one reason why this is a very heavy lift. Another, you have Sinema and Manchin drawing so much attention, but they're not the only ones. Democrat Mark Kelly of Arizona also says he is undecided on whether or not to suspend the filibuster rule. John Tester has raised some concerns about this as well, as have some other Democrats. So they have a lot to work through here. So just the possibility of getting beyond a filibuster and suspending it may be a very steep challenge for President Biden, and then trying to pass it, and specifically what does pass, that's another question altogether that one way or the other will likely be answered within the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, sounds like it. Craig, what other changes are progressives trying to make to our voting and election laws?
Progressives want to change a number of things. For example, there's something called the Freedom to Vote Act, which would also make Election Day a federal holiday. It would mandate mail-in voting across the nation, automatic voter registration, a number of other protections against gerrymandering, many things that Florida already has, but other states do not. Biden is supportive of that and gave indication he may be amenable to having the filibuster suspended for twin bills going through, not just the plan to update the Voting Rights Act and what he said just a short time ago. That is part of the progressive push for more than what is currently in the Voting Rights Act update. There's also a plan to address the Electoral Count Act, to update it in such a way that a future vice president couldn't overrule or refuse to count votes, as Pence did not do that last year, but it did come up as a possible issue, so something that could be addressed, and that actually has bipartisan support.
Okay, but the other stuff, very controversial, would come down to a split Senate, and that's why they're looking at suspending or trying to suspend this filibuster rule to possibly get all of this stuff up for a vote. All right, Craig Patrick.
Yeah, not impossible, but very hard to do.
Very hard to do. Thanks, Craig.
And taking a live now look over the city of Atlanta, Georgia, the very site where President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris visited less than 24 hours ago. We'll have a recap of their visit right after this break with our friends over at Fox 5 Atlanta.
We're about to pick the
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're taking a look back as President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris visited Atlanta, Georgia less than 24 hours ago. We know that President Biden is pushing for voting rights laws changes, and he's really considering changing that filibuster rule to make things happen. So joining us now live with a recap of the President and Vice President's visit is Fox 5's Atlanta's Mark Teitner. Good morning, Mark. What can you tell us about this visit?
Yeah, this visit was obviously a big deal for the vice president and the president, so much so that they decided to use its occasion for the president to call once and for all for the elimination of the filibuster, at least creating a carve-out when it comes to voting rights bills.
Pick the basketball teams right now, so I'll get first pick. Hey, first of all,
good afternoon.
So what would happen for this to move forward as far as the carve-out for the filibuster? Well, they would have to change the rules of the Senate. To do that, it actually only takes a majority vote. And in fact, Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said he is going to go forward with that vote. The question is, do the Democrats have the votes? They need all 50 of them to vote yes for those changes to take place. And of course, you have two Democratic senators who have shown reluctance to move forward with any kind of changes to the filibuster. We're talking about Kirsten Sinema of Arizona as well as Joe Manchin of West Virginia. So we'll have to wait and see if the Democrats are able to make these changes or not. Reporting from Atlanta, Georgia, I'm Mark Teigner, live now from Fox.
Thank you so much, Mark, for that report. Let's go ahead and listen into the full remarks from the President and Vice President when it comes to their recent visit to Atlanta, Georgia.
This opportunity again. Senate Republicans have exploited arcane rules to block these bills. And let us be clear, the Constitution of the United States gives the Congress the power to pass legislation, and nowhere does the Constitution give a minority the right to unilaterally block legislation. The American people have waited long enough. The Senate must act. And the bottom line is this: years from now, our children and our grandchildren, they will ask us about this moment. They will look back on this time, and they will ask us not about how we felt. They will ask us, what did we do? We cannot tell them that we let a Senate rule stand in the way of our most fundamental freedom. Instead, let us tell them that we stood together as people of conscience and courage. Let us tell them we acted with the urgency that this moment demands. And let us tell them we secured the freedom to vote, that we ensured free and fair elections, and we safeguarded our democracy for them and their children. And now, my fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce a leader who is unwavering in his commitment to defend our democracy and ensure the ballot prevails. The President of the United States of America, Joe Biden.
In our lives, in the lives of our nation, life of our nation, There are moments so stark that they divide all that came before and everything that followed. They stop time. They rip away the trivial from the essential. And they force us to confront hard truths about ourselves, about our institutions, and about our democracy. In the words of Scripture, they remind us to hate evil, love good, and establish justice in the gate. Last week, President Harris and I stood in the United States Capitol to observe one of those before and after moments in American history. January 6th insurrection on the citadel of our democracy. Today, we come to Atlanta, the cradle of civil rights, to make clear what must come after that dreadful day when a dagger was literally held at the throat of American democracy. We stand on the grounds that connect Clark, Atlanta University, Morehouse College, near Spelman College, the home of generations of advocates, activists, educators, and preachers. Young people, just like the students here, who have done so much to build a better America. We visited the sacred Ebenezer Baptist Church and paused to pray at the crypt of Dr. and Mrs. King and spent time with their family. And here in the district, as was pointed out, represented and reflected the life of beloved friend John Lewis. In their lifetimes, time stopped when a bomb blew up the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham and murdered 4 little girls. They stopped when John and many others seeking justice were beaten and bloodied while crossing the bridge at Selma, named after the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan. They stopped. Time stopped. They forced the country to confront the hard truths and to act to keep the promise of America alive. The promise that holds that we're all created equal, but more importantly, deserve to be treated equally. And from those moments of darkness and despair came light and hope. Democrats, Republicans, and Independents worked to pass the historic Civil Rights Act and the voting rights legislation. And each successive generation continued that ongoing work. But then, the violent mob of January 6, 2021, empowered and encouraged by a defeated former president, sought to win through violence what he had lost at the ballot box, to impose the will of the mob, to overturn a free and fair election, and for the first time in American history, to stop the peaceful transfer of power. They failed. They failed. But democracy's victory was not certain, nor is democracy's future. That's why we're here today, to stand against the forces in America that value power over principle, forces that attempted a coup against the legally expressed will of the American people by sowing doubt, inventing charges of fraud, and seeking to steal the 2020 election from the people. They want chaos to reign. We want the people to rule. But let me be clear. This is not about me or Vice President Harris or our party. It's about all of us. It's about the people. It's about America. Hear me plainly. The battle for the soul of America is not over. We must stand strong and stand together to make sure January 6th marks not the end of democracy, but the beginning of a renaissance of our democracy. You know, for the right to vote and to have that vote counted is democracy's threshold liberty. Without it, nothing is possible. But with it, anything is possible. But while the denial of fair and free elections is undemocratic, it is not unprecedented. Black Americans were denied full citizenship voting rights until 1965. Women were denied the right to vote until just 100 years ago. The United States Supreme Court in recent years has weakened the Voting Rights Act. And now, the defeated former president and his supporters used the big lie about the 2020 election to fuel torment and anti-voting laws. New laws designed to suppress your vote, to subvert our elections. Here in Georgia, for years, you've done the hard work of democracy, registering voters, educating voters, getting voters to the polls. You've built a broad coalition of voters, black, white, Latino, Asian American, urban, suburban, rural, working class and middle class, and it's worked. You've changed the state by bringing more people legally to the polls. That's how you won the historic elections for Senator Raphael Warnock and Senator John Ossoff. You did it the right way, the democratic way. And what's been the reaction of Republicans in Georgia? Choose the wrong way, the undemocratic way. To them, too many people voting in a democracy is a problem. So they're putting up obstacles. For example, voting by mail is a safe and convenient way to get more people to vote. So they're making it harder for you to vote by mail. The same way, I might add, in the 2020 election, President Trump voted from behind the desk in the White House in Florida, dropping your ballots off to secure drop boxes. It's safe, it's convenient, and you get more people to vote. So they're limiting the number of drop boxes and the hours you can use them. Taking away the options has a predictable effect. Longer lines at the polls. Lines that can last for hours. You've seen it with your own eyes. People get tired. They get hungry. When the Bible teaches us to feed the hungry and give water to the thirsty, the new Georgia law actually makes it illegal. Think of this. I mean, it's 2020. And now 22 going into that election. It makes it illegal to bring your neighbors, your fellow voters, food or water while they wait in line to vote. What in the heck are we talking about? I mean, think about it. That's not America. That's what it looks like when they suppress the right to vote. And here's how they plan to subvert the election. The Georgia Republican Party, the state legislature, has now given itself the power to make it easier for partisan actors, their cronies, to remove local election officials. Think about that. What happened the last election? The former president and allies pursued, threatened, and intimidated state and local election officials. Election workers, ordinary citizens, were subject to death threats, menacing phone calls, people stalking them in their homes. Remember what the defeated former president said to the highest ranking election official, a Republican in this state? He said, quote, "I just want to find 11,780 votes." Pray God. He didn't say that part. He didn't say count the votes. He said find votes that he needed to win. He failed because of the courageous officials, Democrats, Republicans, who did their duty and upheld the law. But with this new law in Georgia, his loyalists will be placed in charge of state elections. What is that going to mean? Well, the chances for chaos and subversion are even greater as partisans seek the results they want, no matter what the voters have said, no matter what the count. The votes of nearly 5 million Georgians will be up for grabs if that law holds. It's not just here in Georgia. Last year alone, 19 states not proposed, but enacted 34 laws attacking voting rights. There were nearly 400 additional bills Republican members of state legislatures tried to pass. And now, Republican legislators in several states have already announced plans to escalate the onslaught this year. Their end game? To turn the will of the voters into a mere suggestion, something states can respect or ignore. Jim Crow 2.0 is about two insidious things: voter suppression and election subversion. It's no longer about who gets to vote. It's about making it harder to vote. It's about who gets to count the vote and whether your vote counts at all. It's not hyperbole. This is a fact. Look, this matters to all of us. The goal of the former president and his allies is to disenfranchise anyone who votes against them. Simple as that. The facts won't matter. Your vote won't matter. They'll just decide what they want and then do it. That's the kind of power you see in totalitarian states, not in democracies. We must be vigilant, and the world is watching. I know the majority of the world leaders, the good and the bad ones, adversaries and allies alike. They're watching American democracy and seeing whether we can meet this moment. And that's not hyperbole. When I showed up at the G7 with 7 other world leaders, there were a total of 9 present. Vice President Harris and I have spent our careers doing this work. I said, America's back. And the response was, for how long? For how long? As someone who's worked in foreign policy my whole life, I never thought I would ever hear our allies say something like that. Over the past year, we've directed federal agencies to promote access to voting, led by the Vice President. We've appointed top civil rights advocates to help the U.S. Department of Justice, which has doubled its voting rights enforcement staff. And today, we call on Congress to get done what history will judge. Pass the Freedom to Vote Act. Pass it now, which will prevent voter suppression. So here in Georgia, there's full access to voting by mail. There are enough drop boxes during enough hours so that you can bring food and water as well to people waiting in line. The Freedom to Vote Act takes on election subversion to protect nonpartisan electors, officials who are doing their job from intimidation and interference. It would get dark money out of politics, create fair district maps, and ending partisan gerrymandering. Look, it's also time to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. I've been having these quiet conversations with the members of Congress for the last 2 months. I'm tired of being quiet. Folks, it'll restore the strength of the Voting Rights Act of '65, the one President Johnson signed after John Lewis was beaten, nearly killed on Bloody Sunday, only to have the Supreme Court weakened it multiple times over the past decade. Restoring the Voting Rights Act would mean that Justice Department can stop discriminatory laws before they go into effect. Before they go into effect. The Vice President and I have supported voting rights bills since day one of this administration, but each and every time, Senate Republicans have blocked the way. Republicans oppose even debating the issue. You hear me? I've been around the Senate a long time. I was vice president for 8 years. I've never seen a circumstance where not one single Republican has a voice that's ready to speak for justice now. When I was a senator, including when I headed up the Judiciary Committee, I helped reauthorize the Voting Act 3 times. We held hearings, we debated, we voted. Was able to extend the Voting Rights Act for 25 years. In 2006, the Voting Rights Act passed 390 to 33 in the House of Representatives and 98 to 0 in the Senate, with votes from 16 current sitting Republicans in this United States Senate. 16 of them voted to extend it. The last year I was chairman, some of my friends sitting down here will tell you, Strom Thurmond voted to extend the Voting Rights Act. Strom Thurmond. You can say that again. Wow. You have no idea how darn hard I worked on that one. But folks, then it was signed into law the last time by President George W. Bush. You know, when we get voting rights extended in 1980, as I said, even Thurmond supported it. Think about that. The man who led the longest one of the longest filibusters in history in the United States Senate, 1957, against the Voting Rights Act. The man who led and sided with old Southern bulls in the United States Senate to perpetuate segregation in this nation. Even Strom Thurmond came to support voting rights. But Republicans today can't and won't. Not a single Republican has displayed the courage to stand up to a defeated president to protect America's right to vote. Not one. Not one. We have 50-50 in the United States Senate. That means we have 51 presidents. You all think I'm kidding. I've been pretty good at working with senators my career, but man, when you got 51 presidents, it gets harder. Any one can change the outcome. Sadly, the United States Senate, designed to be the world's greatest deliberative body, has been rendered a shell of its former self. It gives me no satisfaction in saying that as an institutionalist, as a man who was honored to serve in the Senate. But as an institutionalist, I believe that the threat to our democracy is so grave that we must find a way to pass these voting rights bills. Debate them, vote, let the majority prevail. And if that bare minimum is blocked, we have no option but to change the Senate rules, including getting rid of the filibuster for this. You know, last year, if I'm not mistaken, the filibuster was used 154 times. The filibuster has been used to generate compromise in the past, promote some bipartisanship, but it's also used to obstruct, including especially obstruct civil rights and voting rights. And when it was used, senators traditionally used to have to stand and speak at their desk for however long it took. And sometimes it took hours. And when they sat down, if no one immediately stood up, anyone could call for a vote or the debate ended. But that doesn't happen today. Senators no longer even have to speak one word. Filibuster is not used by Republicans
just kind of kicking off
to bring the Senate together,
so
but to pull it further apart. Filibuster is weaponized and abused. All the state legislative assaults on voting rights is simple. All you need in your House and Senate is a pure majority. In the United States Senate, it takes a supermajority, 60 votes, even to get a vote, instead of 50.
Yeah, the Sot's a witness, so I can just kind of talk live over the scene and then toss the eyewitness sound, and then come back to you live.
Simple majorities. If they can do that, then the United States Senate should be able to protect voting rights by a simple majority. Today, I'm making it clear, to protect our democracy, I support changing the Senate rules. Whichever way they need to be changed to prevent
so just start. So you'll have the scene
a minority
video
of senators from blocking action on voting rights. When it comes to protecting majority rule in America, the majority should rule in the United States Senate. I make this announcement with careful deliberation, recognizing the fundamental right to vote is a right from which all other rights flow. And I make it with an appeal to my Republican colleagues, to those Republicans who believe in the rule of law, restore the bipartisan tradition of voting rights. The people who restored it, who abided by it in the past were Richard Nixon, Gerald Ford, Ronald Reagan, George H.W. Bush, George W. Bush. They all supported the Voting Rights Act. Don't let the Republican Party morph into something else. Restore the institution of the Senate the way it was designed to be. Senate rules were just changed to raise the debt ceiling so we wouldn't renege on our debt for the first time in our history, prevent an economic crisis. That was done by a simple majority. As Senator Warnock said a few weeks ago in a powerful speech, if we change the rules to protect the full faith and credit of the United States, we should be able to change the rules to protect the heart and soul of our democracy.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox, taking a look back as President Biden pushed to change voting rights laws in Atlanta, Georgia yesterday, and he's considering changing the Senate filibuster rule to make it happen. So this was one of the number of events that he participated in yesterday during his trip to Georgia with Vice President Kamala Harris. So we wanted to bring you a majority of his remarks here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here for the next couple of hours before my co-hosts continue our coverage from Phoenix, Arizona. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when you return, it was a breaking news situation that we brought to you here on Live Now from Fox just yesterday, and miraculously 4 people are expected to make a full recovery after a medical helicopter crashed in Drexel Hill, Pennsylvania. So when you return, we're going to have a live report with Fox 29 Philadelphia's Shayna Ferreira, as she is still live at a very active scene this morning. So stay with us. That's coming up here after this quick break. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Wednesday, January 12th, bringing you an update on a breaking news situation that we brought to you right here on Live Now from Fox yesterday afternoon. 4 people, including a baby, are expected to be okay after a medical helicopter crashed in Drexel Hill, Pennsylvania. Now, even though this happened yesterday afternoon, there is still a pretty active scene out there this morning. So we are being joined live by Fox 29 Philadelphia's Shayna Ferreira, who is still on scene with the very latest. Shayna, good morning to you. I saw some law enforcement agencies behind you. Still a very busy morning out there. What can you tell us?
Good morning, Regina. That's right. Very active. We have the FAA, we have the NTSB part of this investigation now. That's why the crash is still kind of intact, as you see here in Drexel Hill. We're in Delaware County, just about 15 minutes outside of the city of Philadelphia. And this is what's left of that crash. It happened sometime yesterday after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's a medical helicopter that was en route to a hospital. It carried 4 people on board, including a 2-month-old infant. When it came down in front of the Drexel Hill United Methodist Church, just miraculously, all 4 people on board, including that 2-month-old, survived. The pilot managed to crash land that plane, I should say, right outside of the church, avoiding line poles, telephone poles, homes. It's a very residential area. He's being hailed a hero this morning. He also only walked away with a slight back injury. The child, the 2-month-old, was rushed to the hospital. But again, all 4 expected to survive this crash. It's just truly incredible what people are saying out here. Those that saw it all unfold, they say that it was nothing short of a miracle just how low this helicopter came, some rushing away from the scene and some even rushing towards the scene. Take a listen.
I thank God, and I thank God for that pilot.
All right, so this is what we know so far in terms of where this investigation stands. I did mention that the NTSB and the FAA are on scene now, looking and sifting through what's left of this investigation. The Air Methods company that runs this helicopter company that transports folks from hospital to hospital, from scene to hospital, is cooperating with this investigation as well. So certainly miraculous in nature. Again, all 4 people on board did manage to survive this what could have been such a tragic incident, but lucky to report that all 4 people on board did survive. Regina.
Yeah, so amazing. Now, Shayna, I know you and your team have been speaking with witnesses. Have we heard from any of the families or anybody that knew people that were inside that chopper?
Not at the moment. I mean, it's been very crazy in terms of getting in contact with folks. Again, folks are just trying to kind of piece together what happened. They're trying to assess those that were injured. Again, slight injuries. That baby, as I mentioned, was on the way. 2-month-old boy, infant, I should say, was on his way to CHOP, which is the hospital, children's hospital here in Philadelphia. So I think the focus at this point is just making sure that everyone is recovering the way they should be recovering. But we haven't had a chance to speak to any family members or anything like that. But we do know in terms of the cause of the crash, officials do believe that it was some kind of mechanical issue, so the pilot was very skilled in getting it down the way he did. But right now the focus is those victims and also ensuring that this investigation is thorough.
Absolutely. Definitely a hero, praising that pilot this morning. Shayna, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. You and your team were a huge help when we first broke this yesterday. So we'll continue to check in with you guys, and you have a great rest of your day.
You as well, Regina. Thank you.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. That was, again, a breaking news situation that we brought you out of Drexel Hill, Pennsylvania. The pilot being hailed a hero this morning, and all people on that helicopter expected to make a full recovery. So definitely a huge just relief to hear. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, I am going to run you through some of the top stories that we are following on this Wednesday morning. We've got the former Senate leader Harry Reid, who passed away a couple of weeks ago, lying in state at the Capitol Rotunda today. And we've got some more top political headlines, as well as an update to several stories that we've been following, including that helicopter crash, as well as the Bronx apartment fire that claimed the lives of 17 people. Those victims have been identified as of this morning. So all of that coming up after this quick break. Stay with us. Good morning, everybody. You're watching Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday, January 12th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. Thank you so much for starting off your day with us. We are officially approaching the top of the 9 o'clock Eastern time hour, almost 6 o'clock out there on the West Coast. And I wanted to give you another run through of all the top stories that we are following on this Wednesday morning. I do want to start off in our nation's capital this morning. This is a live look at the Capitol building out there in Washington, D.C. To let you know that in the next hour or so, we should be getting some feeds as former Senator Harry Reid will lie in state inside the rotunda at the U.S. Capitol beginning today. The ceremony will be closed to the public under COVID-19 protocols. Reid rose from poverty in a dusty Nevada mining town to the most powerful position in the U.S. Senate. He died last month at 82 after a 4-year battle with pancreatic cancer. So again, we do know that we are expected to get some feeds of that procession, of them bringing him into the rotunda, and we should also see a moment of silence as well. So we will keep you posted on all of these events happening here on Live Now from Fox. I do believe that around 11 a.m. Eastern time too, I'm seeing a congressional tribute with remarks from Speaker Nancy Pelosi as well as Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer will be streamed for us. So if and when we do get those feeds, we will bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, I do want to stay in Washington, D.C. for some more top stories that we are following. There is growing distrust, I want to say, this morning between federal health officials and members of Congress over COVID policy. The tensions are boiling over yesterday's hearing on Capitol Hill that we brought to you on Live Now from Fox. That is President Biden is preparing to update the nation on the administration's response to the pandemic. So let's get the latest from Fox's Doug Luzader on what we could expect and what we saw yesterday.
Some members of Congress really went after the president's chief medical advisor, Dr. Anthony Fauci, who shot right back.
What a moron. Jesus Christ.
Dr. Anthony Fauci calling one of the doctors on the Senate Health Committee a moron. A hot mic moment as Fauci, the director of the CDC, and other federal health officials faced bipartisan criticism.
Every day you appear on TV, you do more damage than good when it comes to educating the public on COVID.
When should I get tested? Why can't I find a test? Do I need to isolate 10 days, 5 days, or even at all?
The Washington Post reports that the CDC is on the verge of new recommendations to encourage the use of N95 face masks. That adds to other guidance that can be difficult to follow, especially when it comes to possible exposures.
If you are in a period of 15 minutes at a time or a total of 15 minutes over a 24-hour period, in a situation where you come into close contact.
And even what numbers to report can be confusing. With the Omicron variant, cases and hospitalizations are on the rise, but that only tells part of the story.
We have about 125,000 people in a hospital right now in the United States with a positive COVID test, and about half of those, about 60 to 65,000, are there for COVID.
Chicago students, meanwhile, are expected to return to classrooms today after a COVID-related teacher work stoppage and demands for in-person learning. And President Biden is preparing to address the nation tomorrow on federal COVID policy. And there are a number of reports that the White House is about to ask Congress for more money to respond to the pandemic. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
And here is a Live Now look over the White House in our nation's capital. Now, as the nation is dealing with this surge in COVID-19 cases, as we brought to you a couple of minutes ago here on Live Now from Fox, President Biden diverted attention to one of the issues he hopes could unite and invigorate his dwindling base, voting rights. The president made an impassioned plea for reform in Atlanta. It came as one of the leading progressive advocates for change snubbed the president, electing not to show up. So I do want to bring you the latest on his trip to Atlanta and his remarks on voting rights from Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey.
It worldwide is not slowing up very much.
COVID cases in this country climbing higher. 1.5 million new positive tests Monday, a new world record. Still,
I'm confident we're on the right track.
So President Biden is looking for a dual track.
I'm tired of being quiet.
Perfect.
Pivoting from the pandemic to voting rights.
For the right to vote and to have that vote counted is democracy's threshold liberty. Without it, nothing is possible. But with it, anything is possible.
The president has failed to contain the pandemic as promised, and he's failed so far to advance his Build Back Better plan. So Democrats will try instead to focus on voting rights.
The Senate is going to act as soon as tomorrow.
Democratic leaders are looking to change Senate rules, doing away with the filibuster to try and pass voting rights legislation with fewer than 60 votes.
Let the majority prevail. And if that bare minimum is blocked, we have no option but to change the Senate rules, including getting rid of the filibuster for this.
Progressive voting rights activists boycotted Biden.
We don't need another speech. We don't need him to come to Georgia and use us as a prop. What we need is work.
The most prominent liberal voting rights activist in the country, who lives in the city Biden spoke in, also a no-show, citing a scheduling conflict. Stacey Abrams.
I spoke with Stacey this morning. We have a great relationship. We got our scheduling mixed up.
Long lines in this country this month haven't been at polling places, but instead COVID testing sites.
Well, I think it's obvious that the administration has failed the American people on getting enough tests.
Now, the feds can't snap their fingers and make tests appear, but they can update guidance, according to the Washington Post, to recommend N95 or KN95 masks, something that even the most pro-mask politicians struggle with.
This looks stupid.
The president made a quick off-script comment tonight that it seems like yesterday, the first time he was arrested. He's previously made comments where he claimed to have been arrested in South Africa and at the University of Delaware and at the U.S. Capitol, but later walked all those stories back. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
All right, everybody, we have officially reached the top of the 9 a.m. Eastern time hour, 6 a.m. out there on the West Coast. If you are just joining our coverage, my name is Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox from Orlando, Florida, continuing to bring you all of the top stories that we are following on this Wednesday morning. As we continue to follow the president's remarks yesterday on voting legislation, our Fox 13 Tampa's political editor, Craig Patrick, is breaking it down all for us, including that filibuster. So I do want to bring you this segment here on Live Now from Fox.
Well, President Biden just made his case for changing voting laws and for suspending the Senate filibuster rule to get that bill that would do that to a vote. Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick joining us now again to explain, Craig, the proposal and the challenges it will face in getting passed.
Oh, sure, Chris. This is a very, very steep challenge for President Biden, and he's caught in the same kind of squeeze that he was over the Build Back Better plan, in the same sense that even within his own party, there are moderates who say that the president is trying to do too much or more than they are comfortable with by trying to suspend or temporarily suspend the filibuster rule in order to get it to a vote. At the same time, you have progressives within the Democratic conference who are saying that the president is not pushing for enough and they want much more than what he's proposing. And for that reason, a number of advocates, progressive groups, actually did not show up for the president's remarks in Atlanta for that reason. But let's start with exactly what the president is calling for.
Last year alone, 19 states not proposed, but enacted 34 laws attacking voting rights. And now, Republican legislators in several states have already announced plans to escalate the onslaught this year. Jim Crow 2.0 is about two insidious things: voter suppression and election subversion.
The Voting Rights Act of 1965 banned racial discrimination in voting. And among other things, states that had a history of discrimination had to get approval from the feds before making any changes to their voting laws to ensure those changes don't discriminate. But in 2013, the Supreme Court ruled that unfairly punished states based on what happened in their past, and with that weakened that federal oversight. Well, President Biden now wants to restore that oversight with a different formula that he expects to hold up in court. But only one Senate Republican, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, supports this. The other Republicans say it gives the federal government too much power over the states. And that means mathematically they have more than enough votes to defeat this through a filibuster. That rule requires 60 votes instead of a simple majority to advance most legislation to a floor vote. They've made exceptions for spending bills and judicial confirmations, and now President Biden and leading Democrats want to make a one-time exception to restore that federal anti-discrimination oversight when states change their voting laws.
When we were in power, 34 Democrats expressed opposition to doing away with a legislative filibuster. So what has changed? They're in power now.
Yes, each party tends to change their position on the filibuster based on when each party is in power at any given time. And that's because both parties use the filibuster to their advantage. Now that Republicans are using it to hold up Democrats' priorities, Democrats now want to suspend it. And when Democrats used it to hold up Republican priorities, Republicans wanted to suspend it.
We have to get rid of what's called the filibuster rule.
Well, those efforts to suspend the filibuster from both parties have mostly failed through the years because of holdouts from the party in power who want to keep the filibuster. And this time, Arizona Democrat Kyrsten Sinema and West Virginia Democrat Joe Manchin are two of the key holdouts.
The filibuster is what makes the Senate hopefully work when it's supposed to work.
So Manchin hasn't ruled it out, but publicly he keeps reiterating his strong support of maintaining the filibuster, which is one reason why this is a very heavy lift. Another, you have Sinema and Manchin drawing so much attention, but they're not the only ones. Democrat Mark Kelly of Arizona also says he is undecided on whether or not to suspend the filibuster rule. John Tester has raised some concerns about this as well, as have some other Democrats. So they have a lot to work through here. So just the possibility of getting beyond a filibuster and suspending it may be a very steep challenge for President Biden, and then trying to pass it, and specifically what does pass, that's another question altogether that one way or the other will likely be answered within the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, sounds like it. Craig, what other changes are progressives trying to make to our voting and election laws?
Progressives want to change a number of things. For example, there's something called the Freedom to Vote Act, which would also make Election Day a federal holiday. It would mandate mail-in voting across the nation, automatic voter registration, a number of other protections against gerrymandering, many things that Florida already has, but other states do not. Biden is supportive of that and gave indication he may be amenable to having the filibuster suspended for twin bills going through, not just the plan to update the Voting Rights Act and what he said just a short time ago. That is part of the progressive push for more than what is currently in the Voting Rights Act update. There's also a plan to address the Electoral Count Act, to update it in such a way that a future vice president couldn't overrule or refuse to count votes. As you know, Pence did not do that last year, but it did come up as a possible issue, so something that could be addressed, and that actually has bipartisan support.
Okay, but the other stuff, very controversial, would come down to a split Senate, and that's why they're looking at suspending or trying to suspend this filibuster rule to possibly get all of this stuff up for a vote. All right, Craig Patrick.
Yeah, not impossible, but very hard to do.
Very hard to do. Thanks, Craig. Well, President Biden just
All right, you're streaming live now from Fox, and everybody, we just got this breaking news alert into our desk this morning. Inflation rose at the fastest pace in nearly 4 decades in December as rapid price gains fueled consumer fears about the economy and sent President Biden's approval ratings tumbling. Now, I do want to bring you the latest information here on Live Now from Fox. The Consumer Price Index rose 7% in December from a year ago, according to a new Labor Department report released today, marking the fastest increase since June of 1982, when inflation hit 7.1%. The CPI, which measures a bevy of goods ranging from gasoline and healthcare to groceries and rent, jumped 0.5% in the 1-month period from November. Economists expected the index to show that prices surged 7% in December from the year ago period and 0.4% from the previous month. So-called core prices, which include more volatile measurements of food and energy, those soared 5.5% in December from the previous year. and sharp increases from November also, when it rose 4.9%. It was the steepest 12-month increase since 1982. Now, rising inflation is eating away at strong gains in wages as salaries that American workers have seen in recent months. This is bad news for President Biden, who has seen his approval rating plunge as consumer prices rise. So, wanted to bring you this breaking news alert here on Live Now from Fox, as we have just gotten this information this morning. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to shift our focus to some COVID-19 related news and talk schools, as well as Chicago students heading back to the classrooms today.
There were 8 tests were applied to all offers and proposals in relation to PPE, the same test whether you're on the high priority lane or another lane.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We are actually getting this live feed international this morning coming from the United Kingdom. This is a public accounts committee talking COVID-19 preparedness as the Omicron variant continues to surge in their region, several countries besides the United States. So I do want to listen in for just a couple of minutes here on Live Now from Fox. Obviously, COVID-19 is a global pandemic, so we're always intrigued to see how other countries are taking measures to combat the virus.
Appearance of it, there doesn't seem to have been any actual adverse effects.
Well, sorry, just to be absolutely clear, you are of course correct that those are some of the issues that have been raised in public. I haven't read. No, sorry, I'm going to be very specific. I haven't read, as I say, every word of this, but I don't think there is anything in this judgment that substantiates any of the allegations you've just made. I'm accepting, of course, that they have been raised by you and others, but in terms of this court's ruling, I don't think the suggestions that you have made are substantiated by the judgment. I will read it in detail and I suspect we ought to debate this when both of us have read the hearing in detail, but I don't
I'm not
think...
sure what allegations you think I made. The fact that a lot of public money went to inexperienced companies that had links to the governing Conservative
Yes, and the
Party.
court case has found that...
It's just a matter of fact.
And the
it's
court,
not an allegation.
and the ruling has found that they were assessed properly and given contracts properly. That is why I'm so specific about it. Now, as I say, I have not read the full judgment, but I don't think the judgment backs the points that you have made.
Well, I firmly disagree with you.
Yeah, well, I think we'll all pour through the wording.
Yeah, so as I say, we ought to all read it and then debate it again.
But I think we should
I've
actually
seen
pay
so far,
credit to the National Audit Office as our independent auditor that first highlighted this issue. Otherwise, it wouldn't have even got this far. But it's interesting that Whitehall keeps defending the position. But I do want to move on now to this to a very important issue. I received rather late, I have to say. I think it was late yesterday. A letter of direction issued by the Right Honourable Sajid Javid MP, the Secretary of State for the Department for Health and Social Care, that he sent to the head of NHS England, Amanda Pritchard. This is about providing private facilities surge capacity in the event that there is an extra pressure on the National Health Service as a result of COVID. Now, I appreciate, Sir Chris, that it's not you were not requesting a letter of direction. It is the head of NHS England, so there will be elements of this. But it nevertheless is a very expensive proposal. It's proposing, in order for the private sector providers, the independent private sector providers, to be ready to stand up at I think 7 days' notice is the strict rule, but at a moment's notice, the cost would be between 75 to 90 million pounds a month, based on current information. But they would want that upfront payment, basically payment without anything being delivered. It might be delivered, but it's payment in case it's needed. And then if that could rise, and I'll just quote directly from paragraph 11 of Amanda Pritchard's letter to the Secretary of State. However, in the event that any system requires surge arrangements to be put in place, the cost recovery arrangements then applicable will be significantly more expensive, at around £175 million a month, based on data from 2020 arrangements. On a per bed basis, this is significantly more expensive than the equivalent cost of an NHS site, with much less certainty on the potential staffed capacity. So that raises very big issues about the money, but also the staffing available. There's lots more in this. And I should just make it clear, if anyone's not clear, that a letter of direction is when public spending does not meet Treasury rules, and the Secretary of State has to overrule the accounting officer, which he has done in this case, and those contracts will now be in place. As the accounting officer for the Department of Health and Social Care, overall responsible for the budget, are you content with this very large expense that the taxpayer is being exposed to?
Well, I'm content that the decisions have been made properly. As you know, the point of the direction system is where the democratically elected government chooses to overrule.
We know what a letter of direction is, but ultimately there's a very big liability there for the taxpayer.
Well,
and we saw Nightingale Hospital stood down, and a lack of not all of the private sector capacity stood up last time used either.
In my view, and as you said, I am not one of the parties in this, but in my view, everybody has acted properly. So Amanda Pritchard has considered the strictures of managing public money and concluded that in her judgment this investment does not meet the strictures of managing public money, and therefore, if you're going to do it, you have to have a direction from the Secretary of State, and the Secretary of State has.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. To give you a little more context into the hearing that you are listening to right now, civil workers at the Cabinet Office and Department of Health are giving evidence about COVID-19 pandemic preparedness to the Public Accounts Committee out there in the United Kingdom. So basically, they are testifying on whether or not they took the proper protocols and steps to prepare their businesses from COVID-19. So could be, you heard some fiery exchanges earlier, definitely not as intense as when Dr. Fauci testified before a panel yesterday, but a lot of countries holding hearings just like that, trying to see if their entities were prepared to deal with this surge in cases that we are seeing. So wanted to bring a little bit of that to you here on Live Now from Fox as we follow all of the developments when it comes to this pandemic. But I do want to entirely switch gears here right now and go back to a story that I actually broke to you right here on Live Now from Fox yesterday. Several people have been detained in the shooting death of an off-duty LAPD officer in South LA. This is video that we brought to you yesterday of the procession as his former colleagues brought him his body, his flag-draped casket, to the medical examiner's office. It was quite a somber moment there. Meanwhile, we're also learning more about the young officer who had a promising future. He was allegedly with his girlfriend when all of this happened. So Mario Ramirez is outside of the LAPD station in the Pico Union neighborhood, joining us live with more details on this investigation. Mario, this was such a heartbreaking story that we brought our viewers yesterday. So what are we learning as this investigation has progressed over the last 24 hours?
Yeah, well, we know several people have been taken into custody for questioning. No official charges have been filed, no official arrests, but we are waiting for more information on that. Meanwhile, it's really been a tough week for local law enforcement and first responders. Last week, we were talking about an LA County firefighter who died on the job during a house fire, and now this off-duty LAPD officer who was shot and killed during an alleged attempted robbery in South LA. And we're at that police station where he was stationed here in the Pico Union neighborhood, just west of downtown LA. We'll show you his picture here. 27-year-old Fernando Arroyos, who was a 3-year veteran with the LAPD, shot and killed Monday night in a South LA neighborhood while with his girlfriend looking at a home they were interested in buying. Before, the couple was targeted by at least 3 men in a black pickup truck in what authorities describe as an attempted armed robbery. Now, gunfire was exchanged and the officer was fatally shot while investigators say he was trying to protect his girlfriend. The next afternoon, 5 people were taken into custody, 3 men and 2 women, described only as people of interest. No official charges, again, have been filed as the police chief of the LAPD vows to bring justice to this case. That 27-year-old officer, we're learning more about him. He grew up here in Southern California before graduating from UC Berkeley with a degree in legal studies, and he is survived by his parents and girlfriend, who was uninjured during the incident. The police chief here, Michael Moore, says that this officer was on his way to a promising career with the LAPD before it was cut short, again, just after 3 years. Regina, back to you.
Absolutely heartbreaking, and like you said, such a tough couple of weeks for that community out there. Now, Mario, as this investigation goes on, do we know, is there any evidence from that scene that they are working with right now?
Well, again, the investigation is ongoing, but we know 2 weapons were recovered, 2 handguns, one belonging to that off-duty officer and the other belonging to one of the suspects, according to sheriff's investigators. So I know they're continuing to talk to any potential witnesses and look for surveillance footage, but that is all part of the investigation as those 5 people have been detained for questioning, Regina.
And Mario, going off of exactly what you just said, do we know any more about the 5 people that are currently in custody? Have they been identified? What do we know?
Their names are not being released right now. All we know at this point is 3 men, 2 women, and those 3 men, according to investigators, are documented gang members. So we're still waiting for more information on that. But as of right now, with those detained people of interest, that is all of the information that we're being given here.
All right, well, Mario, thank you so much. We'll continue to stay in touch with your team as this investigation continues to move forward. So you have a great day, and we'll check back in with you soon. Thanks, Mario.
All right. Thank you, Regina. Take care.
Alrighty, everybody, we are going to take a 2-minute commercial break, but we're going to entirely switch gears here when we come back. It looks like we've got Florida Governor Ron DeSantis speaking in Lee County. We're going to get some more information on what he could potentially be talking about. The sign in front of him says stormwater infrastructure, so it might be more of a local speech and some remarks. This is in Bonita Springs, so we'll listen in here and bring you the latest after this quick break. As promised, everybody, we are going to listen in live to some remarks from Bonita Springs, Florida, where Governor Ron DeSantis has just awarded local officials a check for, I think I just saw $15 million to help the water infrastructure, stormwater infrastructure to be exact. So it does look like he's also speaking on the start of the legislative session in the state. So let's listen in here live, Ron Unfiltered.
I mean, there's different things that different communities do. Some of them have an ability to do certain things. Some of them can do most of it, but maybe need us to come in and help to get them over the hump. And so there's been a whole range of ways where we've been really able to make a huge difference. So that is going to be a priority of ours in the upcoming legislative session, and continuing to make sure that we're doing what we need to be doing with infrastructure in a variety of ways. I mean, this is stormwater and making sure that we're resilient in the face of storms, but then you also have, you know, the traditional roads, bridges that are important because the state is growing. So we look forward to having a good couple of months up there in Tallahassee, and I think everybody's really excited about being able to get an awful lot done. So, but in the meantime, I'm happy to be here with Secretary Eagle and with the members of the council and the commission to be able to deliver almost $17 million for a very worthwhile project. So Dane, you want to come up and say a few things?
Yeah, thank you all. It's good to be back in Southwest Florida. I want to thank the governor for his commitment to the area and all of Florida, especially when it comes to hurricane resiliency. At DEO, we have the Office of Long-Term Resiliency, and we come and we look for the areas of last resort that really need the assistance to rebuild from storms. So we're talking about Hurricane Irma. That was in 2017. I was at the EOC with many of the people behind us, riding out the storm. We come out on the other side, and Bonita Springs was one of the harder hit areas when it came to flooding. Feet of water standing for weeks. And this award is going to help them complete that project to make sure that that is a thing of the past. And we're going to be doing more across the state, so we're excited about those opportunities. But really thank the governor for his commitment and the locals for working on this. You know, when these awards come in, they've got to score out independently. We can't just pick them out of a pot and say, let's do this one. So we're glad to see this come out on the other end. And the governor is very excited to be here today, and I'm glad to tag along. Thank you all for the opportunity.
Okay. All right, we have County Commissioner Ray Sandelli.
Well, good morning. Not a better way to start a day, another beautiful Florida day. I would like to extend my welcome and appreciation to our governor. Thank you for your continuing service to our country. To Dane Eagle, who's been a friend and a mentor for me for quite a while, thank you. I'm glad to hear that Brooke and your son are doing well. To our elected officials, our first responders, and our many neighbors who contribute and serve this community every day, thank you very much. My wife and I moved to Bonita Springs about 10 years ago for a variety of reasons. We are thankful for that every day. Locally, we have a great cooperative and candid working relationship with many of the key players here within Bonita and statewide. We dedicated a beautiful new library. We worked through the transition of the old library to a monoclonal distribution center, which is still up and operating. We created a great environment on Old 41, very unique in that touch of old Florida, which is so much that we can all enjoy. This all happens through a cooperative, very candid interrelationship between the city, the county, and certainly in the state. So like my neighbors, my wife and I experienced the wrath of Irma, from cleanup to a very proactive stormwater and flood mitigation effort improving our infrastructure. We witnessed Terry, which was very, very challenged, and so on and so forth. But we now use that road almost every day for one reason or another, and it's a great causeway. It's really a best-in-class development, which everybody should be very proud of. Especially important, obviously, is the proximity to the neighborhoods along there, our parks that are along there. Jesse and I have talked about the safety of our kids going now on the new section across to the soccer fields. And if I was younger enough, I'd go out there and try to play with them. That's not going to happen. So the 1.5 miles from Old 41 to the roundabout is done. This is the second phase, the 2.5 miles. And as I try when I talk to people, it takes patience, it takes time, and it takes money to get these things done. So we're very appreciative for everybody's work on this. And Ellie, thank you for doing the heavy lifting on this grant. You're the hero in all of this and stuff like this. Thank you to the city for the $5 million from the general fund that they put in, along with this. This is how things happen. Governor, your leadership, commitment to our community, our waters, public safety, and most importantly, our citizens is greatly appreciated. Our very best to you and your family, and thank you from all of us.
And to our country.
What's that?
And to our country.
Oh, yeah, of course. So good. Well, you guys got it. It's going to be high impact. And like I said, there's going to be more that we're going to be doing, both from our Job Growth Grant Fund, some of the stuff that we're still going to use for long-term recovery, and then whatever we end up with in the next legislative session will have big impacts. But, Ray had mentioned just how happy that they are that they've been here for a long time. It's amazing the people that are coming, like how much happier they are to be able to be, in Florida, but particularly I would say this part of Florida, people really love it, and very few of them ever look back once they come down here. And so I think that's just a testament to being blessed to have a great state, but also to have a strong community down here in Southwest Florida. So we appreciate that. Okay, we're happy to take any questions. Yes, ma'am.
Governor DeSantis, Lee Health officials held a press conference yesterday talking about the Omicron surge. They said they're really overwhelmed with patients. Yes, they're not as sick as they were before, but the hospital system has more than 300 employees who are out sick or isolated because they were exposed. The state had a plan before to help hospitals. Is there still one now?
In terms of being exposed, I mean, look, that's a decision that they're having to make. I mean, our view is make it, do not send people home who are healthy. I mean, I don't know if that's what they're doing, but I think if you talk to Surgeon General Latipo, he's really stressed symptoms-based approach to this. The fact of the matter is, I mean, Omicron is something that is so contagious that it's something that is it comes in waves. And you're seeing the places in Florida that got hit initially, have started to, I think you'll see a downturn on that very soon. But you need people there. And so, we don't want to send healthy people home. So that's, I think that would be our, our view on it. It's interesting. There's parts of the country where they fired a lot of nurses because of, they didn't do the shots or whatever. And now they're shorthanded. They're actually bringing back COVID positive nurses to work when you had some who are not COVID positive and likely have had COVID. They got fired, and so that's we provided protections. We'll see what the Supreme Court does on the CMS, but we thought that was very important to have all hands on deck so that you're not short-staffed.
Are there any resources you can provide in the meantime to assist those hospitals?
In terms of us providing nurses? Well, look, they've, I think our view was we did that at the outset because we kind of got caught, but, there's all these hospitals have the ability to be able to bring in, it's expensive because there's a huge demand for it, but that's something that a lot of them have planned for and have been able to do. We don't have necessarily people like that are on the state payroll for that. What we did initially was just have the same type of contracts that a lot of the hospital systems have now.
Governor, we've confirmed that the FDA sent you a letter extending the shelf life of 1 million COVID tests. Wondering what will be done with them. We talked to one Cape Coral Medical Center who would really use those tests.
So I think it's important on the old Abbott test, because this has been, I think, reported in ways that are inaccurate. The federal government promised all these tests, right? They said at-home tests, all this other stuff. Well, nothing was happening. And so we had a situation, there's a huge demand for testing. We also, though, in Florida said, people don't need to be running to the emergency room who are healthy to try to get a test. We really want to focus on people who are higher risk. And so it wasn't easy, we were able to procure a lot of those at-home tests, and those have, so long-term care, we focused that. So those have gone out to there. That has nothing to do with those Abbott tests. Those at-home tests, we got off the market. Again, it's not easy to get because there's a huge demand for this. But we felt that because the feds had said they were going to do it and they didn't, that we needed to come fill that void. The Abbott tests were tests from, a while ago. And they basically, the Department of Emergency Management sources upon request. at the end of the summer. They had expired. The FDA agreed to extend it for 3 months, but those 3 months were almost zero demand in Florida for testing because we had such low COVID prevalence. Then when we got into, the most recent expiration was December. You started to see more of a demand for tests. The Division of Emergency Management had been asking about the extension for a long time, got no answer. Finally got some answer for it, and so now those are available. So those are going to be sourced just like they would have been had they been authorized. And so different testing centers, different county health, people that want them, are going to go. But those are not at-home tests. Those are older Abbott tests. They do not, you can't just send into people's home. It's literally a box with like 40 tests in it and just one little tube of the solution that you have to put in there. And so they really need to be done by, in a test center, or they need to be done at a county health department or something like that. So those are all going out. But I think the department basically was correct to not send if they may not have been accurate. And so they needed the FDA to be able to say that. It took the FDA a long time, but it takes them a long time to do everything, unfortunately. But those are not at-home tests. The at-home tests that we were able to procure are new. Look, I think there's questions about how accurate some of these instant tests are with Omicron. I don't know definitively. I can't tell you. People have raised questions about whether what the specificity is compared to how it was previously, but nevertheless, those are out to those high risk areas, and then the older ones, which are not at home tests, are will be sourced. Okay.
Is there any guarantee that those tests that you're mentioning, the ones that the extension was put on, is there any guarantee that those are all going to be used by their expiration date in March?
It's all contingent on demand, and so if there wasn't a lot of them being gone out because people weren't asking for them before. So I can't say that there's a guarantee, but I think that you have a lot higher demand for testing right now. And so my sense is that there's going to be enough requests to at least get a lot of those out the door very, very quickly. But look, at the end of the day, they bought too many. They did have a surplus for a while. And I think that's probably better than to not. But at this point, we have a lot of promises that were made by the federal government on these tests. And look, our testing guidelines that the Surgeon General put on, I think, are very sensible. I think that's where everyone will ultimately end up. When we do these things, we'll get criticized. Oh, how can you send kids to school in summer of 2020? Now everyone says that. How could you do monoclonal antibodies? Now everyone wants monoclonal antibodies. When we came out and said with the testing, when you have something like Omicron, forcing healthy people to do it, to be able to get on a plane or anything like that, that's not the way we've really handled these viruses before, and it's not like it's not been effective in this. So we say focus on symptoms and focus on people that are high risk. I think if you do that, you're going to then be able to have very easy access. I think that's where they'll ultimately end up, because I think what they're doing now is just, it's not sustainable to be doing this. I mean, you'll have places, where people are flooding EDs that have very minor symptoms and are very low risk, trying to get COVID tests across the country, and that's not, I think, the proper thing that we want to be advocating for. So that's what we focused on. So that's why we sent it to elderly folks, and we really want to make sure the elderly are able to get it. And we will look to see about these at-home tests. In the meantime, with the feds not coming up, but they have promised all this stuff, and then they are imposing testing mandates on different activities. The OSHA case, we'll see. The Supreme Court hasn't ruled on that stay. I think that they're going to say that it's problematic, but if they don't, they're going to be forcing a lot of businesses to be doing these tests on people that have no symptoms. They're forcing travelers to do a lot of these tests, even if they don't have symptoms. And so you wonder, is that the best use of those resources, given the fact that they haven't been able to produce all the other tests that they would? I would say one thing that is another clear, I think, deficiency was not ramping up more production of treatments for COVID, and particularly monoclonal antibody treatments. We showed in Florida, it's very effective. People say, well, we're not sure how effective it is against Omicron, and it's true. There's not definitive trials saying either way. We've had anecdotal evidence it's helped people get their symptoms resolved with Omicron. So don't you want that to be an option? What about some of the prophylactic ones that are now on the market? That should really be something that they ramp up attention to. And I know in Florida, HHS will always, when we complain about, getting shortchanged, say, oh, well, you guys are using more than other states. But one of the reasons we are is because we've actually provided information and set up infrastructure to help people access this. I was just yesterday, I had a fella come up to me and thank me for monoclonal antibodies. And I was like, well, where did you go to get it? And he said another state. I was like, well, why are you thanking me for that? He's like, because when you started doing those press conferences, I didn't know that there was a treatment for COVID. So then I got, this guy's telling me he got COVID. He starts calling around to doctors in his state. They all said there's no treatment available. He kept calling, finally found someone and said, oh yeah, you can do monoclonal. And he got it, and he was going on a bad road, and then he ended up getting better. So those are just things that, we know that needs to be part of it, especially even though, look, Omicron is much milder. I mean, I think that's really good news. If you look at the clinical profile of what we've seen with Omicron, really good news. More contagious, but definitely less disease burden. So that's great. But you still have vulnerable people who may need some of this treatment. So we think it's important to be able to do that, and ramping that up and really making that a priority would have been wise once we saw that this was something that the Sunbelt states were using, because they made it sound like that wave was like somehow because these are the wrong policies. Well, now you see huge wave in the north, and that's seasonal. And we knew that was going to happen, so they had the opportunity to prepare for it. I'm not sure that they.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox, currently listening in to a live press conference from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, initially awarding a stormwater infrastructure grant to Bonita Springs city officials, but now answering questions about COVID-19, the testing availability, as well as monoclonal antibody treatments. I do, however, want to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to entirely switch gears here. We just got word that the news conference being held by U.S. Deputy Secretary of State Wendy Sherman. She is addressing the nation as well as the international audience after specific talks with Russia regarding the tensions amid the Ukraine. So we're going to listen in live on Unfiltered after this quick break.
Offers that were extended. What were those specifically? Did these conversations about arms control, about more transparency over military exercises, do you believe they made enough progress to get Russia to de-escalate? And did you issue any sort of ultimatum to the Russians?
So let me be clear. These are all beginning meetings around a set of incredibly complex issues. At the SSD, we put some ideas on the table. They weren't proposals. We weren't beginning to negotiate. We were basically saying to the Russians, some of the things you've put on the table are non-starters for us. We are not going to agree that NATO cannot expand any further. We are not going to agree to go back to 1997. We are not going to agree that everything that is in Europe has to get out of Europe. There's a lot we can, however, work together on in the arena of transparency, deconfliction, communications, arms control, and a whole variety of other areas where we could move forward. So we put some ideas on the table. We are socializing some of those ideas with all of our partners here at NATO, with our partners in the European Union, at the OSCE, to see what might gain some traction, where there might be interest. The real reality here, Alex, is if Russia has concerns about its security, which, quite frankly, I heard loud and clear today, but Russia is a big country with vast land territory. They're a permanent member of the Security Council. They have the largest conventional military in Europe. Along with the United States, we are the two largest nuclear powers on Earth. They are a powerful country. The fact that they feel threatened by Ukraine, a smaller and still developing democracy, is hard to understand, quite frankly. Why they need 100,000 troops on the border, which they say are not for invasion but are for exercising. When live fire exercises are reported this morning, what is this about? Is this about invasion? Is this about intimidation? Is this about trying to be subversive? I don't know. But it is not conducive to getting to diplomatic solutions. So Russia has a choice to make. I hope that when both Deputy Minister Grushko, Deputy Minister Fomin, Deputy Minister Ryabkov, and the OSCE representative return to Moscow, that they will brief the President of Russia, and that they will all appreciate, understand, and the President of Russia will agree that diplomacy is the right path.
So no indication of de-escalation right now?
There was no commitment to de-escalation, no.
Our next question will go to Zoriana Stepanenko with the RFE-RL Ukrainian Service.
Thank you very much. Hold on 1 second. Let me just add one thing. There was no commitment to de-escalate, nor was there a statement that there would not be.
The Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg said that further consultations and negotiations with Russia are possible and you are working out this path. So what will be the subject of these consultations if NATO allies are not willing to give up their core principles? Thank you.
Well, I think I just laid out what some of those are. Arms control, deconfliction, communications, transparency, looking in fact at how we are all positioned and how we can ensure that we have security for all in Europe.
All right, for our next question, we'll go to a remote question from Sean Tandon with AFT.
Good morning from Washington, Madam Deputy Secretary. To begin with, could I follow up briefly how you just responded to Alex's question? You said there's no commitment to de-escalation, but no statement otherwise. Could you explain on that? What are the chances you see of de-escalation on this? Could I ask you about, you've spoken repeatedly about unity among NATO on the open door policy. Some countries, notably Hungary, have in the past voiced reluctance for Ukraine's membership in NATO. How unified do you think NATO is actually on that, and is there actually a real possibility of Ukraine joining NATO? And for that matter, Sweden and Finland, did the issues of their membership come up today? Thanks.
Sure. I would say that what was so amazing today was every country, it's part of why it went on so long, every country spoke. And the Russians were given additional time because they were Russian, and there were 30 of us, so they were given a little extra time. But every one of the allies in NATO laid out the same set of principles, the same hopes and expectations of Russia, every single one, without exception, without exception. In terms of the process of NATO, I don't want to speak for other countries about what their ambitions are, what they hope for, what the timetables are. There is a process that is laid out very clearly, the MAP process in NATO for joining NATO. It has very specific landmarks and process. So we are open to everyone, and certainly Ukraine is one of those countries that very much wants to become a member. And so they are going through the process. It does take some time, and there's a lot of work that has to get done to make sure that the high standards of NATO are met. So we'll see where things go. The same is true for Georgia, which is the other country most often talked about. I think on Finland and Sweden, I'm not going to speak for them about whether their ambitions regarding NATO are different than they've been in the past. What I will say is that I would send you all to the statements they've made over the last few days. I think one of the things that Russia has done, which it probably did not expect, it has brought all of Europe, NATO and non-NATO allies alike, together to share the same set of principles, the same ambition, the same hopes, and the same commitment to diplomacy.
For our next question, we'll go to Henry Foy with the Financial Times.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary. Can I ask, did you learn anything new from the Russian side today that you hadn't already heard in Geneva or in statements made previous to those negotiations, either in tone or in substance, if you could talk about that? And as a follow-up, Washington has previously said that negotiations would take place if Russia de-escalated on the border, reduced troops. Can you tell me, is that still the case? These dialogue offers that you made in Geneva and NATO made today, could they still go ahead if those 100,000 troops stay there? Thank you.
Thank you. Tell me your first question again. Sorry, it's been a long day.
Whether there was any change in tone or content.
Oh, I would say I did not hear substantively new things because we had nearly 8 hours of conversation plus a dinner in Geneva. I think that what is important is at the end of this meeting, as I think the Secretary General said, the Russians were not ready to commit to the series of discussions that the Secretary General will lay out, but nor did they reject those discussions. And as I said in my statement, all of us, including Russia, have to go back to our governments to decide on next steps. We will, the United States of America, do it in very close consultation with all of our allies and partners at NATO, in the OSCE, with the European Union. As I said, nothing about you without you. And that will be the case here for every next step. On de-escalation, clearly we began dialogue today and dialogue in Geneva with troops on the border. What I think is very important, and which I think Russia heard loudly and clearly from all allies today, is it's very hard to have dialogue, to have diplomacy that is conducive to success when, in fact, you have 100,000 troops, live fire exercises, propaganda, disinformation, other efforts to subvert that environment makes it quite difficult. So if Russia wants to reach success through diplomacy, and I certainly hope they do, because the consequences for them will be quite severe if they don't, then they should de-escalate.
All right, for our next question, we'll take a remote question from VOA. Nike Ching, calling from Washington.
Can't hear you. I see you, but I can't hear you. You're on mute. Sorry, it's a problem we've all had. Got you now.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you, Deputy Secretary. How would you respond to Ukraine President Zelensky's proposal for an international summit to end the crisis? And separately, if I may, also ask about Nord Stream 2. Yesterday, Undersecretary Toria Nuland said that the pipeline would be suspended if Russia further invaded Ukraine. But Chancellor Scholz has not used the same language. What detail can you provide to show there is actually U.S.-Jordan unity on Nord Stream 2, and has it been communicated to Russia? Thank you.
Thank you. I have not seen President Zelensky's proposal for a summit. I think that what you've seen is really the coming together of the world around this problem to try to solve it, this crisis that has been created by Russia. There are many things going on in the world. All of us are sitting here in masks, except I took mine off for this. We're all in the midst of an Omicron crisis. We're all trying to deal with climate change. We all have seen other things that have taken place around the world, DPRK shooting off missiles in Asia. So lots is going on. We have colleagues that are negotiating with Iran in Vienna, Kazakhstan, lots of things. So this is a crisis that was created at this moment, for whatever reason, by the Russians. And so I think you've seen the world come together to try to solve that problem. So that is incredibly important, and I endorse that notion of the world coming together in this regard. Where Nord Stream 2 is concerned, we've been clear about our position. It is a Russian geopolitical project that undermines energy security and the national security of a significant part of the Euro-Atlantic community. The pipeline is not operational right now. The German's Federal Network Agency has suspended certification, and Secretary Blinken has said, which underscores what Undersecretary Nuland said, to quote the Secretary, "From our perspective, it's very hard to see gas flowing through the pipeline for it to become operational if Russia renews its aggression on Ukraine." So I think you're seeing quite a consistent assessment here of what will happen if indeed Russia takes further aggressive action where Ukraine is concerned.
All right, thank you. And we will go to Matthias Kolb with Süddeutsche Zeitung.
Thank you for taking my question. I would be interested in your assessment. Before this NATO-Russia Council, there was fear here in Brussels that the Russians are only doing this for show, to kind of like, okay, signal that they're open for dialogue, but in the end it's already decided that it was just a show, and in the end they would say, no, you didn't come up, you didn't fulfill our promises. Was there something that you sense of that, or are you now leaving Brussels a bit more optimistic than you came here from Geneva? Thanks.
I'm smiling because in one of your competitors' newspapers today, they quoted a Russian analyst when asked that question, said, "Who the heck knows?" I think the reality is that I will say that the Russian delegation sat through nearly 4 hours of a meeting where 30 nations spoke, and they did, which is not an easy thing to do. I'm glad they did it. It was important for them to hear the unity that, in fact, NATO really does speak as one, even though these are 30 sovereign countries who have different interests. We're not all exactly the same, to be sure. So I don't know. I really think this is about all of the Russian delegations from this extensive set of dialogues this week, going back to Moscow, sharing what they've heard with President Putin, governments talking with each other, perhaps even talking with President Putin or with others in the Russian government, and seeing if, in fact, if there is traction. There is plenty to work on, where we have places where we can enhance mutual security. There are some places we cannot, but there is progress that can be made. And everyone, Russia most of all, will have to decide whether they really are about security, in which case they should engage, or whether this was all a pretext. And they may not even know yet.
Thank you. That concludes today's press conference.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, everyone. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox, listening into that international press conference held by U.S. Deputy Secretary of State Wendy Sherman. She was part of a 4-hour conversation today with Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Alexander Grushko and Deputy Defense Minister Alexander Fomin. They were talking as tensions are rising between Russia and the Ukraine, Russia positioning thousands of troops on the Ukraine border. So this is in addition to another conversation that was held with similar parties in Geneva on Monday. So international feeds that we are getting here to us on Live Now from Fox. So wanted to bring that to you raw, unfiltered, and in its entirety, especially as all eyes remain on this international story. So we wanted to bring that update for you here. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from Orlando, Florida. I'll be with you for about another hour. And as we have officially reached the top of the 10 o'clock Eastern time hour, 7 o'clock out there on the West Coast, I want to run you through some of the top stories that we are following this morning. Starting off with a breaking news alert that we have gotten in to our desk within the last couple of hours. Inflation hitting an all-time high in decades. I do want to read you the latest from our Fox Business team. Inflation rose at the fastest pace in nearly 4 decades in December. This is coming as rapid price gains fueled consumers to be scared about the economy, and it is sending President Biden's approval rating down. The consumer price index rose 7% in December from a year ago, I should say. Now, this is all according to a new Labor Department report released Wednesday, marking the fastest increase since June of 1982, when inflation hit 7.1%. Now, the CPI, which means a bevy of goods ranging from gasoline and healthcare to groceries and rent, that jumped 0.5% in the 1-month period from November. Now, economists did expect this index to show that surge of 7% in December from the year ago period, but they also expected the 0.4% from the previous month. So-called core prices, which exclude more volatile measurements of food and energy, soared 5.5% in December from the previous year. So we are keeping a close eye on this story here on Live Now from Fox. Despite this news this morning, stock markets are fueling on this Wednesday morning. The Dow Jones Industrial up right now. So this is just one of the topics that is being mentioned in our Fox Means Business report. So as we bring you this breaking news this morning, I do want to bring you the latest from our Fox Business team. Let's listen in.
The Fed Vice Chair stepping down. Richard Clarida is facing questions regarding financial transactions he made at the onset of the pandemic as a sitting Federal Reserve official. The second in command of the U.S. Central Bank will resign on January 14th, leaving roughly 2 weeks before the end of his term. A financial aid lawsuit pointing the finger at top colleges for price fixing. The new lawsuit accuses 16 elite schools, including Yale, Georgetown, Northwestern, Dartmouth, and more, of sharing formulas used to calculate a student's financial aid needs, a practice that is is illegal and leads to price fixing. Lawyers say that more than 170,000 former students going back 18 years may be eligible to join the suit. Meta's mandate: the company is requiring boosters for workers and delaying the return back to the office. Meta Platforms is one of the first big companies to require the booster shot. This after delaying employees' return to U.S. offices to March 28th. After that, employees will need a deferral to keep working remotely. The U.S. Mint rolling out quarters featuring the late American author and activist Maya Angelou, the first black woman to appear on the coin. The quarter featuring Angelou is part of the American Women Quarters program. Angelou died 8 years ago at the age of 86. She was known for her lyrical prose and recognized internationally. For more stories, log on to foxbusiness.com. In New York, I'm CJ Papa.
Taking a live look at the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. Now, yesterday, during a hearing before the Senate Banking Committee, Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell said he expects a series of interest rate hikes this year as inflation threatens economic recovery. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera is in Washington with more on how Powell's remarks are really shaking the nation this morning as the country tries to tackle rising prices and a tough labor market.
Today, the economy is expanding at its fastest pace in many years.
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell is forecasting changes to monetary policy, saying the country no longer needs the economic support it received when the pandemic hit 2 years ago. Inflation now top of mind for Powell, lasting longer than what some economists had expected.
If things develop as expected, we'll be normalizing policy, meaning we're going to end our asset purchases in March, meaning we'll be raising rates over the course of the year.
Workers have seen their wages go up, but higher prices for items like food and gas, which Powell has blamed in part to supply chain disruptions, are eating into those gains. Powell warns inflation can threaten the job market too, reflected in slow hiring in November and December.
We can see that participation is moving only very slowly. And to get a long expansion, we're going to need price stability.
The Omicron variant is also disrupting the labor market. Businesses and hospitals nationwide are now struggling with staffing shortages, with more people getting sick. To make sure hospitals have enough staff, California, for instance, is now issuing new guidelines, eliminating quarantine for asymptomatic healthcare workers with COVID-19.
We're here to work. However, I think it's unethical to put vulnerable patients' life on the line to gamble that we don't pass the pathogen to them.
Ahead of a key inflation report to be released on Wednesday, some economists and the White House are predicting that prices once again climbed higher in December. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Well, following this news, would you get paid to quit your job? Well, that is what a CEO in Arizona is offering new hires, $5,000 bonuses to quit after 2 weeks. Our very own Live Now from Fox host Mike Page was able to catch up with this CEO. So I do want to bring you this very interesting segment here on Live Now from Fox.
Appreciate it. And our next story here, it's really a bit of a talker that is happening right now, not only in the business circles, but really online and social media as well. You might have heard of it. It is an Arizona company that is making a unique stance right now on trying to really showcase their talent by also keeping them as well. And they want to make sure that they have the right talent in place, so much so that they're offering an incentive that if you've been hired within the last 2 weeks at the company, right now they're offering you $5,000 to quit. To get a little bit more about all of this, let's go right now to the CEO joining us from Trainual. This is Chris Ranzio. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox and explaining all this.
Hey, Mike, thank you for having me.
So, Chris, first of all, tell us a little bit about the company and tell us why you wanted to take this approach.
Yeah, so the company Trainual is like a training manual. It's a business software where companies document all their policies and procedures, train their new hires, and then keep them up to speed as the company grows.
All right, so with this $5,000 incentive, how'd you guys come up with it? Why did, and I'm seeing that it didn't start at $5,000.
No, it started at 2,500, and we've been doing this since May of 2020. So the story is we had an engineer, a developer start, and 5 days into his job, he told us, I think this isn't the right fit. It's not the right role. And I had other offers, so I'd rather go back and take those offers. And we said, okay, perfect, no hard feelings. But then I started thinking, how many other people get to that point in training and then just don't say something? And so we thought, rather than have people leave 3 months in, 6 months in, when we've invested a lot in them, let's accelerate this and let's give everyone that chance to double opt in and say, yes, this is the company, this is the role that I want, so much so that I'll refuse the money. So it started at 2,500 and we recently updated it to 5,000 because so far no one's taken the offer.
And no one's bit yet. So you're using it almost as a psychological tool to say to the employers, hey, the employees, hey, if you didn't take it at $5,000, it looks like you want to stay on and work with us and have a long-term relationship with us.
Yeah, so it's an employee's market right now. There's so much opportunity out there that they really have their pick of the litter when it comes to companies. And so by offering them this $5,000, it's almost a salary replacement for a few weeks so that they can say, this isn't the right fit, but rather than stay here and look for my next job, let me just take the money and walk and find somewhere that I really should be.
All right, so now that no one has bit yet, are you planning to increase it or just keep it there at that 5,000 level?
So we had it at 2,500 for just over a year before we increased it. So we'll keep it at 5,000 for a bit, and we may raise the price again. But for us, it's just setting the bar a little higher and higher. Imagine if you turned down a $20,000 offer or 50,000. I feel like that would be such a testament to a culture that's just a great place to work. So we could increase it again. We'll have to let you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Chris, I got to ask you, are you worried, though, that now that it's out there, that people know about this, are you worried that some people may just apply hoping that they get the job and then 2 weeks later have a fast $5,000? Are you worried about that at all?
Well, if my Instagram direct messages are any indication, I think we're going to get a lot of those applicants. People are sending me their Venmo handles and saying, can we just skip the application and send me the money? But, our hiring team is just top notch, first class. And we have a really thorough process for interviewing people and extending offers. So the hope is that if we're extending an offer, we believe it's really the right person. And this is just a chance for them to confirm that they want to be here too.
Absolutely there. So tell us just a little bit about the exposure that you have been getting just from this. Are you getting different types of web hits that you haven't seen lately like this?
It's pretty wild. Trainual as a platform is across the world. We have customers in 183 countries, but I haven't yet had people across the world sending me articles in different languages. So it's funny how just a policy like this that we've had for almost 2 years can just catch fire. But I think it's really an indicator of the market that we're in and how competitive it is to get great people.
And can you explain a little bit more about the market that we are in here? You mentioned earlier about that this is definitely a place and time for the person that is looking for a job. It's really their market. And we're even hearing some reports that in other companies, it's so hard to get people to come on board. They're almost getting ghosted, and they'll make an offer to them and you won't hear from them anymore.
Yeah, people are getting 10, 15 offers. And in the same way that it was hard for employers years ago to give everyone the one-on-one attention when they weren't making an offer, now it's hard for employees when they're getting all these offers to communicate back to every opportunity. So the tides have just turned a little bit, but I think it's a really great market. It's great for companies that are having turnover issues to really take a hard look at what they need to improve about their business, their wages, their culture. And then it's a great opportunity for people that are in the workforce to say, is this really the job that I'm happy in? Is this what I want? It's a positive pressure on everyone. And, it's uncomfortable while it's shaking out, but I think it'll result in people being in better jobs, the jobs that they really want. And it'll result in companies having this pressure to just build better cultures.
That's so fascinating, too. And I'm thinking, while you're speaking to me, Chris, have you been approached maybe by TED Talks? I mean, this seems like it would be right up their alley for something to talk about.
We'll have to reach out. I think it's a great idea and definitely timely. So I appreciate the idea there.
And is there anything else that you'd like to add, especially during this market? I mean, it just must be at this time, you just don't know if the people at the given time when you're interviewing, if they're going to stick around for the whole process, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard companies say that, they have people accept a job and don't even show up for their first day. So as companies, we have to be really intentional about what that onboarding experience is like, because employees get a sense of what the company is like while they're interviewing, while they're going through that process. But until they walk in the door or turn on their camera and start full time at the company, they don't really know all the people and what the insides are like. And so I think it's a good forcing function for companies to take a hard look at, are we giving people a great experience as they get started here? And, that's what our product does. So we better walk the walk and have a great experience for the people we're training.
All right, there we go. Chris Franzio, CEO of Trainual, breaking it all down for us there in this really unique approach, really maybe the future of how this is all being done with adding people onto your workforce. We appreciate it, Chris. Thanks so much for talking with us today.
A very interesting segment by our very own Mike Page, CEO of an Arizona-based software company, offering new hires a $5,000 bonus to quit after 2 weeks. So feel free to tweet us at LiveNOW Fox if that is something you'd be interested in doing, getting hired to just quit. Love it. Love that he was able to get that CEO on. All right, everybody, we are entirely switching gears here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a Live Now look over Chicago, Illinois, the Windy City. Chicago public school students are returning to the classrooms today after a week of fighting between the Chicago Teachers Union and school administration. This is something that we've been following since the very beginning here on our show. So I do want to head out live to Chicago, where we're being joined by Fox's Mike Tobin with the very latest. Mike, good morning to you. I wanted to first start off by saying, they said that they reached a deal. Chicago students are going out because a deal was reached. So what is that deal? How are students able to go back today?
Well, they established a few protocols. First of all, there will be a sampling of 10% of the students, a random sampling that will take place every week. And if 40% of the students test positive for COVID, there's now a metric in place to shut down the school. Teachers get tested every week, and if 30% of the teacher population is tested positive, then the school goes back to remote learning. And let me correct myself. I said shut down. The school goes to remote learning, of course, which is different than being shut down. Also, the KN95 mask will be provided to the teachers. But really, the question there is at what expense? You had all these teachers who once again had to deal with the students unexpectedly back in the house, or I should say the parents who had to deal with the students unexpectedly back in the house. You had teachers who missed 4 days worth of pay, and a lot of resentment once again between the teachers union and City Hall. Really, as some of the people in the teachers union put it, all of this so they could get face masks. A lot of resentment, a lot of time off, another disruption with the student study, and that's what they arrived at. But you do have the result right now with students back in the classroom and some additional protections put in place, Regina.
Yeah, and Mike, we've been playing some of those press conferences that were being held by the Chicago Teachers Union. Some of them saying, I didn't feel safe in my own classroom. I brought COVID-19 home to my own family. So how are some of those union members feeling about this deal reached? Does everybody agree with this?
Well, we'll see how that goes. Electronic ballots have gone out to the rank and file with some 25,000 teachers in the Chicago public school system. So far, only the House of Delegates within the union, comprised of some 700 members, has approved this deal by 63%. You still have to have the teachers approve it by 4 o'clock today. If you don't get a simple majority of the rank and file teachers ratifying this agreement, you go back to the bargaining table. So as much as we're relieved to see the students are back in class, it's not over yet, Regina.
Yeah, definitely. And when we talk about response, how has Mayor Lori Lightfoot and the city really responded to this entire standoff? We've heard from her a couple of times.
Well, Mayor Lori Lightfoot, really bitter standoffs with the teachers union, bitter standoffs or bitter division with the police, and a lot of nasty email are really the hallmarks to Mayor Lightfoot's time in office. So this latest standoff really just enhanced the bitterness between the teachers and the mayor's office. So it, you ask, how has she been? It hasn't been pleasant at all here in Chicago. She's really shown that she is a my way or the highway kind of mayor, and that's just not filtering through the city of Chicago that well.
All right, well, Mike Tobin out there in Chicago, Illinois, giving us the latest on this very high-profile story making national headlines. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll be checking in to see how this first day back goes.
You got it.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to remember the life and legacy of Bob Saget. We're going to entirely switch our coverage here to a story that we've been following since we first got word of his death inside of an Orlando hotel room on Sunday evening. We not only are speaking with a comedian who is remembering his friend, our Fox 11 Los Angeles team speaking with him, but our very own Daytona Everett also speaking with a forensic examiner about the investigation into his death that is now ongoing. Some sources believe that they could believe that he had a heart attack or some sort of medical emergency. We do know that authorities had said once they entered his room, the possibility of use of force or drugs was ruled out. So we're going to get more on that investigation and his life and legacy, how people are remembering him after this quick break.
Medic.
All right, everyone. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We are getting a live update on the helicopter crash that injured 4 people yesterday in Drexel Hill, Pennsylvania. Let's listen in live. We're on Unfiltered.
Of Philadelphia. Preliminary radar data shows the helicopter in just a laser straight course line, steady airspeed and altitude until it reached this local area. We're collecting witness and video evidence that describes the helicopter maneuvering erratically, for lack of a better term, and then descending through to the point you see behind me. Right now I have a very large team of people here on site. I have people off site in Washington, D.C., also working this accident. Before I get into describing the team and their roles, I want to thank the Upper Darby Township for their response to help the occupants, to secure the evidence, ensure the safety of the local residents. The Upper Darby Township Police, the fire department, the Delaware County Emergency Management people, and they will speak to you after I'm done. But it's just been a phenomenal response, and I'm very grateful. The participants in the investigation involved, I have 2 representatives from the FAA here. I have at least 2 working this back at FAA headquarters. I have several experts at the NTSB working this, from air traffic to weather to operations. I'm the only board employee that's here right now. The operator has sent several people from their safety side, their operations side, their maintenance side, and they'll be assisting with the examination of the airplane and, or I'm sorry, the helicopter, and anything we need to do going forward. The purpose of the group today here behind you is to document the wreckage as found. We're going to look at the components to the degree that we can, because they're sort of mixed together and up against a hard barrier. As we recover the airplane or the helicopter, we'll be looking at components, but we're just going to document the cockpit, the switchology, all those things here, the major components as found. We're going to do our best to get the helicopter out of here today, and then we'll do a more detailed examination at an off-site location and determine if we need to remove major components and have them examined at the facilities that will help us determine what was going on with them. Engines, transmissions, whatever's required. This is a data gathering phase. As I've explained, the large number of people that are working this, they're all gathering data, and it won't become information until we get it all together in one place and, you know, compare it, see how things relate, and see how things conflict. I'm very grateful that the occupants were relatively unhurt. The pilot is the most significantly injured. The other 3 miraculously unhurt. The airplane, while significantly damaged, it is in, evidence-wise, it's in very good shape. I have excellent people working with me on this, and so I have a great deal of confidence. No guarantees, of course, but I have a great deal of confidence that when we're done, we'll be able to explain this accident. That's pretty much all I have right now.
You spoken to the pilot, sir?
No, but I'm working on when that's going to make sense. I don't know the exact nature of his injuries or what his status is at the moment, if he's available to speak to, but it's on my list.
Have you spoken to any of the other people on board?
I'm going to answer a question first. The short answer is no. But there are technologies on board that capture data that will help us understand what was going on with the aircraft, at least aircraft performance-wise. I don't know if we're going to get any, flight parameters, heading, airspeed, altitude, pitch. I don't know.
Brian, you said you haven't been able to speak to the pilot yet. You're working on that. Have you been able to speak to the others, especially the other crew members?
No, but again, they're available to me when I need to, and their perspective, they're professionals, and they fly on medevac helicopters for a living. So even though they may not be rated aviators, they have a certain amount of air sense and experience, so they'll probably be able to offer us quite a bit. But they're healthy, they're available, so I'll get to them in due course.
Was the pilot using a radio? Was he calling to anybody, telling he was in trouble?
I don't have that information yet, but it's archived, it's captured, it's recorded, it's in a computer somewhere. I've seen preliminary flight data. I don't have communication data, but I have an air traffic specialist working that as we speak, and she's very, very good. So if it's out there, we'll get it.
So he would have had contact with a air traffic controller at some point, saying that he was in this area. Do you think?
That would be speculation. I would have to look at a map and see what whose airspace he was in and who controlled that airspace, and because it differs depending on where you are, over the ground, and then where you are in the airspace, because it's defined three-dimensionally. So I don't know, but he's very close to Philadelphia International. I don't know if there's local radio traffic at the hospital. I don't know who he was talking to, but the frequencies are tuned up on the instrument panel, and so we'll have an understanding of who he had available, because he's got multiple radios, so he can configure them to speak to several different places and then choose which one he wants to speak to at what time. So but at this point, I don't know. If he was speaking to anybody, it's recorded. I've got it.
But if he were in trouble, I mean, you're flying a helicopter, you're in trouble.
That would be speculation, sir. I don't know if he transmitted a Mayday call. I have no idea.
Do you have any background on the pilot?
No, not at the moment. But again, he's a professional. He works for a very professional outfit. He's got very, very complete flight records, and they've already been sequestered, as have the maintenance records for the airplane. Basically, we look at these investigations are divided in. I'll describe it as three different parts. It's like a pie cut into three sections. We look, in this case, the man, the machine, and the environment. Right now, I'm worried about the machine. We're going to look at that. We're going to capture what we can here, up to the point where we need to move the airplane, which we're going to do later today with any luck. We have a live pilot, thank God. We also have a comprehensive set of his training records. So we'll be looking at his total experience. We'll look at his recency of experience. We'll look at how much experience he has in the EC-135, and so on. All these things and your questions are all very good, but I'm unconcerned, because I know we have our arms around all of these things, and eventually I'm going to get to them in the order in which I need to get to them. Right now, the most perishable thing is what's important to me. The records are records, and I'll get to them when I get to them.
Brian, yesterday, and I heard you use the word, obviously, this morning, miraculously, that the other three were not injured at all, and they all were able to get out even before fire officials, police showed up. I mean, if you can, from your perspective, coming to these kinds of crash sites, the fact that, we're not looking at a charred pile of rubble over there, and the fact that he was able to bring it down. Can you speak to that at all? Would you call it a miracle?
I'd rather not. I'll speak to this one particular accident. While it looks, very dramatic, and there is clearly significant damage, the occupiable space inside the aircraft is remarkably intact. I'm certain that everyone was well secured. That's something else we're going to have to determine. It's something that we want to document, is aircraft survivability. I don't know enough about the flight, and I'm not I can't explain the physics, so I don't know how significant the impact was, but what I am is extremely grateful that we have 3 uninjured people from the accident, and while the pilot's injuries are not to be diminished, he too is alive, and we'll be able to speak to him at some point. So I would rather describe my gratitude for that outcome rather than compare this accident to other accidents.
But he dropped that thing there, right? He didn't just get lucky. Your view is, he could have hit the church. He didn't. He landed in front of the damn thing.
He's a professional pilot, and I'm certain his priorities were the survival of his passengers. How much of this is airmanship? How much, to what degree he had control over the aircraft? That's what we're here to find out. I don't know. I don't know. But, all credit to him if that's the case. Certainly.
Sir, Brian, you mentioned too the genders of the crew members on board. You're referring to
I don't know.
You're referring to the pilot at least as a male. If you said
The
he,
pilot, I know the pilot's a male. I believe the flight medic is male. I don't know the genders of the child or the flight nurse. I'm sorry. I haven't gotten to that yet. But again, it's information that's available, and I'll capture it.
Brian, you mentioned part of your data gathering right now. One piece of it is looking at the environment. We're talking about weather, what the winds were.
The environment includes weather, terrain, the air traffic, and then what communications might have been going on inside that airspace. What equipment, what certificates, that sort of thing are required to operate inside that environment. So it's it's a big category.
What's that thing weigh? You know?
Off the top of my head, I don't.
Its value?
I'm sure that's available on the web.
Yeah. Sure it is. The child. How's a baby transported in a thing like that? You know?
It's something I'm going to have to learn. I'm not a medevac pilot. I don't know. I was for a brief period in the Army, but the equipment and everything has evolved enormously since then. And I was a pilot. I wasn't a flight medic, so I can't speak to that.
Can you just go back over the tail number N5?
Yes, November 531 Lima, November. N531LN.
Brian, when it comes to such investigations, do federal law enforcement get involved in terms of FBI, things like that? Do they
No, right now this is strictly a safety investigation. All the evidence that we have to this point supports an accident. If there was criminal activity involved, if there was evidence of criminal activity, then those notifications would be made, and if it turned out to be a crime, our chair, the NTSB chair, would be in touch with the director of the FBI, and there's an official transition process to hand cases over. But I'm not an expert in that. I can't speak to it other than I know there is a process, a letter of agreement, or however it works. But there's a formal process to do that, and I don't see that happening here. I think I've covered just about everything else. I'm going to turn this over to the superintendent of emergency management, and let he and the fire chief speak to you.
What kind of pilot did you say you were? Did you fly helicopters or did you fly planes?
Both. Yeah, I'm a retired Army aviator. All right, thank you very much.
Superintendent and Chief are up next. Thank you. Brian, real quickly, do you plan to do another update at some point today?
Maybe, close business. You need something before 5.
Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. If you are just tuning into our coverage, we are listening in live to an update from the NTSB, so the National Transportation Safety Board. They are the ones investigating this medical helicopter crash where miraculously 4 people survived. Let's continue to listen in here as other authorities are speaking.
Superintendent Tim Bernhardt, again, reiterate what we spoke about yesterday. It's a miracle here on Vermont Road. Thankfully, everyone on that helicopter is going to be okay, and they were able to get out, and they're alive. We working with the NTSB, they're in charge of the investigation now. We're here for the support that they need as far as the street here and everything else. The fire department's still here behind us. And again, truly just want to repeat what a miracle. I said yesterday, I can't wait to meet this gentleman, shake his hand, and thank him for all the lives and potential danger that could have occurred here last night. So I don't know if there's any questions or Fire Chief Derek, you want anything?
Have you gotten, are you guys releasing names?
We're not releasing any names, but again, yesterday there was 3 males and the female was the infant on the flight crew.
I see, okay.
Yes.
Have you been able to speak to their, I'm assuming speak to their families?
We have not. We have not spoken to anybody that was on board.
Can you speak about how you're supporting efforts today?
Just as you see here with our support with the barricades, the fire department's here with their apparatus, as well as scene security. We've been here since yesterday and we'll continue to be here until the NTSB is finished with their investigation.
Tim or Derek, is there anything either of you can share with us that maybe you learned since yesterday, maybe from eyewitness accounts or neighbors or just any sort of interesting piece of information you could share that you didn't know yesterday?
I think the greatest thing is the teams working together. How everyone came here from the emergency services for Delaware County, the fire department, our public works, the police department. I mean, whoever thought something like this would occur in Drexel, Harper, RB, Delaware County. So all teams, all hands on deck yesterday, and everything worked well. And we planned for this, we trained for this. Unfortunately, it happened, and we were prepared. So.
And then just, I understand that you guys are putting off power before the has to be. Is there anything? Is it just going to be the church, or it's a really cold day? So I just want to know if you had anything on that.
Yeah, it shouldn't have any impact on the residents, and we're going to keep it to as small as grid as possible. But that's not going to happen until they actually start to move the helicopter.
And do we know, I probably should have asked Brian this, but do we know what kind of equipment's going to come in? Have you been given any indication of, like, is this a tow?
I think Chief,
it's just a heavy-duty crane for the most part. Same thing that we use in a construction site. It's just going to be based off the weight of the helicopter.
So the street's shut down until that thing's out of here.
That's correct.
And you're hoping to do that by the end of the day today.
That's correct.
And excuse me, Chief, if you wouldn't mind just kind of going back over this, why specific, give us sort of the specifics, walk us through why you would need to shut down the power as they're removing it.
Well, we want to make sure that when you lift that piece of helicopter, you don't hit any power lines. So we want to de-energize anything in that area that could actually touch those power lines. So if you think about how the aircraft landed, he missed a lot of that, and they're going to have to pick that up, and those power lines need to be de-energized to make sure it's unsafe.
I just wanted to make sure. So there was a daycare affiliated with that church, and there were kids in that daycare when that copter dropped out of the sky there yesterday.
That's correct.
And they were inside. Obviously, they were inside.
Yep. True miracle. True miracle on Vermont Road.
Is this, I mean, and you touched on this yesterday, but when you come to these kinds of scenes, and certainly when you got the call that there's a helicopter coming down, what kind of parallel that between what you thought you were encountering?
I won't speak for Derek, but yesterday when I was in police headquarters and the call came out, my heart dropped. And expecting the worst when I got here, I expected a complete catastrophe. You think fire, explosion, injuries, and when we got here, to my surprise, it wasn't as bad as I expected getting here. So I was pleased to see that it ended the way it did.
That's it.
Thanks everyone.
For coming out. Appreciate it.
Yep. Be here.
Yeah. So it looks like they'll try to get back at around 4:15. Does that work for everybody?
Yeah. That'd be great.
Regina Gonzalez here with you on Live Now from Fox. That was an update coming from the NTSB, the National Transportation Safety Board, calling this situation a miracle on Beaumont. So basically, if you're just tuning into this story, learning about this story, this was a medical helicopter that crashed near a local church out there in Drexel Hill, Pennsylvania. You heard them say that the pilot is pretty seriously injured. He is being treated for those injuries in a local hospital, but the other 3 people on board miraculously not hurt at all. One of those was an infant baby. So they said that this is really the data gathering portion of the investigation, that they are going to review the pilot's flight records, the mechanics of this chopper, and why this could have possibly happened in the first place. This was breaking news that we brought you here on Live Now from Fox when it first happened yesterday afternoon. So again, this This situation being called a miracle, given the fact that even though the pilot is seriously injured, you actually heard the NTSB representative say, we have a live pilot, thank God. So hopefully he will make a full recovery, but the other 3 people on board not injured. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, I do want to let you know that we have started getting feeds in from Washington, D.C., where former Senate leader Harry Reid will lie in state at the U.S. Capitol today. We'll be right back. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Wednesday, January 12th. We are live outside of the United States Capitol, where former Senate leader Harry Reid, you can see his flag-draped casket right there in front of us, will lie in state at the Capitol today. Now, if you remember, former Senator Harry Reid, he was a pretty hard-scrabble Democrat, and he actually rose from poverty in a Nevada mining town to the most powerful position in the United States Senate. He will be honored in the Capitol Rotunda today during a ceremony that will actually be closed to the public under COVID-19 protocols. He died last month at 82 years old after a 4-year battle with pancreatic cancer. Now, he was the longest serving Nevadan in Congress and the Senate Majority Leader alongside 2 presidents, and he helmed the chamber during one of its more consequential legislative sessions. As they do bring his flag-draped casket up the steps of the United States Capitol, I do want to listen in here to this somber moment here on Live Now from Fox.
Mark time. Bears, Holt. Ready, step. 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 Order. Ready. Over.
And there you can see some of the former Senate leader's family entering the United States Capitol, that honorary ceremony, walking his flag-draped casket up the steps of the Capitol building. He will lie in state today. Now, we do know that most of this ceremony is closed to the public due to COVID-19 protocols. And as you can see, we are getting some feeds from inside, though. So we do know that in just a little more than 10 minutes, I would say, that House Speaker Nancy Pelosi as well as Senator Chuck Schumer are expected to speak at his memorial service. Vice President Kamala Harris and her husband, second gentleman Doug Emhoff, are scheduled to attend today's ceremony as well. Now, Vice President Kamala Harris, who previously represented California in the Senate, was sworn in just as Reid was retiring from Congress, so she did not serve with the Nevada Democrat, but again, she will be in attendance today. Now, this comes after President Joe Biden and former President Barack Obama commemorated Reid at his memorial service over the weekend in Las Vegas, Nevada. Actually, Reid, who again died at 82 years old battling pancreatic cancer, he actually served, he was the longest member of the Senate to serve in Nevada history. So quite a career, quite a legacy to be remembered. And if we do get that feed coming in of Nancy Pelosi's remarks, of Senator Chuck Schumer's remarks, we will stream it for you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with some more coverage. You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody, on this Wednesday, January 12th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from Orlando, Florida. We are continuing our live coverage as members of Congress plan to honor the late Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid as his body will lie in state at the United States Capitol today. Here is a live now look from inside of the ceremony there. Right before that break, we did bring you the coverage of his flag draped casket being brought up the steps of the United States Capitol. So the casket should be entering the rotunda any moment now. You could see a lot of leaders, a lot of lawmakers gathering to honor the late Harry Reid. Now, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer are expected to make remarks about their former colleague during the event. Vice President Kamala Harris and her husband, Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff, are scheduled to attend the ceremony as well. And, you know, this is just a somber day in the United States Capitol here on Live Now from Fox. Again, we will be streaming for you House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's remarks, Senator Chuck Schumer's remarks here in just a couple of minutes. The ceremony is officially slated to begin in just about 5 minutes. So any moment now, the former senator's casket, the flag draped casket, should be brought into the rotunda. You saw his family gathering at the top of the steps and walking in right behind the casket. Now, this comes after President Joe Biden and former President Barack Obama commemorated Reid at his memorial service over the weekend in Las Vegas, Nevada. If you're just kind of following the life and legacy and death of Harry Reid, he was 82 years old. He battled pancreatic cancer and died in late December at his home in Henderson, Nevada. Now, when President Biden spoke over the weekend, he said, quote, "Let there be no doubt Harry Reid will be considered one of the greatest Senate Majority Leaders in history." He also said and pointed out to leaders that his work on Obamacare and Wall Street reform followed the 2008 recession and really helped so many Americans. Obama said that when Reid helped him pass the Affordable Care Act through Congress, he didn't do it to burnish his own legacy. He did it for the people back home and families like his who needed somebody looking out for them when nobody else did. He said, Harry got things done. Reid was first elected to the House in 1982 and served in Congress longer than anyone else in Nevada history. He retired from the Senate in 2016. So many lawmakers coming together to honor the life and legacy of this former Senate Majority Leader. Again, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer expected to make remarks at this ceremony. Now, this is closed to the public due to COVID-19 protocols that have been in place. But we are still getting that stream from inside of the ceremony here on Live Now from Fox. This is who we are and what we do. We are able to bring you front row to ceremonies just like this. Most recently, we were just in the Capitol Rotunda as Senator Bob Dole, his body lying in state there too. It is known as the highest form of honor. And it does look like we could be getting some movement. We see the camera panning. We are awaiting the flag draped casket to enter the rotunda there and for the ceremony to start getting underway. Again, a very somber day in our nation's capital. I do believe to the left-hand side of your screen, you've got Senator Amy Klobuchar. Looks like their chairs are a certain distance apart and they all are wearing masks. COVID-19 still a huge concern. Again, this event is closed to the public. All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox. If you are just joining us, we are inside of the United States Capitol Rotunda, honoring the life and legacy of former Senate Leader Harry Reid as his body will lie in state at the U.S. Capitol.
Please take your seats now.
It looks like they are being instructed to take their seats right now. The flag-draped casket entering the rotunda any moment. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Continue to listen in as we bring to you this full ceremony.
It's a new hour here on Live Now from Fox as we continue our coverage. Soon, the former Senate leader, Harry Reid, will be honored at the Capitol Rotunda. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here today. He just becomes the 34th American for this honor, joining the likes of soldiers, presidents, and so much more right here, joining not only members of Congress like John R. Lewis, but also the last one who just had this honor was Senator Dole, who we had just late last year, and then also joining Ronald Reagan, J. Edgar Hoover, and Dwight D. Eisenhower, just to name a few there for this tremendous honor that you are watching live right here on Live Now from Fox. There will be some speakers in just a moment, and of course, we will be bringing that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But this is always just a very solemn moment here in our country's history. Like I said, just 34 people have this really distinct honor, and you're seeing the vice president there, Kamala Harris, awaiting as the casket is going to come through those doors. And we will soon then hear from the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, as well as the Senate Majority Leader right now, Senator Chuck Schumer, will be making some remarks there about the amazing legacy of Senator Harry Reid. And, you know, I was looking at just some of his numbers for the elections that he had, and the closest one that he had, this comes back out to 1998 for the Senate election. He was up for re-election, and he won it with less than 500 vote cushion there, but was able to hold on. And then, of course, we know that he won re-election then in 2004 and also in 2010 there. And so that was the closest that he got there to losing his incumbent spot there. But you are now seeing Senator Chuck Schumer there, and now the casket comes in. Let's listen to just some of the moments here that are happening inside of the Capitol Rotunda. We await the speakers here. Harry Reid, of course, a staple in Nevada and also had deep roots in the community there. From 1964 to 1966, he served as the city attorney for Henderson, Nevada. Then from 1969 to 1970, he was a member of the Nevada State Assembly. In 1970, he won the election as the youngest lieutenant governor in Nevada history at the age of 30. 1974, he resigned as lieutenant governor to run for the U.S. Senate, but lost. 1977, he became the chairman of the Nevada Gaming Commission. Then in January 1983, he set his sights as for a U.S. representative representing Nevada's 1st District and won that. He won re-election. He then goes in 1986, wins that election, and then his Senate career begins and making history there, becoming the Senate Majority Leader and so many more accolades as well. We will continue to listen in here soon. Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi and Senator Chuck Schumer will be speaking.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the invocation delivered by House Chaplain Margaret Brown Kim.
Would you pray with me? Almighty God, for the people you place in our lives and in positions of leadership in this country, we give you our deepest gratitude for Senator Harry Reid and his fighting spirit that tirelessly sparred and parried in defense of this nation. Thank you that his journey from Searchlight, Nevada found its way to our nation's capital, that he would be given opportunity to exercise his drive and passion and to go the distance in this political ring. Bless this gathering as we honor his legacy that has touched countless policies and people. Now, as he rests from the joy of the work he has done for this country, having spoken plainly and listened well, may he hear your own well done for his faithful and devoted service to this legislative body and to this nation. Inspire in all who yet serve the same willingness to favor pragmatism, even if it risks unpopularity, and to choose a life of integrity as befits this institution. It is in your eternal name we pray. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Majority Leader of the United States Senate.
Good morning. It is such an honor to speak today about my dear friend and mentor, Harry Reid of Searchlight, Nevada, as he would proudly refer to himself. Let me first say to Harry's family, and particularly to Landra, the love of Harry's life for 62 years, who he called his rock. The only time I ever saw Harry cry was when he told me Landra had an awful car accident and had broken so many bones. He said over and over again as tears streamed down his cheeks, "My poor little Landra, my poor little Landra." A couple of months ago, as you know, I lost my father, Abe, but I still feel his spirit is with me every single day. Just as I know that Harry is still with you, Landra, and your family, and with all of us today, and for many of us forevermore. To celebrate the life of Harry Reid under the dome of the Capitol is to partake in an exercise of contradictions. On the one hand, anyone who knew Harry could count on a few things. He rarely said goodbye on the phone, and it almost became a ritual in the first 3 months of any new session that each freshman would call me up and say, "Why is Harry mad at me?" I said, no, I didn't even have to tell, they didn't have to explain why. He doesn't say goodbye, just hung up, he's not mad at you. And certainly Harry would have been deeply embarrassed and probably a little annoyed at our holding not one, but multiple ceremonies in his honor. I can hear him now. You guys organized an entire ceremony in Nevada, invited former and current presidents and senators, and you even had the front man from the Killers sing, and still that wasn't enough for all of you? On the other hand, even though Harry might not want this pomp and circumstance, I know part of him would enjoy it. He was sort of like Sid Caesar when Sid Caesar gave a good line. No more applause, please. My friends, we celebrate Harry Mason Reed's final return to the Capitol because we must. Few have shaped the workings of this building like our dear friend from Nevada. Few have dedicated their lives to the work of the people quite like Harry did. And today, our feelings of both loss and gratitude are immense. I got to know Harry when I came to the Senate in 1999. We couldn't have been more different. There was me, a brash Jewish kid out of Brooklyn, and there was Harry, a soft-spoken Mormon from Searchlight. We were a match made in heaven. I quickly learned that even though Harry talked softly, what he said carried the force of thunder. He was honest, he was direct, and he was original. I love the story. Back in 2012, during the Democratic National Convention in Charlotte, Harry summoned me to his hotel room late night. I rushed over and I saw Landra in the room, but before I could say anything, Harry pulled me aside into the small little bathroom. We were right on top of each other, and he lowered his voice. He said, "Chuck, I want to take care of something very important," he said. And he pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, and he peeled off 4 $100 bills. "You've been working hard and doing the right things to become leader," he said, "but you need to dress the part. Go buy some shoes, for goodness sakes." Later on, I asked why he pulled me into the bathroom for that conversation. His answer, so he wouldn't embarrass me in front of Landra. That was Harry Reid to a T. If you were lucky enough to be someone Harry cared about and called his friend, then he cared with you with every fiber in his being. And his generosity extended far beyond things sartorial. A few years ago, Harry called up my wife Iris and told her, "I've sent you and Chuck a special gift. It's the greatest thing. You're going to love it. It's a month's subscription to Netflix." Iris didn't have the heart to tell him we had subscribed for 4 years already. Clearly, Harry wasn't big on new technology. He didn't text, he didn't mail, and as you know, whenever he called you, he'd hang up the phone so quickly that you'd think he was allergic to telecommunications. But what Harry was really allergic to was the artifice of politics that he considered a distraction from his true passion: getting good things done in this capital. Harry never forgot where he came from, nor did he forget the people, his childhood friends and neighbors who, just like Harry early on, struggled to get by, and he kept up with so many of them. We remember hearing all the stories. In Harry's view, the government had a moral obligation to see to it that these people had every opportunity to secure a better life for themselves and their families. Harry was tough as nails, a fighter to his core, but one of the most compassionate individuals you could ever imagine. In short, he was one of the most incredible and generous individuals I've ever met, the sort of person you come across only a handful of times in your life. When you lose someone as special as Harry, they're never gone. They're always with you. For those of us in the Senate Democratic Caucus, I think that was especially true last week as we observed the anniversary of the violent insurrection against our U.S. Capitol. That day, we saw so many acts of selflessness and heroism by our U.S. Capitol Police, who once counted among their esteemed ranks a young Harry, who served as an officer while studying at GW Law School. In so many ways, Harry was a guardian and a steward of the Senate, literally and figuratively. He took great care of the Senate as an institution, but he also knew that the Senate had to adapt to changing times. As we confront the challenges of the coming weeks and months, I take comfort knowing that Harry is with us in spirit, walking alongside us as we continue the work he dedicated himself to for so many years. May God rest his immortal soul, and may his memory be a blessing to us all.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the United States House of Representatives.
Good morning, Madam Vice President, distinguished congressional leaders, and our special guest, the family of Harry Reid. Today, as Speaker of the House, it is my solemn and official honor to welcome back to the United States Capitol a legendary leader of great integrity, a pioneering patriot, and our dear friend, Harry Mason Reid. On behalf of the Congress, I extend a special welcome to his loving and wife, his rock, Londra, with whom he shared a beautiful love and happiness. Their happiness was a source of joy to all of us who love them. His dear children, Lana, Rory, Josh, Key, and Leaf, all of whom, and his grandchildren, of all of whom he was very, very proud. On Saturday, we gathered in Nevada for a celebration of Harry's life. Listening to the leadership of his church and the adoring comments of his children, it is clear that Harry's strength sprang from his faith and his family, and his patriotism springs from his love of our country and his commitment to its future. It is fitting that we pay final tribute to Harry here in the United States Capitol. It is here when he stood as a sentinel of democracy on the Capitol Police Force as he worked his way through law school. It is here where he served for more than 3 decades representing his beloved home state of Nevada, including 2 terms in the House of Representatives. Chuck always says he was decades in the Senate, and you're talking about that. And it's here where his portrait hangs in these hallowed halls, offering a source of strength and inspiration to us all. From his humble roots in Searchlight to the spotlight of Capitol Hill, his entire life was defined by defying long odds. The 12 years that he and I served together as leaders in our respective houses, it allowed me the privilege of watching him defy those odds every day. Indeed, to see him lead and legislate was to see a master at work, with a brilliant strategic mind, command of the rules, and respect for his senators. And despite long odds, with his leadership in the Congress, working together with President Obama and then Vice President Biden, we forged great progress for American families. The American Recovery Act, the Dodd-Frank reforms, and the Affordable Care Act, to name a few. And as we all know, Harry truly loved his home state of Nevada. Over his entire career, he fought tirelessly for Nevada in every possible way for its working families, whether preserving its natural environment or protecting its political environment, including its coveted role in the presidential selection process. As one who served for more than 12 years, there's much more I want to say about Harry, but as you all know, he was a man of a few words, and he would want us all to be of a few words. As has been referenced by Leader Schumer, and others who knew him. When we spoke on the phone nearly every day, legislative day, and sometimes more than once a day. So I probably hold the record for being hung up on more than anybody. Many times I would call him back and say, Harry, I was only beginning to thank you and praise you for what you had done. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. He was so modest. As he came and referenced his retirement, announced his retirement, I said, Harry, we're going to have a big dinner, calling all your friends from around the country and certainly from Nevada, starting with your family, to pay tribute to you. I don't want you to spend the money. Spend it on feeding the poor. I don't want to hear any praise. That's how he was. Needless to say, his humility made him, some would say, unique in the political arena. It also made him truly beloved by so many who work in these halls, whether his colleagues, whether his friends in the House and the Senate, whether maintenance people, Capitol Police, those who uphold the institution of the Congress of the United States. Everyone loved Harry. Chuck talked about gifts. I had at the end of his term, he came over to my office and said, I have something for you I want you to remember me by. I thought it might be a note or a photo or something, right? Instead, he brought in and unwrapped a bald eagle, an American symbol, a bald eagle, stuffed, but still with the breeze fluttering its wings. I said, Harry, what happened? Did you go hunting and accidentally shoot a bald eagle, an endangered species? He said, no. He flew into a live wire, so I call him Sparky. I said, okay, well, except it's then Sparky, but with his permission, and appropriately, we have named him Harry. Sparky flew from the leader's office to the speaker's office, now Harry. As we know, before Harry entered the political arena, he could hold his own in the boxing ring. So it is fitting to close, I think, by quoting Muhammad Ali, whom Harry admired and whose immortal words capture Harry's fighting spirit. Muhammad Ali said, impossible is not a declaration, it is a dare. Harry would be the first to admit that he wasn't the biggest, the loudest, or the strongest, but he was tough and relentless. He conquered the impossible, and he made the world a better place. Harry Reid made the world a better place. History will remember him as one of the most consequential Senate Majority Leaders of all time. But those of us fortunate enough to know him and love him will remember also his character and compassion, his goodness. His goodness. To his many loved ones, thank you for sharing Harry Reid with the country and with the Congress. May it be a comfort to you, Landra, to your beloved children and grandchildren and great-grandchild, and the great state of Nevada. The grateful nation mourns your loss, that so many people are praying for you at this sad time. God truly blessed America with the life and leadership of Harry Reid. Leader Harry Reid, may he rest in peace. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. Army Chorus.
Going home, I'm a going home. one still day, I'm just going home. It's not far, just goes by through an open door. Work done, care laid by, going to fear no more. Mothers there
Harry Reid there, honored at the U.S. Capitol Rotunda. You're watching Live Now from Fox there. Heard the nice remarks from Senator Chuck Schumer and Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi there. Senator Harry Reid just becoming the 34th American to lie in state there at the Capitol Rotunda. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll take you out to Minnesota, where investigators are talking about a 2003 cold case, and the sheriff there IDing human remains now. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll get you that update coming up in just 2 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we bring you today's biggest news stories across the country right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. In just a little bit, we'll get you out to the White House COVID-19 task force update, and I'll be bringing that to you in full in just a little bit. But I want to go out to Minnesota, where investigators there are talking about a 2003 cold case, and now they have identified human remains in that case. Let's listen.
Some questions we will be unable to answer. Chief.
Good morning. In August of 2003, unidentifiable skeletal remains were located in the area of Highway 47 and County Road 5 in Bradford Township. The remains were discovered during an excavation project by a landowner. At the time, Midwest Medical Examiner's Office, a forensic anthropologist, and a forensic odontologist examined the remains. It was believed the body was that of a Caucasian male, 20 to 28 years of age, and had been buried from 3 to 28 years. The Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension obtained a DNA profile as well as the dental records, which were entered into missing person databases. A facial reconstruction was also done. Over several years, our investigators submitted DNA samples of several people who they believed that this was possibly their family member, but we were never able to identify the remains. In 2019, I started the process of using current DNA technology to try to identify the remains. The DNA that the BCA obtained was submitted to a lab twice over 2019 and 2020. But the sample was not producing a viable sample that could be analyzed by the investigative genetic genealogy consultant, Barbara Ray Venter. She is best known for helping solve the Golden State Killer case. We also submitted to another outside lab, but were still unable to produce a viable sample. In 2021, Isanti County Sheriff's Office was directed by Venter to a lab in Texas called Othram. Othram uses a newer technology called forensic-grade genome sequencing to build DNA profiles from skeletal remains. This is also the same lab that just identified the remains of missing Stillwater teen Sherry Ann Jarvis, who was found in Texas 41 years ago. In October, Othram was able to extract a viable DNA sample, and Othram built a comprehensive DNA profile, and the DNA profile was sent to the genetic genealogy consultant and Isanti County Sheriff's Office. Within 24 hours, the consultant had a match of a distant relative for the skeletal remains we had. From there, she was able to build out a family tree. In November, the Sheriff's Office received a name of who the genealogy consultant believed was the remains we had. From there, I started searching but could find no information on the name I was given. Based off the family tree, I was able to locate 2 siblings and a phone number. I called and left a voicemail that I was calling about their brother. A short time later, a family member did call me back and confirmed that their brother had been missing since 1970. They were told that the FBI had been looking for him prior to his disappearance due to some involvement with drugs. I later met with the family and obtained DNA samples from the siblings. These samples were submitted to the BCA to compare to the DNA samples originally obtained in the 2003 case from the remains. In December, the BCA sent a report that stated that the genetic results obtained from the human remains are 140 billion times more likely to occur in an individual who is a full biological sibling. The remains were those of a full biological relationship. He was positively identified as Donald Rindall of Ramsey County. Based off the information from the family as well as from the scene in 2003, it is believed that Donald was a victim of homicide, but his death has been classified as undetermined. From the timeline of Donald's disappearance and the crime scene, it is believed that he was buried in Isanti County in late 1970 to early 1971 at the age of 22. It is further believed that there may be still people alive today who know what happened to Donald in 1970. We are asking anyone with any information to contact us or Crime Stoppers of Minnesota. The Isanti County Sheriff's Office would like to thank all of our partners in this case who helped us identify Mr. Rindall. The Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, Midwest Medical Examiner's Office, Othram, Firebird Forensics, and Barbara Ray Venter. Oftentimes, law enforcement is the voice for the vulnerable or victims that cannot speak. This was very true in this case. We were able to return a loved one home to the family who did not know his whereabouts for 51 years. The family has requested privacy at this time. And I'll open it up for questions.
Can you get some insight into exactly what the reaction was from those 2 family members?
There was a disbelief. I think, it was a random phone call that someone was calling about their brother that they hadn't seen in 51 years. So there was a lot of shock and disbelief at first. And I think once I got the DNA match, it set in a little more, but there's still a lot of unanswered questions for them. We don't know what happened. We don't know where he was, and we don't know who was involved. So I think there's still, a lot of confusion going on in their family right now.
What was it like for you? You have helped families for decades, but this case stayed with you. Talk to me about what it meant for you personally in that quick amount of time that you got that call back.
I wasn't the original investigator on this case. I helped with it back then, but I've kept it on my desk because always trying to figure out, will we ever figure out who this person is? And then I knew of newer technology that was coming out, so I was hoping it would be a match. And then when I got that phone call, it literally was an email that said, here's the name. I was in shock. I couldn't believe that we had a person of who it was. And then to call the family, I didn't even think they'd call me back because I wasn't sure. I mean, it was a random name. And when they called me back and told me he had been missing, then I was, in disbelief as well. But I was comforted to know that we knew who he was.
6 feet? Are we 6 feet?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me know when you're all ready to go.
30 more seconds.
No problem.
Thanks for your patience.
All right, folks, so that one advanced a little bit too fast on us. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, more updates from across the country. The Education Secretary Miguel Cardona is facing calls to resign after it was revealed on Tuesday that, according to a National School Boards Association official, he had solicited the controversial letter from the NSBA last year that compared protesting parents to domestic terrorists. The October 22nd letter, which it has since apologized for, called for federal action to address hostilities towards school boards as possible acts of domestic terrorism and suggested using the Patriot Act against parents. President Biden's Department of Justice relied on the NSBA letter in creating its own October 4th memo, directing the FBI and U.S. Attorney's Office to investigate threats of violence at school board meetings in order to combat what it's called a disturbing trend of harassment of school officials. Previous emails had revealed that the NSBA was in contact with the White House and Justice Department in the weeks before it publicly sent its letter, but an email exchange obtained by the parents group Parents Defending Education Through a Freedom of Information Act, requested and reviewed by Fox News Digital, indicates that the Education Department was more involved with the letter's creation than previously known. In an October 5th email, NSBA Secretary-Treasurer recounted that NSBA interim CEO told the officers he was writing a letter to provide information to the White House from a request by Secretary Cardona. Stunning. Senator Ted Cruz reacted on Twitter, saying the original source of the letter lobbying the Biden administration to use the Patriot Act to target parents as domestic terrorists, the Biden administration itself. Biden Education Secretary, in effect, please ask us to treat moms and dads as terrorists, Senator Ted Cruz said. Representative Mike Johnson, a Republican from Louisiana, tweeted, we now know where the idea for the NSBA letter to the Biden administration labeling parents as domestic terrorists originated, the Biden administration. A Department of Education spokesperson denied that Cardona solicited the NSBA letter, despite the email indicating he did. While the secretary did not solicit a letter from NSBA to understand the views and concerns of stakeholders, the department routinely engages with students, teachers, parents, district leaders, and education associations, the spokesperson told Fox News Digital. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody, as we continue to bring you always the top stories and headlines from across the country. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. In the meantime, everybody, we're not going to take that break. We got a live event that just popped up, everybody. Going out to New York right now, we are getting an update on space heater safety. This all coming from the tragic apartment fire that killed many there in New York over the weekend. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
The importance of smoke detectors and the importance of a plan to get out safely and have a meeting place to account for your family. So when we talk about space heaters, like you see the units in front of me here in the box right at the below the podium, first things first, when you go to purchase a space heater, make sure the space heater is purchased from a reputable location. Make sure that it's tested by an approved lab like Underwriters Laboratories, UL listed, or other approved types of labs. Make sure that it's in good working condition. If you buy it used, make sure the wires aren't frayed, make sure it's not damaged. And then, of course, when we go into the prop behind me, we'll show you about proper placement, that you want to make sure that when that space heater is on, if you do need to use them, and people do, that it's at least 3 to 5 feet away from anything that would burn, anything combustible or flammable. That's number one. Number two is you don't want to plug it into an extension cord or a power strip. All too often, if the space heater itself doesn't go on fire, the power strip or wiring will cause a fire. So you want to make sure these units are plugged directly into a wall. They make units like the ones below me here on the floor that are tip resistant, so when they tip over, they automatically shut off. If they're jostled, they automatically shut off. That's great with kids and pets, because kids and pets many times wind up gravitating to these items. And finally, if you're going to utilize these heaters and you're going to fall asleep, whether it be on a sofa like we have behind us, on a bed, or something like that, make sure these units are always at least 3 to 5 feet away. And if you can, at all cost, do not use these when they're not attended, when you fall asleep. All too often, people kick their blankets off, move things around in the room, and all that has to happen is something comes in proximity to this heater, and by the time you wake up to hopefully your smoke alarm, it may be too late, and you're going to have a big issue. With that being said, smoke alarms. They're one of the key things. It is what was discussed with the fire, and when they did the after action, and the commissioner in New York City spoke about it. People heard alarms going off. Unfortunately, many times they're false alarms, and people got complacent and perhaps didn't move fast enough. But a smoke detector and smoke alarm properly placed in your bedrooms, right outside your bedrooms, and in your homes on every floor are the best insurance you have to make sure that you catch that fire when it first starts, and it allows you time, and time is what saves lives, to get out of that house, to get out of the apartment, or perhaps shut the door and stay in the apartment and wait for help to arrive and let them know where you are. One of the things also discussed was fire doors. Here in Nassau County and across New York State and in New York City, there are very robust laws that tell you these fire doors have to be unobstructed so that they close. They can't be held open with a fire extinguisher, a box, wire, or anything else. They have to be able to freely close, and many of these doors are held open with magnets. They close on their own with the fire alarm system. But when you're in an apartment, especially an apartment building with multiple units on a single floor, stairwells, those doors are there for a reason. Those fire doors are there to make sure that they close. So when the events happened over this past weekend in the Bronx, when that fire breaks out and people evacuate, shut the door. You're going to hear that over and over again. The mayor said it. We're saying it here. When you shut that door, like you see these big steel doors behind us to the room, You can imagine how that's like shutting an oven, like shutting the toaster oven. You contain that fire, you contain that smoke to that area, and again, it buys you that time you need to get you and your family out to safety, and we hopefully will never repeat the tragedy that we had this past weekend in the Bronx. So shutting the door is very important. If you live in an apartment building, if you live in a shared unit, a condo, whatever it may be, and those fire doors don't work, or better yet, they're missing or they've been taken down, notify the Nassau County Fire Marshal's office, notify your local fire department, who will notify us, and we'll get people out there to make sure that those safety tools are put back in place. And of course, make sure you have smoke detectors. If you don't have them, you can reach out to our office. We have available resources to get those to you. The American Red Cross is there also to assist. Nobody in the 21st century should be without a smoke detector in their home or where they live. With that being said, what we're going to do is we're going to be lighting this room now behind us. We're going to put the space heater on, and I'll walk you through the whole process. That space heater will go on, just like it did back in the Bronx over the weekend and in many homes across the area. And we're going to show you the dangers of when that bedding, those blankets, that clothing gets too close to these units, and the fire that could occur, and more importantly, how fast that fire will spread, and the danger it poses along with the smoke to those that are in that unit or near that unit. Well, naturally, we'd like to tell you that the message is it's not safe to keep those space heaters on overnight, but the reality is people do. So if you're going to do something like that and you're going to leave that space heater on overnight, the safety precautions and making sure there's nothing near that space heater, keeping your pets away from the space heater, dogs and other animals, is essential. So if you're going to use it and the necessity is there that you don't have heat and this is your only source, make sure you're safe, keep things away from it, let it heat the room, and most importantly, if something goes wrong, let this wake you up and give you that time to get out. Everyone all set? Okay, so what we're going to be doing here and what we're trying to achieve to show you and give you a live demo of what could occur in anybody's home, in any apartment building, and anywhere people reside when they're using a space heater. The space heater you see here in the middle of the room that's on the floor, you see it's within about 1 foot to 2 feet away from that couch. That couch is combustible, and combustible means anything that would burn. Of course, anything flammable, even worse. This space heater right now is plugged directly into the wall. You can't see where the plug's going, but it's plugged directly into this wall. And what's going to happen is when this space heater is on, you see the blankets there as if somebody is taking a rest on the couch or maybe going to sleep for the evening. You also see the smoke detector on the ceiling that is going to be there, and you'll hear it alert as soon as that fire takes off. And of course, one of the things that I mentioned before at the podium to say a little bit more about is we call it the Edith plan. It's an escape plan to get out of your house, get out of the apartment. Another thing to get out to people. In an emergency, people are panicking. You want to make sure everybody gets out. You heard the gentleman that was in the apartment fire actually went back for his daughter and grabbed his daughter and got her out. You want to have an escape plan. You want to have a meeting place. Even if it's an apartment building, meet in the parking lot by a car, whatever it may be, to get accountability of everybody in there. So having a plan to escape is important. Practicing that plan is even more important so that you're ready to go, God forbid a fire occurs. One of the things we also talk about is flammable clothing. This is just one of these nice holiday snuggies that people wear. Again, clothing, bedding, sheets, anything like that that comes in contact with that space heater that's now too close to that couch is going to, lead to tragic results as we saw happen the other day. So with that being said, what I'm going to do is have my assistant here. The heater is already on. He's going to be placing that blanket closer to the heater and near it. That makes enough contact that it will begin to smolder, it will start to burn, and you'll see how fast this room takes off. As you can see right now, in only a few minutes, it made contact with that space heater, and it is already starting to free burn. Your smoke alarm activating, showing you still have time. You could still see into that room. You have enough time to get off that sofa, alert everybody else in the house, and start making your way out. Mind you, we're less than a minute into this fire, and you see it's already started to burn the couch, starting to make its way across the room onto the carpet, and starting to fill that room with enough smoke that it would cause and hamper you to be able to evacuate. As you can see, the smoke is starting to bank down as it takes control of that sofa. And you can see these two steel doors. Now, mind you, you don't have doors like this at home or in the apartment buildings. However, if you can imagine right now, shutting these doors alone would buy you enough time to get past that fire and safely evacuate a home or your apartment. As you see the smoke spilling out of this room as the room can no longer contain it. And finally, you see this room, the smoke banking down, not giving you a lot of leeway to be able to escape. The room is almost completely consumed at this time, but that smoke detector going off would have bought you enough time to get out of that room and evacuate safely.
Amazing to see just how fast that really began on fire. And then, of course, all of the other really furniture or other belongings in that home are all susceptible there to that fire. And that is what you are seeing right there, just showing you just how fastly a space heater could cause serious damage or death here when we're talking about misuse of it or putting too many things right nearby it. And you just saw there just how fast that fire was able to erupt there in that room for this demonstration. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take our final 2-minute break here of the hour. Stay right here with us. Some of you will be seeing this break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We're just 5 minutes away from starting a new hour right here on Live Now from Fox. Taking a look right now at the Dow here, just up about 40 points there in the green as we are continuing to follow these inflation numbers that now hit 7%, the biggest and highest growth there for inflation since 1982. And we're seeing right now still stocks at this point not phased at this moment here. So we'll keep an eye on all of that and just see how the consumer spending will be when we're seeing these prices in your even your grocery store, just how much higher things are when we're talking about meat to dairy to other products there as well. Live look right now in San Diego, where we do have Governor Gavin Newsom there. He's visiting an encampment there in San Diego County. Soon he'll be highlighting his proposal in the California blueprint to address homelessness crisis there, but there you have the governor working away right there. So we'll keep an eye on that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, everybody, I do want to go out to some of the COVID-19 task force officials talking about the very latest in the surge of this pandemic.
With an additional $10 billion to support COVID testing in schools. These historic investments have helped schools open safely. In fact, today more than 96% of K through 12 schools are open for in-person learning. That's up from just 46% a year ago. The Omicron variant is driving unprecedented demand for testing, so we need to ensure school leaders have the support they need to meet that demand. So today we're taking additional actions, including sending 5 million free rapid tests to schools each month and providing another 5 million lab-based tests each month. These 10 million additional tests available each month will allow schools to double the volume of testing they were performing in November. The President is clear: the nation's schools can and should be open, and we have given state and local leaders the resources to ensure they can be open. With that, over to Dr. Walensky. Dr. Walensky.
Thank you, Jeff. Good morning. I'd like to start by walking you through today's data. The current 7-day daily average of cases is about 751,000 cases per day, an increase of about 47% over the previous week. The 7-day average of hospital admissions is about 19,800 per day, an increase of about 33% over the prior week. And the 7-day average of daily deaths are about 1,600 per day, which is an increase of about 40% over the previous week. Over the past several weeks, we have seen the number of daily cases increase substantially. The magnitude of this increase is largely related to the Omicron variant, which now represents about 98% of the COVID-19 cases in the country. We continue to learn more about Omicron with each passing day, including the severity of disease caused by this variant. Just yesterday, a preprint study of data from Kaiser Permanente Southern California, analyzed by academic partners with CDC collaboration and funding, provided key insight into clinical outcomes among patients infected with the Omicron variant. This study used mathematical modeling to estimate risk of hospitalization and severe disease from a healthcare system that provides care to 4.7 million people in Southern California, 19% of the state's total population, and noted substantially reduced risk of severe clinical outcomes in patients who are infected with the Omicron variant compared with Delta. In the study, there were over 52,000 cases of Omicron compared with nearly 17,000 cases of Delta. Displayed on this slide are figures from this study. On these graphs, green represents infections with the Omicron variant, and purple represents infections with the Delta variant. When compared to Delta, infections with Omicron were associated with a 53% reduction in adjusted risk of symptomatic hospitalization, displayed in the first panel, a 74% reduction in adjusted risk of ICU admission, displayed in the middle panel, and a 91% reduction in adjusted risk of mortality, displayed on the third panel. No patients with Omicron required mechanical ventilation. Additionally, this study found that those infected with Omicron who were hospitalized had a shorter duration of hospital stay compared to those with Delta. The duration of hospital stays was approximately 70% shorter, with the median of stays being 1.5 days for Omicron compared to about 5 days for Delta. Looking at all hospital admissions for Omicron, 90% of patients were expected to be discharged from the hospital in 3 days or less. This study controlled for important key parameters such as age, sex, prior SARS-CoV-2 infection, prior vaccination, and comorbidities. The data in this study remain consistent with what we are seeing from Omicron in other countries, including South Africa and the UK, and provide some understanding of what we can expect over the coming weeks as cases are predicted to peak in this country. While we are seeing early evidence that Omicron is less severe than Delta and that those infected are less likely to require hospitalization, it's important to note that Omicron continues to be much more transmissible than Delta. The sudden and steep rise in cases due to Omicron is resulting in unprecedented daily case counts, sickness, absenteeism, and strains on our healthcare system. The risk of hospitalization remains low, especially among people who are up to date on their COVID vaccines. However, the staggering rise in cases, over 1 million new cases each day, has led to a high number of total hospitalizations. As we see hospitals and health systems caring for more and more patients in the midst of staffing challenges and faced with a highly transmissible virus that does not spare our healthcare workers, we must all of us do our part to protect our hospitals and our neighbors and reduce the further spread of this virus. As you've heard me say before, we know what works against COVID-19. This means getting vaccinated and getting boosted, wearing a mask in public indoor settings in areas of high transmission, and currently that's over 99% of our counties, and testing before you gather with others. Thank you. I'll now turn things back over to you, Jeff.
Thanks, Dr. Walensky. Before I turn to Dr. Fauci for an update on COVID treatments, I want to emphasize that we have more courses of effective treatments now than at any other point during the pandemic. This is the direct result of the Biden administration's focus from day one to stock our nation's medicine cabinet with a diverse set of treatments and the aggressive actions we have taken to expedite research, development, manufacturing, and procurement. Today, I want to provide some context specifically about actions the Biden administration took on Pfizer's antiviral pills. Last spring, the company and the administration agreed to work together to speed up both clinical research and manufacturing timelines. Originally, the company had projected that clinical trials would not conclude until the middle of this year, 2022. In cutting red tape and sourcing key supplies, the government and Pfizer collaborated to dramatically accelerate the clinical trial process, shaving about 7 months from the original timeline. So, instead of waiting for clinical trial results in mid-2022, we got those results late last year, and we were able to begin shipping the first pills in December, months ahead of schedule. At the President's direction, we also acted early and aggressively to secure significant supply of Pfizer's antiviral pills. The U.S. has now purchased 20 million treatment courses. Working closely with Pfizer, we're further accelerating the delivery of these pills so that we'll have the first 10 million by the end of June instead of the end of September. And we continue to work with Pfizer to help them further expand their manufacturing capacity, including through the Defense Production Act, if needed. As Dr. Fauci will discuss, these pills are meant for those at high risk of severe disease from COVID. We have a number of other treatment options that work against Omicron, and we're working to increase our supply of those treatments as well. Just this week, we completed the purchase of another 600,000 treatment courses of GlaxoSmithKline's monoclonal antibody treatment. That's all of GSK's available supply, and it means the U.S. will have more than 1 million total treatment courses through the end of March. And we're using every tool at our disposal, including the Defense Production Act, to accelerate delivery of these GSK doses as quickly as possible. Lastly, we're also in the process of ordering another 500,000 doses of AstraZeneca's preventive therapy for immunocompromised individuals. The federal government was instrumental in the research and development of this product, and our latest order will also bring us to over 1 million doses available through the end of March. Bottom line, we've acted aggressively to support and secure a diverse portfolio of COVID treatments. And as a result, our nation's medicine cabinet has never been more stocked, with 4 million effective treatments available in January alone. With that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Fauci to talk about each of these treatments and important research into future antivirals. Dr. Fauci.
Thank you very much, Jeff. What I'd like to do over the next few minutes is talk about what Jeff referred to as the Omicron Medicine Cabinet. First of all, before I get on to the therapy, I want to underscore the importance that the up-to-date COVID-19 vaccination with boosters prevents severe disease and keeps you out of the hospital, as underscored by Dr. Walensky. But I want to focus now, what happens if you do get sick? What are the therapies to prevent you to get disease progression? Next slide. I really want to refer people to the details of what I'll be saying over the next few minutes that can be easily found in the NIH COVID-19 treatment guidelines that are accessible online. Very briefly, this is the state-of-the-art guidance for clinicians for the treatment of patients with COVID-19, and it is a panel which includes representatives from 6 government agencies with 42 voting members from 10 professional medical societies, academia, and healthcare systems. We began it in March 24 of 2020. The first guideline was released on April 21st, and since then, we've had 44 updates in which there were 30 million plus page reviews. Next slide. So let's look at what we have there. There are 2 major pillars of therapeutics. One is to target the virus, and I'll get into those individual drugs in a moment. The other, which I won't speak about very much, but just to let you know that to moderate the immune response and the inflammatory response with late disease by the therapies shown on this slide, such as dexamethasone, tocilizumab, baricitinib. Let me show you how that goes when you look at the stages of disease. Next slide. As you can see, there is a spectrum from an infected person with no symptoms to an outpatient with mild symptoms, an inpatient not requiring oxygen, low flow, high flow, and then the ultimate, which you obviously like to avoid at all costs, is mechanical ventilation. One targets the virus early on with some overlap in the later stage with moderating the host response. Next slide. What we really want to do, among several other things, is to prevent people from progressing to serious disease. And you do that by treating people as outpatients, thereby reducing the visit to urgent care setting, to hospitalizations, and ultimately deaths. You reduce the duration of illness. You reduce, to some extent, infectivity and transmission. And importantly, particularly as we're dealing with this extraordinary situation with Omicron, you minimize the stress on the healthcare system. Now, the highest priority, as always, should be given to patients with the highest risk of progression. So let's take a look at that. Next slide. The prioritization of therapies first among Omicron for these patients with mild to moderate disease at high risk. The numbers on the right show what the clinical trials have shown is the relative risk of reduction for hospitalization or death. As you see at the top of the list is the drug that Jeff mentioned, Paxlovid, which received an EUA, 5 days of oral therapy, 89% reduction. Sotrovimab, a single infusion of a monoclonal antibody that works against Omicron, 85% relative risk reduction. Remdesivir is an already approved drug. It's used off-label with a 3-day infusion with a very high level of a relative risk reduction. And finally, molnupiravir, which is a 5-day oral drug with 30% diminution. Next slide. What about the prioritization of therapies for outpatients among limited resources? Now, I know this slide has a lot of words on it. You can easily access this if you want to focus on it in the treatment guidelines. First and foremost, the immunocompromised. Individuals who are unvaccinated at high risk. What do we mean by high risk? Anyone greater than 75 years of age or greater than 65 with a clinical risk factor. Next comes the unvaccinated at increased risk, namely anyone greater than 65 or anyone less than 65 with a clinical risk. And then vaccinated at high risk or vaccinated at increased risk. Again, may be difficult to remember quickly, but they're all in the treatment guidelines. Next slide. In addition, what about the pipeline? Where are we going? There are a number of phase 2 and phase 3 trials of potential COVID-19 therapies that are active or pending, and you can go to www.clinicaltrials.gov to see the status of that. There are selective agents in late-stage testing that are antibodies, antivirals, repurposed drugs, immunomodulators, and anticoagulants. Next slide. There is a program which we started early on called the Accelerated COVID-19 Therapeutics Interventions and Vaccines, referred to as ACTIVE, which many of you may be familiar with. Next slide. What does ACTIVE do? They have a number of trials, 6 in number, looking individually at immune modulators, outpatient monoclonal antibody therapies, inpatient monoclonal antibodies, antithrombotics, big effect trials looking at treatments for larger clinical trials to identify promising drugs, and Active 6, which is looking at repurposed drugs, the drugs that people want to know what the results are in a good trial, such as fluvoxamine, ivermectin, and fluticasone. Next slide. Finally, what's today's takeaway? First, to reemphasize, up-to-date vaccination is essential. You can go to vaccines.gov, you can text your zip code, you can call, but importantly, to reiterate what I was saying, the therapies and treatment guidelines are available on the website shown here. Back to you, Jeff.
Thanks, Dr. Fauci. So before we open it up to Q&A, a quick personnel update. We've named Dr. Tom Inglesby, who was previously director of Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, to lead our federal testing program. Dr. Inglesby is one of the world's leading infectious disease experts and is internationally recognized in the field of public health, preparedness, pandemic and emergent infectious disease, and prevention of and response to biological threats. Sorry, Tom. We continue to work across multiple fronts to increase Americans' access to testing, and we're all very, very grateful for his willingness, Tom's willingness, to lead these efforts. With that, let's open it up for some questions. Kevin?
Thanks, Jeff. We have time for a few questions. Let's go to Berkeley Lovelace at NBC News.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. During Dr. Walensky's opening remarks, she said there was a 40% increase.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to be taking a quick 2-minute break. That was the update there from the COVID-19 task force. When we come back, we will go out to California. Governor Gavin Newsom talking about the homeless issues they are seeing in the state. You're watching Live Now from Fox, taking that quick 2-minute break now. back here for you on Live Now from Fox, always with the big news of the day and live streaming services right here for you, all in the mix. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Thanks so much for joining us here today. We're going to go out to California right now. We have Governor Gavin Newsom talking about the homeless issues that he is seeing in his state. Let's listen to this.
By his leadership and, more importantly, his partnership. And I think really the spirit that brings me here today is that spirit of partnership, not only with Brad and his team and the partnerships that have been established in terms of the outreach, but the partnerships with cities and counties, large and small, all up and down the state of California. I say this often as governor and a former mayor, but a state vision has to be realized at the local level. A few years ago, however, the state had no vision as it relates to encampments, no vision as it relates to homelessness. In fact, 4 years ago, the state was nowhere to be found on these issues. And this is a point of not only optimism, but for consideration for those that are sick and tired of hearing from people like me at events like this, but to not see things substantively improve. I recognize that frustration. I see it every single day. These encampments in California are unacceptable. The dirty streets in the state are unacceptable. The graffiti in the state is unacceptable. We have to do more and we have to do better. But I want folks to know this. We're not continuing to do what we've done. We're doing things we've never done in the state's history. We are targeting interventions, targeting partnerships, and holding all of us to a higher level of accountability. Let me be specific. Last year we did something novel in the state, recognizing what's happened, particularly with COVID, and this policy where people started to pull back as it relates to outreach on the streets, tents and encampments. Unacceptable, out of control. So last year, we put out a budget, unprecedented in U.S. history, not California history. $14 billion over the next few years will be invested for interventions out on the streets, dealing with underlying issues, long-term but also short-term solutions. And let me just focus on those. That's what we're here about. Last year we put up $50 million, which was novel, for encampment resolution. This year, $500 million was proposed just this week in our budget, tenfold. We're not marginally increasing. We're not modestly increasing, unprecedented investments, a tenfold increase specifically to do the kind of work we're doing out here today. I don't come from this passively. I come from this very actively. This is not my first time cleaning up an encampment. Quite the contrary. We've been doing this for months and months and months. We're backing up our passion with action, with resources and plans and strategies. And I'll tell you, the reason I'm here in San Diego is because your mayor not only gets it, but he's getting things done. The reason I'm here in San Diego with your mayor is that he has the capacity to do what few mayors in California have to do, and that's navigate the halls up in Sacramento to make sure that we're following through on our commitments. And in return, all we ask of your mayor, your board of supervisors, and the great work that Nathan Fletcher continues to do for this county is we want more transparency and more accountability with the dollars we're spending. And it's interesting and important. Do you want to know what's new? Not only the state finally recognizing its role and responsibility to help cities and counties and regions address this issue, but what's also new is that the mayors themselves said, don't give us money unless we deliver results. And so last year, and this is really important for folks to understand, last year we put up $2 billion of discretionary money for cities like San Diego. But in return, we want to see the plan. And there's 6 specific transparent metrics that must be met in order to continue to get funding. And here's the exciting news as a former mayor. If you meet those goals, we will actually give you a bonus, 18% bonuses. We've never done this in the state. So not only are we meeting this moment by recognizing what everybody's recognized, that it's out of control and unacceptable what's happening on the streets all across this state, but we are starting to deliver on what we've been promoting. I don't want to overpromise, I'll close on this, in the short run, but I'm not going to understate the medium to long run. We tend to wildly overstate what we can do in a year. That's generally true in our lives, personal, professional lives. But I think in so often the case, we wildly underestimate what we're capable of doing in 5 and 10 years. So we're on a different track, new strategy, new plans, new focus, new energy in this space, and a recognition that we have to do more and do better. Taxpayers deserve it, and the people, final words, suffering in these conditions deserve it. No one wants to live like that. Disabuse yourself that people want to live in conditions like this. They don't. They may say that from time to time, but the reason this team, Brad's team, was out here for 3 weeks is they recognized the first 2 times in 2 encounters, people may be service resistant. The 17th or 18th, they may say, Brad, you got me. But here was the real issue, Brad. I've got a spouse, and we had a bad situation in that shelter you wanted to put me in. Or you know what, Brad? I got a severe issue with drug or alcohol. And you know what? I'm not ready to go clean, but that shelter you want me to go to requires me to be clean. So I'm out here. We're trying to provide more entry points, more options, more opportunity to meet people where they are because we're pragmatists, not idealists. We want to manifest those ideals, but you got to do it pragmatically. And as the mayor said, and I'll truly close on this is not easy. It's hard. So folks sitting on the couch screaming and yelling, I get it. But I invite you to help us get it done, to volunteer, to participate, to support nonprofits, to support the efforts of cleanups like this all up and down the state. We can get this done. We can make an impact. And I'm really excited about this year's budget and what we have in store over the next few years for this state and for San Diego and this region. We're going to start seeing real progress. With that, I'm happy to answer, as I told the mayor, all the questions about the state of the city tonight and what you're doing.
The mantra over the last 2 years has been housing, transitional housing. Certainly we understand the mental health aspects, but I think during COVID, the mental health aspect, nobody wants to live like this. And quite frankly, they can't help themselves because they need the kind of assistance that you're not going to get with this group.
Yep.
So specifically in the budget, about, especially in a time of COVID, but we're reaching out to these people. We're not just cleaning up. But mental health has got to be
Top of mind.
now to the point of maybe as much as the transitional housing.
In fact, that was a big part of the budget presentation yesterday. $2 billion focused on immediate and short-term solutions. To your point, we talk so often about these 5-10-year supportive housing strategies that cost $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 a key. Taxpayers are exhausted. You start doing the math on that, there's no way we'll ever afford to get out of this mess. And so specifically in the budget, we have strategies for rapid rehousing, for short-term housing, for treatment on demand, and an unprecedented $3 billion commitment to rebuild our behavioral health system. That was dismantled in the late 60s and 70s. I won't go into the details, but if you ask me, I'm happy to. And we are investing unprecedented money to rebuild that system. And I'm really excited about that, including what I announced 2 days ago, and that is a desire to reform our conservatorship laws in the state of California so we have more tools in the toolkit to help people that can't help themselves. We talked about that on Monday. We have real resources that will be stacked up behind that to provide placement for individuals, but conservatorship reform is on the way in the state.
If I may follow up.
Yep.
So the $3 billion for behavioral health, that's certainly it's part of the homeless situation, but is the $3 billion outside your homeless commitment, so to speak?
Specific.
We have to do more just across the board
Yeah.
to build up our behavioral
No,
health.
I love that, and thank you for the question because it allows me to amplify a point of distinction. That $3 billion is specifically for homelessness. We did an additional budget, and I brought this out, more transparency this year, $4 billion, $4 billion for all our children 0 to 26. Services and screening, the most significant investment in brain health for our kids in our state's history. That's in Gloria. He'll probably talk about, this is his preview tonight, maybe, some of the efforts they've done that have been state-leading efforts here in San Diego and in the county to get people tested and get people support to get through this Omicron. That's the investments we're making, starting to build them. Let me be specific, though. So you want specifics. 58,000 people we've gotten off the streets. Let me tell you how we've done that. Just in the last 12 months. We went out and we procured hotel, motel rooms all up and down the state of California. You want an immediate short-term solution? That's it. We were able to get 50,000 people into those hotel rooms immediately. Not congregate shelters, into hotel rooms. We then went out and did something permanent. It was called Room Key, $846 million. That's a specific number last year. In 5.5 months, we brought into escrow, meaning ownership, including here in San Diego because of the mayor's leadership, 6,000 permanent new hotel rooms, of which 8,000 people have been served. That's 58,000. The budget I just put out is for 55,000 new units. They include tiny homes. I'll give you a specific. 86 of them are right there on the other side of the VA in Los Angeles. We just provided those a number of weeks ago. We're providing more support for the work that Todd is doing. I'm sure and talk about it tonight for more Room Key and Home Key support. And that number, 846, is close to $6 billion. From 846 million to 6 billion. That's the multi-year investment to replicate what we did last year. So we mean business. We're stepping a whole nother level. This is your city. Why am I answering questions?
I want to amplify what the governor just said, and not to give a preview of what we're going to talk about this evening, but to that specific point. This time last year, we had roughly 1,100 shelter beds in the city of San Diego. Today, we have over 1,300. We are working every possible angle that we have to try and find more housing, more shelter bed housing as we build more permanent housing. So you take what the governor's giving us, that hotel conversion money. We did 2 properties last year. We think we can do more than that this coming year thanks to the dollars that are coming. But at the same time, it's a parallel process, right? So expand the shelter bed capacity. 1 year, 20% increase. And then as we remove bureaucratic hurdles and work with better outreach teams, we're seeing the occupancy levels, the vacancy rate come down, right? So that they're fuller. More beds that are full more of the time. That means more people on their way to permanent housing and ending this nightmare. That's how we get it done. None of it would be possible without local collaboration and statewide collaboration. And let me point out, I think you were with me at the Seahart shelter we just opened on Sports Arena Boulevard for folks who are both severely mentally ill and substance abuse addicted. This is the first time the city and the county have come together, 44 new beds right there. We intend to do more of those in 2022. So you see a collaborative effort, more shelter beds, more permanent housing. This is how we take what people are asking for of get the homeless off the streets and make it real.
Looking forward to the state of the city. Thank you all very much for being on every day.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More coverage from across the country continues next. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Later this afternoon, White House briefing will be underway. We'll be listening to that closely as Democrats getting ready for a possible end of the filibuster when it comes to them setting up and trying to get a vote on their voting rights agenda. We'll be featuring that for you a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. A look at the Dow right here. You can see up about 41 points there in the green. We'll continue to follow that here for you as well. I do want to go out to the World Health Organization. We listened to the White House give it their update on the COVID-19 surge, but I just want to get a worldly perspective as well on this pandemic. Let's listen.
Добавлю к этому и то, что в своем военном холодной войны. Но главная его задача заключалась в совершенно другом. Она заключалась в том, чтобы совместно через политический диалог обозревать горизонт безопасности.
All right, so unfortunately they did not have the translation like it was said. So we will move on from there, and if we get that translation, of course, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox as well. Showing you a live look right now at the Capitol as we continue to monitor all of the developments coming out of Capitol Hill when it's talking about a filibuster that will soon have a setup there and a vote. Possibility. It all depends on what Senator Manchin and Senator Sinema want to do on that when it comes to voting rights here in this country. We'll be keeping an eye, definitely an eye on that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Everybody, I do want to get out to just some of the full question and answer that Governor Ron DeSantis was talking about the COVID-19 surge that was happening in his state as well as across the country. Let's listen to that right now.
Surge. They said they're really overwhelmed with patients. Yes, they're not as sick as they were before, but the hospital system has more than 300 employees who are out sick or isolating because they were exposed. The state had a plan before to help hospitals. Is there still one now?
So in terms of being exposed, I mean, look, that's a decision that they're having to make. I mean, our view is make it, do not send people home who are healthy. I mean, I don't know if that's what they're doing, but I think if you talk to Surgeon General Latipo, he's really stressed symptoms-based approach to this. The fact of the matter is, I mean, Omicron is something that is so contagious that it's something that is it comes in waves, and you're seeing the places in Florida that got hit initially, have started to, I think you'll see a downturn on that very soon, but you need people there, and so we don't want to send healthy people home. So that's I think that would be our our view on it. It's interesting, there's parts of the country where they fired a lot of nurses because of they didn't do the shots or whatever, and now they're shorthanded. They're actually bringing back COVID positive nurses to work when you had some who are not COVID positive and likely have had COVID. They got fired, and so that's we provided protections. We'll see what the Supreme Court does on the CMS, but we thought that was very important to have all hands on deck so that you're not short-staffed.
Are there any resources you can provide in the meantime to assist those hospitals?
In terms of us providing nurses? Well, look, they've, I mean, I think our view was we did that at the outset because we kind of got caught, but, there's a whole, all these hospitals have the ability to be able to bring in, I mean, it's expensive because there's a huge demand for it, but that's something that a lot of them have planned for and have been able to do. We don't have necessarily people like that are on the state payroll for that. What we did initially was just have the same type of contracts that a lot of the hospital systems have now.
Governor, we've confirmed that the FDA sent you a letter extending the shelf life of 1 million COVID tests. Wondering what will be done with them. We talked to one Cape Coral Medical Center who would really use those tests.
So I think it's important on the old Abbott test, because this has been, I think, reported in ways that are inaccurate. The federal government promised all these tests, right? They said at-home tests, all this other stuff. Well, nothing was happening. And so we had a situation, there's a huge demand for testing. We also, though, in Florida said, people don't need to be running to the emergency room who are healthy to try to get a test. We really want to focus on people who are higher risk. And so we were able, it wasn't easy, we were able to procure a lot of those at-home tests, and those have, so long-term care, we focused that. So those have gone out to there. That has nothing to do with those Abbott tests. Those at-home tests, we got off the market. Again, it's not easy to get because there's a huge demand for this, but we felt that because the feds had said they were going to do it and they didn't, that we needed to come fill that void. The Abbott tests were tests from, a while ago, and they basically, the Department of Emergency Management sources upon request. At the end of the summer, they had expired. The FDA agreed to extend it for 3 months, but those 3 months were almost zero demand in Florida for testing because we had such low COVID prevalence. Then when we got into, so then the most recent expiration was December. You started to see more of a demand for tests. The Division of Emergency Management had been asking about the extension for a long time, got no answer. Finally got some answer for it, and so now those are available. So those are going to be sourced just like they would have been had they been authorized. And so different testing centers, different county health, people that want them, going to go. But those are not at-home tests. Those are older Abbott tests. They do not, you can't just send into people's home. It's literally a box with like 40 tests in it and just one little tube of the solution that you have to put in there. And so they really need to be done by, in a test center, or they need to be done at a county health department or something like that. So those are all going out. But I think the department basically was correct to not send if they may not have been accurate. And so they needed the FDA to be able to say that. It took the FDA a long time, but it takes them a long time to do everything, unfortunately. Those are not at-home tests. The at-home tests that we were able to procure are new. Look, I think there's questions about how accurate some of these instant tests are with Omicron. I don't know definitively. I can't tell you. People have raised questions about whether, what the specificity is compared to how it was previously. But nevertheless, those are out to those high-risk areas. And then the older ones, which are not at-home tests, will be sourced. Okay.
Can you guarantee that those tests that you're mentioning, the ones that the extension was put on, is there any guarantee that those are all going to be used by their expiration date in March?
It's all contingent on demand, and so if there wasn't a lot of them being gone out because people weren't asking for them before, so I can't say that there's a guarantee, but I think that you have a lot higher demand for testing right now, and so my sense is that there's going to be enough requests to at least get a lot of those out the door very, very quickly. But look, at the end of the day, they bought too many. They did have a surplus for a while, and I think that's probably better than to not. But at this point, we have a lot of promises that were made by the federal government on these tests. And look, our testing guidelines that the Surgeon General put on, I think, are very sensible. I think that's where everyone will ultimately end up. When we do these things, we'll get criticized. Oh, how can you send kids to school in summer of 2020? Now everyone says that. How could you do monoclonal antibodies? Now everyone wants monoclonal antibodies. When we came out and said with the testing, when you have something like Omicron, forcing healthy people to do it, to be able to get on a plane or anything like that, that's not the way we've really handled these viruses before, and it's not like it's not been effective in this. So we say focus on symptoms and focus on people that are high risk. I think if you do that, you're going to then be able to have very easy access. I think that's where they'll ultimately end up, because I think what they're doing now is just, it's not sustainable to be doing this. I mean, you'll have places, where people are flooding EDs that have very minor symptoms and are very low risk trying to get COVID tests across the country, and that's not, I think, the proper thing that we want to be advocating for. So that's what we focused on. So that's why we sent it to elderly folks, and we really want to make sure the elderly are able to get it. And we will look to see about these at-home tests in the meantime with the feds not coming up. But they have promised all this stuff, and then they are imposing testing mandates on different activities. The OSHA case, we'll see. The Supreme Court hasn't ruled on that stay. I think that they're going to say that it's problematic, but if they don't, they're going to be forcing a lot of businesses to be doing these tests on people that have no symptoms. They're forcing travelers to do a lot of these tests, even if they don't have symptoms. And so you wonder, is that the best use of those resources given the fact that they haven't been able to produce all the other tests that they would? I would say one thing that is another clear, I think, deficiency was not ramping up more production of treatments for COVID, and particularly monoclonal antibody treatments. We showed in Florida, it's very effective. People say, well, we're not sure how effective it is against Omicron, and it's true. There's not definitive trials saying either way. We've had anecdotal evidence. It's helped people get their symptoms resolved with Omicron. So don't you want that to be an option? What about some of the prophylactic ones that are now on the market? That should really be something that they ramp up attention to. And I know in Florida, HHS will always, when we complain about getting shortchanged, say, oh, well, you guys are using more than other states. But one of the reasons we are is because we've actually provided information and set up infrastructure to help people access this. I was just yesterday, I had a fella come up to me and thank me for monoclonal antibodies. And I was like, well, where did you go to get it? And he said, another state. I was like, well, why are you thanking me for that? He's like, because when you started doing those press conferences, I didn't know that there was a treatment for COVID. So then I got, this guy's telling me he got COVID. He starts calling around to doctors in his state. They all said there's no treatment available. He kept calling, finally found someone and said, oh yeah, you can do monoclonal. And he got it, and he was going on a bad road, and then he ended up getting better. So those are just things that, we know that needs to be part of it, especially even though, look, Omicron is much milder. I mean, I think that's really good news. If you look at the clinical profile of what we've seen with Omicron, really good news. More contagious, but definitely less disease burden. So that's great. But you still have vulnerable people who may need some of this treatment. So we think it's important to be able to do that, and ramping that up and really making that a priority would have been wise once we saw that this was something that the Sun Belt states were using, because they made it sound like that wave was like somehow because these are the wrong policies. Well, now you see huge wave in the north, and that's seasonal. And we knew that was going to happen, so they had the opportunity to prepare for it. I'm not sure that they did, but now to be able to do that and have that, we don't know what'll happen in the spring or next summer. That's a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned. And I've said we will do some of this on our own if these companies would be able to deal directly with the state of Florida. They all have exclusive deals with the feds, and I understand that, but we would like to be able to do that if we could. Yes?
Governor DeSantis, a bill was filed yesterday that would ban abortion after 15 weeks. Do you support that bill, and would you sign it?
I have not seen that particular one, but I obviously I'm supportive of 15 weeks. I mean, I think that's very reasonable, and I think that's very consistent with with being supportive of protecting life. So we'll work with them as they kind of get through that process. But I think that that'll be something that we will be able to sign, and I think a lot of people will be very happy with that. Okay, we'll see you guys.
Live now from Fox, taking a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More coverage from across the country. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Listening to some Pennsylvania officials, including the governor soon, talking about prescription prices and trying to get them lower there for seniors. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Who has been the director of the PACE and PACENet program since the very beginning, when this program was enacted into law in 1983 and launched in 1984. He's been here all 38 years, and I understand that under his leadership, there have been 1.7 million Pennsylvanians through the years that have benefited from either PACE or PACENet. Tom Sneddon.
Well, thank you all for those accolades. I appreciate it. I do want to say, though, that to get the job done, you got to have a team. You got to have the horses, and we have the team. And some of them are here with me today, and these people are really the people to make the difference in people's lives every day. And they're able to do that because this staff has tremendous empathy for people. And it's hard to call here and not get help with any problem you may have. You don't have to be enrolled in the program. You don't have to be eligible for the program. We're going to help you any way we can. And we have with us today an individual who will benefit, even though she has experienced a period of disenrollment. And this help that we're able to provide comes from what we call our PACE Clearinghouse. PACE Clearinghouse is an operation that has a dedicated team of people who use funding that is provided us by the Office of Attorney General. And these monies can be used to help people who are not eligible for PACE. And today, we have with us Ms. Janice Rossi, who was a member of the PACE program, will be again in the near future, but in the meantime, we're giving her a clearinghouse card that will enable her to take care of medications that she needs during the interim.
And I'd like to thank you. There's so many seniors up there that need help, but they're afraid to go because they don't know where to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anything else?
I'd like to thank everybody for your time. It's akin to.
Thank you.
We're happy to help, Janice.
Thank you.
We'll continue to do that. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to His Excellency, Governor Don Wolf.
Hi, thank you. Any questions?
Our fellow residents that are experiencing homelessness.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take our final break here of the hour. Stay right here with us. More coverage coming up next.
Venter. Chief Deputy Lovering will conduct a presentation and answer some questions afterwards. This remains an open and ongoing case, so there may be some questions we will be unable to answer. Chief.
Good morning. In August of 2003, unidentifiable skeletal remains were located in the area of Highway 47 and County Road 5 in Bradford Township. The remains were discovered during an excavation project by a landowner. At the time, Midwest Medical Examiner's Office, a forensic anthropologist, and a forensic odontologist examined the remains. It was believed the body was that of a Caucasian male, 20 to 28 years of age, and had been buried from 3 to 28 years. The Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension obtained a DNA profile as well as the dental records, which were entered into missing person databases. A facial reconstruction was also done. Over several years, our investigators submitted DNA samples of several people who they believed that this was possibly their family member, but we were never able to identify the remains. In 2019, I started the process of using current DNA technology to try to identify the remains. The DNA that the BCA obtained was submitted to a lab twice over 2019 and 2020, but the sample was not producing a viable sample that could be analyzed by the investigative genetic genealogy consultant, Barbara Ray Venter. She is best known for helping solve the Golden State Killer case. We also submitted to another outside lab, but were still unable to produce a viable sample. In 2021, Isanti County Sheriff's Office was directed by Venter to a lab in Texas called Othram. Othram uses a newer technology called forensic grade genome sequencing to build DNA profiles from skeletal remains. This is also the same lab that just identified the remains of missing Stillwater teen Sherry Ann Jarvis, who was found in Texas 41 years ago. In October, Othram was able to extract a viable DNA sample, and Othram built a comprehensive DNA profile, and the DNA profile was sent to the genetic genealogy consultant and Isanti County Sheriff's Office. Within 24 hours, the consultant had a match of a distant relative for the skeletal remains we had. From there, she was able to build out a family tree. In November, the Sheriff's Office received a name of who the genealogy consultant believed was the remains we had. From there, I started searching but could find no information on the name I was given. Based off the family tree, I was able to locate 2 siblings and a phone number. I called and left a voicemail that I was calling about their brother. A short time later, a family member did call me back and confirmed that their brother had been missing since 1970. They were told that the FBI had been looking for him prior to his disappearance due to some involvement with drugs. I later met with the family and obtained DNA samples from the siblings. These samples were submitted to the BCA to compare to the DNA samples originally obtained in the 2003 case from the remains. In December, the BCA sent a report that stated that the genetic results obtained from the human remains are 140 billion times more likely to occur in an individual who is a full biological sibling. The remains were those of a full biological relationship. He was positively identified as Donald Rindahl of Ramsey County. Based off the information from the family, as well as from the scene in 2003, it is believed that Donald was a victim of homicide, but his death has been classified as undetermined. From the timeline of Donald's disappearance and the crime scene, it is believed that he was buried in Isanti County in late 1970 to early 1971 at the age of 22. It is further believed that there may be still people alive today who know what happened to Donald in 1970. We are asking anyone with any information to contact us or Crime Stoppers of Minnesota. The Isanti County Sheriff's Office would like to thank all of our partners in this case who helped us identify Mr. Rindahl. The Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, Midwest Medical Examiner's Office, Othram, Firebird Forensics, and Barbara Ray Venter. Oftentimes, law enforcement is the voice for the vulnerable or victims that cannot speak. This was very true in this case. We were able to return a loved one home to the family who did not know his whereabouts for 51 years. The family has requested privacy at this time. And I'll open it up for questions.
Can you get some insight into exactly what the reaction was from those two family members?
There was a disbelief. I think, it was a random phone call that someone was calling about their brother that they hadn't seen in 51 years. So there was a lot of shock and disbelief at first. And I think once I got the DNA match, it set in a little more, but there's still a lot of unanswered questions for them. We don't know what happened. We don't know where he was, and we don't know who was involved. So I think there's still, a lot of confusion going on in their family right now.
What was it like for you? You have helped families for decades, but this case stayed with you. Talk to me about what it meant for you personally in that quick amount of time that you got that call back.
I wasn't the original investigator on this case. I helped with it back then, but I've kept it on my desk because always trying to figure out, will we ever figure out who this person is? And then I knew of newer technology that was coming out, so I was hoping it would be a match. And then when I got that phone call, it literally was an email that said, here's the name, I was in shock. I couldn't believe that we had a person of who it was. And then to call the family, I didn't even think they'd call me back because I wasn't sure. I mean, it was a random name. And when they called me back and told me he had been missing, then I was, in disbelief as well. But I was comforted to know that we knew who he was.
What led you to Barbara Ray Venters? Have you been working with her personally, or?
Her name had come up when I had worked with several of the labs before. And all of these labs seem to know each other because they've worked on cases together. And every time I brought up Barbara's name that I was working with her, everybody was very supportive that was a very good choice to be working with her.
Is that family still in Madison County area?
They're still in Minnesota, yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
You speak to what part of Ramsey County he's from and born and raised for anybody that might be, how old was he?
He was last living in New Brighton. He was last in the New Brighton area, but he had left there. He was leaving there. He had told his family he was going to California.
Has the FBI been able to provide any details on the case?
We don't have any information from the FBI. Unfortunately, it was from 1970, and any records that were there, nobody can find any records from that.
And what are your thoughts in terms of Barbara's work for future cases, whether it be on Santee or in other locations? I mean, is this kind of where everything is headed for cold cases and cases that are unsolved?
Well, between her work and the lab of Othram, I believe that's where everybody needs to be going right now. If they have cold cases and they have unidentified remains, they need to be making those phone calls. It's just so they can get closure for the families.
I covered that Stillwater case, and then it was, oh my gosh, 41 years. Now we're talking 50 plus years of these cases. Can you just speak to, again, some of your shock and disbelief of coming to this point after so long?
Right. When we were when we had first found his remains and they said 3 to 28 years, of course we were thinking in 2003, that's a long time, and how will we ever figure this out? And then you go back to 1970, and what we had back then, people weren't reported missing as adults in 1970. So there never was a missing person report filed for Donald. So there's just so much disbelief, but again, there's a lot of peace because we know that he's being brought back home to his family, and it's not complete closure for them because there's still a lot of unanswered questions that we have, but at least they know that they can have him back home, and there's some comfort with that.
When you speak of closure, where does your investigation go next? This is a lot of years that
Right.
have passed in a case that is drug-related is very generic, frankly.
Correct. And that's exactly it. Some of the people who were friends with him at the time have passed away. There's a lot of speculation and rumor that went around his disappearance that family had heard, but nothing was ever substantiated. Like I said, they were told he went to California. We don't know if he even went to California. We have no idea if that's where he went or not. So from here, we're hoping that we can get some, maybe someone will call us with some information, give us some tips that we can go on. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. We can be hopeful. I mean, we've identified him, so that's one step in the right direction right now.
We'll take 2 more questions.
The photo is a high school photo. Just
Correct.
so we can help, tell who he was. What high school did he go to?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure which one. It was in the Metro, I know that. But this was his high school photo, and then he passed away about 4 years after that photo was taken.
To Eric's point, though, is there anything from the siblings or anything you could help us sort of, who was he? Could you describe him? Did you like what did he have a job?
I don't believe he was working at the time. He was living with a roommate. And then, like I said, he was just told that he told family that he was leaving and going to California. That's all that they had been told, so.
And how old was he at that time when they said that?
That would have been in the summer of 1970.
He would have been how old?
22.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, everybody.
Yep.
We will send out a post-press conference release that will detail all that the chief has said. If there's any additional questions, my cell number remains the same, and the email, obviously, address I will be available by that. So thank you, everybody, for being here. For those that are local Isanti County media, if I could see you before you head out, I would appreciate that. Thank you again for being here.
We continue on right here on Live Now from Fox. We are getting closer to the White House briefing that will be happening later this afternoon. We'll bring that to you when it happens right here on Live Now from Fox. Also, coming up in just a bit, we'll hear from Senator Mitch McConnell on the floor talking about the Biden administration and their plans for voting rights there. We'll bring that to you pretty soon right here on Live Now from Fox.
In 2020. So take a step back for a minute. President Biden's story is that democracy is on death's door. But he spent 9 months chasing a reckless taxing and spending spree before addressing it. Must not be that much of an emergency. Citizens are meant to believe a return of Jim Crow is on the table. But this is President Biden's.
All right, unfortunately, having a little bit issues there with that feed. Looks like we're able to get it back here. Let's listen.
Health and welfare. Democrats' own behavior refutes their false hysteria. 12 months ago, the president said that politics need not be a raging fire, destroying everything in its path. That was just 12 months ago. But yesterday, he poured a giant can of gasoline on the fire. 12 months ago, the president said every disagreement doesn't have to be a cause for total war. But yesterday, he said anyone who opposes smashing the Senate and letting Democrats rewrite election law is a domestic enemy, and listen to this, a traitor like Jefferson Davis. 1 week ago, President Biden gave a January 6th lecture about not stoking political violence. 1 week ago. Yesterday, with the world's largest megaphone, he invoked the literal civil war and said we are on the doorstep of autocracy. Talked about domestic enemies. Rhetoric unbecoming of a president of the United States. In less than a year, restoring the soul of America has become this: agree with me or you're a bigot. Agree with me or you're a bigot. From lowering the temperature to invoking totalitarian states and the Civil War. So this inflammatory rhetoric was not an attempt to persuade skeptical Democrat or Republican senators. This whole display, in fact, you could not invent a better advertisement for the legislative filibuster than a president abandoning rational persuasion for pure demagoguery. You could not invent a better advertisement for the legislative filibuster than what we've just seen: a president abandoning rational persuasion for pure demagoguery. A president shouting that 52 senators and millions of Americans are racist unless he gets whatever he wants is proving exactly why the framers built the Senate, to check his power. This whole display is the best possible argument for preserving the Senate rules that extend deliberation, force bipartisan compromise, and let cooler heads prevail. Nothing proves it better than this episode. It offers a perfect case study in why Senator Biden was right about the filibuster and President Biden is wrong. One respected scholar explained it this way: the smallest majority we've ever seen in our politics is trying to change the rules for how people get elected in every single state. That's just about the best argument for the filibuster you could possibly imagine. So, Mr. President, the citizens of the greatest country in the world deserve for their elected officials to treat them like grown-ups. The adults of America deserve to hear from the adults in Washington, D.C. So I'll close with some basic truths. Obviously, our country is more divided than it should be. no doubt. In recent years, I have vocally criticized people across the political spectrum who have sought to legitimize elections when they win and delegitimize democracy when they're polling badly or when they lose. I criticized top Democrats' hysteria after 2016 when their rhetoric had 66% of Democrats across America falsely convinced that Russia had hacked our voting machines and changed the tallies. 66% of Democrats thought that after 2016. I criticized Speaker Pelosi and House Democrats who spent the run-up to 2020 hyping conspiracy theories and suggesting the election would presumptively be illegitimate if their side lost. In December 2020 and January of last year, our side of the aisle defended our constitutional process despite political pressure, and we had, of course, a literal mob. But now it is President Biden and Leader Schumer and other Washington Democrats who don't like their poll numbers, so they're reversing their tune yet again. The people who spent November 2020 through January 21 preaching sermons about the strength and the sanctity of our democracy are now undertaking to delegitimize the next election in case they lose it. We have a sitting president invoking the Civil War, shouting about totalitarianism, and labeling millions of Americans his domestic enemies. We have a Senate Democratic leader who now frequently calls American elections, quote, a rigged game. Look, this will not be repaired with more lies, more outrage, and more rule breaking. Unfortunately, President Biden has rejected the better angels of our nature. So it is the Senate's responsibility to protect the country. This institution was constructed as a firewall against exactly the kind of rage and false hysteria we saw on full display yesterday. It falls to the Senate to put America on a better track. It falls to us. So this institution cannot give in to dishonorable tactics. We cannot surrender to this recklessness. We have to stand up, stand strong, protect the Senate, and defend the country.
Senator Mitch McConnell, strong words there on the floor to President Joe Biden, saying that his speech yesterday in Atlanta was unbecoming of a president. Also talking about this divisive language that he was using there to try to, what he said, bully senators into going his way on the voting rights agenda that we will soon be hearing much more about in the coming week there, as Democrats hope to use the filibuster this time around to get their agenda in place right now. Right now, they would need 60 votes. And of course, with a 50-50 split there, that's nearly impossible. So they are looking to end that filibuster, crush it, and then have a simple majority, which they can do, as Vice President Kamala Harris has the tie-breaking vote right there. But of course, for all of that to happen, Senator Joe Manchin and Senator Sinema of Arizona needs to be on board as well. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on all of the developments there on the Senate floor, as well as in Congress here, as we continue to roll on right here on Live Now from Fox. I want to go out to Minnesota here. We had the governor talk about his state's plans when it comes to hospitals with this COVID-19 surge.
It is able to able to spread, masking when we're indoor or crowded situations make a difference. And for those, again, asking, I would use the statistics now that we've got some pretty good details around Omicron. Those that are vaccinated are 17 times less likely to end up in the hospital, and 20 times less likely to die of Omicron. To put that into perspective, it's approximately 20 to 23% more likely that you will get lung cancer if you smoke than don't smoke. It's a pretty strong correlation to here. If you're unvaccinated and get Omicron, your chance of ending up in the hospital is that much greater. So I would ask Minnesotans, it's not too late. I would note that we're going to have a pretty challenging couple of weeks here. That's why we're taking this extraordinary action. But all indications are from Great Britain, from South Africa, and some of the details that are now emerging here in the United States, that once we hit this peak, we should start to come down relatively quickly. That's why the triage situation, that's why we are in a state of emergency in our hospitals, and that's why we're taking this action to make that move. So I want you to hear from Commissioner Malcolm and then hear from some of these hospital experts to tell you exactly what they're doing, what the situation is, and what this move should do to relieve some of that pressure. Commissioner Malcolm? Boy, it's nice out.
Oh, lovely day. Well, good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining us here. About a week ago or so, maybe 2 weeks ago, we all opened up our newspapers and saw a really stunning statement from the CEOs of some of our largest healthcare systems around the state. They together made a really strong plea to Minnesotans that we are in really an unprecedented situation in terms of our hospital capacity. And they asked us all to do what we can to help take the pressure off of these hospitals for the sake of all of us, for the sake of not only the people with COVID, but every single health condition that requires hospital care is being impacted by this shortage. So the extraordinary nature both of the hospital capacity and this Omicron surge that is affecting literally, the entire country at the same time makes this different than prior surges, and it's going to feel different. The fact that this is happening everywhere sort of simultaneously just puts further pressure on capacity. It makes it more difficult to get federal help. We've been very fortunate to get federal assets here in Minnesota, but those federal teams that have been here are in demand everywhere simultaneously. So that's why we're taking the extraordinary step today that the governor just mentioned with his $40 million request for his flexible funds. And he explained that is going to help us bring in a significant number of staff from a very large staffing agency who's had really good reviews, if you will, from other states who have used them in a similar way. So we're going to be getting, don't know the precise numbers yet. We're working on that contract as we speak. But we anticipate having a very solid core of nurses and other supporting healthcare service folks, respiratory therapists, some physicians, to help augment our hospital capacity. We can get into some of the details about that later. In addition to the financial support to bring in temporary staffing, I am also taking an unusual step today. In that I am using some authority granted to the Health Commissioner under Chapter 12A.08 that allows the Commissioner to do certain things under an emergency such as this. So today I am waiving licensing fees and some of the restrictions that make it difficult for hospitals or nursing homes to add beds or flex type of beds. So waiving both the licensing fees on those beds and giving more flexibility for bringing beds online. Also allowing nursing homes to quickly expand capacity by reactivating beds that they had previously filed with us to leave those beds vacant. So again, with more staffing coming in, we also want to make it possible for physical capacity to be opened up where that makes sense. I'm also taking action to permit nursing homes to more easily move or transfer patients without the normal waiting periods that apply to discharges and transfers. As we've talked about before, our healthcare workers in acute care, long-term care, and also public health have worked absolutely tirelessly for the last 2 years. They have been there for us every day, and it's time for us to be there for them. As the governor has said and as these leaders have said, It does matter when people take advantage of the tools we have now to manage COVID and the surges and the variants that will continue to evolve most likely. Vaccination makes an enormous difference, as you heard the governor just say. Testing when people are feeling any symptoms at all is important. Staying home when you have symptoms and wearing masks indoors and in close quarters, even outside. The recommendation is very much focused on indoor masking, but that extra precaution when you're close to people just makes sense. So these are all things that we can do that really do help the hospital situation. So don't do it because a government official is asking you to do it, whether that's me or the governor. Do it because it's good for you, good for your family, good for your community. Do it to help these healthcare workers. We are going to be in some really, really constrained circumstances in these next few weeks. As the governor said, we are hopeful that it's a rapid rise and a rapid decline in terms of number of cases. But these next few weeks are going to be something that we've not seen before in Minnesota, ever, in most of our entire careers. This degree of capacity challenge in our healthcare system. So please, everybody, do what you can. We all can make such a big difference by doing those things: vaccinating, testing, masking, being just mindful of the ways that we are interacting with each other. And with that, we're going to be happy to take your questions later, but I'd like to call on the CEO of Health Partners, of which Regions Hospital behind us is a significant part. And again, just expressing my personal gratitude to our health system leaders for the collaboration that they have shown amongst each other and with us at the state. So with that, Andrea Walsh.
Thank you, Commissioner. On behalf of the Health Partners team, the doctors, nurses, and care systems and care teams working here at Regions Hospital and across our organization, I wanted today sincerely thank the Governor and Commissioner Malcolm for this very welcome show of support for Minnesota hospitals and clinics. We welcome the announcement as an important step in helping us meet the immediate and critical healthcare staffing needs that we see across the state. The need is really clear. Our care teams are committed and as dedicated as we've ever been since the start of the pandemic. But we are all human. Our team is stretched. Our care teams have taken extra shifts. They're working longer hours, going above and beyond month after month, and it isn't sustainable. We need additional staff. For instance, today at Regions alone, we have 90 RN openings. So this commitment of staffing agency support will make a material difference and help all of us across the state make sure that we've got nursing and other important healthcare staff available to tend to the needs of Minnesotans, patients who end up ill in our hospital. And the contagiousness of the Omicron variant is impacting our care teams in a really material way. The community spread is real. We're able to protect team members and our patients and keep them safe in our facilities, but out and about, the case is different, to the governor's point. In fact, today at Health Partners alone, we have over 1,000 people out sick with COVID. That's of our 26,000 people. And patients need us at the bedside, so we're having to scramble and figure things out. Across the state, hospitals are short-staffed. Our clinicians and care roles are concerningly short-staffed across the board. So like early in the pandemic, hospitals across the state, all of us, have had to delay and defer care. We've had to cancel surgeries and needed treatment. That too is not sustainable and is concerning to all of us. The pandemic continues to test our resolves. And the message I have for you today from the Health Partners team here at Regions Hospital is you can count on our team to bring our level best every single day and to never give up. And at the same time, we need each and every person in this state to do what you can to help. Please get vaccinated, get boosted, take the precautions we know make a difference, mask indoors. Once again, I would...
As officials there in Minnesota talking about their surge cases and what they are seeing on the hospital front here, everyone. When we come back here on Live Now from Fox, we'll be taking you out to Orange County, where representatives are going to be talking about some gang arrests that happened early this morning. A sweep took place, and we'll be getting the very latest there from officials coming up in just about 2 minutes. Stay right here with us. We'll have it for you on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, bringing you the top stories and headlines from across the country. Coming up in just moments in Orange County, getting an update there from major gangs that were arrested there. We'll be bringing that to you when it happens right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I want to go out to the House side right now. Looks like we will be getting, well, looks like it's going to be happening really here. So let's just stay on that one right here. Learning from officials talking about from Los Angeles and Orange County announcing federal weapons charges and several gang-related arrests today that happened in both counties there. And obviously trying to combat crime really in every city. It is a top priority for police there, but we have been seeing, crime surges happening in major cities there. So to try to clamp down on that, we're seeing these gang roundups here, and we'll be learning a little bit more from the officials that just came to the site here, where they will be talking about these gang arrests that happened in Orange County and Los Angeles counties there, part of this violent crime task force, where they try to get the lowdown in situations with these gang members and see where they're going to be at, and they always do the morning raids there, because that is when, a lot of people sleeping, and then you got to surprise these people when they do these types of raids here. So we are going to be getting the full update right here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. My name is Christy Johnson. I'm the Assistant Director of the FBI's Los Angeles Field Office. Here with me today are our partners who have been working on some significant gun violence and gun-related cases that I would like to introduce. I have the Chief of the Anaheim Police Department, George Cisneros, the DEA Assistant Director in Charge, Sarah Stefik, Los Angeles Police Department, Captain Lillian Carranza, Santa Ana Police Commander, Jose Gonzalez, Los Angeles County Sheriff Commander, Holly Francisco. Holly. And we also have Los Angeles County Sheriff's Captain Robert Jones here with us today as well. All right, so thank you for joining us this morning. We have been working closely with our law enforcement partners to address various crime problems related to gang and gun violence. Within the past 6 months, we have made significant progress in addressing this issue, focusing on illegal weapons and felons in possession of firearms charges. I'll start by providing an overview of 2 gang-related cases which culminated today, both involving weapons charges, and then provide you with some additional statistics from gun cases we have worked over the past 6 months. The first case involves members and associates of the Brownwood Gang, which operates primarily in Anaheim. Arrest warrants were served today on 10 of 16 defendants who have been charged federally. 2 additional subjects are in custody in California. 1 additional subject is in custody in Texas, and we have 3 fugitives in this investigation. Their names are Cristobal Flores, Jonathan Castaneda, Cassandra Camacho. We will be providing via email more information on those fugitives, and we are seeking help from the public in locating them shortly. We also recovered 3 handguns and 4 rifles today during today's operation. I'll back up and give you a little bit of information about this investigation. This case involved a confidential human source who purchased narcotics and firearms from several defendants. During more than 25 controlled purchases between July 2019 and August 2020, the confidential source purchased approximately 750 grams of methamphetamine and 23 firearms. The DEA seized an additional 6 firearms, to include rifles and pistols, as well as rifle scopes, AR-15 upper receivers, 1 suppressor, and 1 pipe bomb. Other individuals traveled from Texas to California to exchange guns for narcotics. An additional source of supply led to seizures of drugs, cash, and a Sig Sauer handgun. The defendants in this particular case have been charged with various violations involving narcotics and weapons. I want to highlight some of the firearms-related violations. Felon in possession of ammunition. Possession of a firearm in furtherance of a drug trafficking crime. Possession of unregistered firearms and a destructive device. Possession of firearms not identified by a serial number. Transporting unregistered firearms and a destructive device in interstate commerce. I'm going to move on to a second case. Several firearms were also seized in a second gang-related investigation which targeted members and associates of the Pico Nuevo street gang in Los Angeles County. 7 defendants were charged in this investigation federally with firearms trafficking violations. 2 of those defendants, who are believed to be members or associates of this gang, were arrested today by the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and the FBI. The remaining defendants in that investigation were previously arrested and are in custody, although we do have 2 who are still outstanding. PN13 is a name that the Pico Nuevo street gang goes by. It was operated out of Pico Rivera, California, but it has tentacles throughout North Hollywood and the San Fernando Valley. The gang is known for violent tactics, including narcotics and weapons trafficking. In this investigation, 22 weapons were seized, and some of the defendants were also charged federally with narcotics and various firearms violations, to include felon in possession of a firearm, felon in possession of ammunition, felon in possession of firearm and ammunition, possession of a firearm in furtherance of a drug trafficking crime, and possession with intent to distribute methamphetamine and fentanyl. So in addition to the gang-related information I just shared with you and the arrests that were taking place today, I wanted to highlight additional firearm seizures from a variety of cases throughout Orange County, Los Angeles County, and Riverside County. These all involve felons in possession of firearms. In the past 6 months, there have been 29 arrests, 17 state and 12 federal, which have led to the recovery of 180 guns, 73 of which were privately manufactured firearms, commonly known as ghost guns. These arrests and recoveries are based on a variety of violent crime investigations involving narcotics violations, organized crime groups, and fugitive apprehensions. So all of this takes a lot of work. We have worked with a lot of partners. None of us can do this on our own. It is truly a team effort, and I'm just going to highlight the groups and the departments that have been involved in these cases and these investigations that I've just reviewed. Anaheim Police Department, Santa Ana Police Department, Fullerton Police Department, Huntington Beach Police Department, Riverside Police Department, the FBI offices in Los Angeles, San Diego, and Dallas, the Drug Enforcement Administration, the Los Angeles Police Department, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, Orange County Violent Gang Task Force, the Los Angeles Metropolitan Task Force on Violent Gangs, and the United States Attorney's Office. So I have a message for those who traffic in illegal firearms or who possess firearms illegally. It is illegal to possess a stolen firearm, an unregistered firearm, or to be a felon in possession of a firearm. We will continue to work with our partners at all levels of government to bring federal charges wherever appropriate. As I mentioned, these are labor-intensive investigations. My hope is that the collective effort will help take guns off the street and will result in less murders, less assaults, and less crime in general in our Southern California communities. Again, I thank you for being here today. I want to first also ask for help from the public. If you know of anybody who is trafficking in illegal firearms or who are felons in possession, I want you to reach out to us. You can reach our office at 310-477-6565 or at tips.fbi.gov. Thank you very much. I would now like to turn it over to the Chief of the Anaheim Police Department, George Cisneros.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today. My name is George Cisneros. I'm the Chief of Police for the Anaheim Police Department. I would like to thank our partners and fellow members of the Orange County Violent Gang Task Force for their teamwork and collaboration demonstrated over the course of this investigation. Over 2.5 years ago, we identified a local street gang as an emerging threat to the residents and businesses of Anaheim and Orange County. I'd like to add a very special thank you to the detectives, agents, sergeants, supervisors, and analysts of the task force who put in the work to make today's operation successful. Through the commitment of resources by the Anaheim, Fullerton, Santa Ana, Huntington Beach, and Riverside Police Department, as well as our federal partners, the FBI and DEA, we were able to fulfill our collective commitment to keeping our communities in Orange County safe. Today's case is another example of the immense value and importance of federal and local law enforcement partnerships. These collectives amplify our individual organization strengths and capacity to investigate, proactively impact, and prosecute crime. Today's message is simple. We will not tolerate lawless criminal behavior in our communities. We will pursue criminal using the tools and resources available and seek prosecution to the fullest possible extent. Thank you very much.
I'd like to now introduce the Assistant Special Agent in charge of the Drug Enforcement Agency. That is Sarah Stefik.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you all for being here today. DEA's commitment to the safety and health of the communities to which we serve is paramount, and we can't do this alone. The law and partnerships that you see here today with our local and federal partners are critical and exemplifies the success of dismantling violent criminal gang networks that prey upon and wreak havoc in our communities. The law enforcement, our goal at the community level is to target these criminal drug trafficking organizations, especially the ones that perpetuate crimes utilizing and involving firearms. In our community, a large portion of the drug distribution that takes place is conducted by street gangs. And oftentimes these street gangs, members are exchanging drugs for guns. In essence, they're buying the guns with the drugs or vice versa. Drug trafficking and violent crime are inextricably linked. The criminal organizations, from the cartels to the local street gangs, employ violence to further their illicit businesses and control territories. Drug trafficking is not a victimless crime. These violent street gangs exhibit measurable, devastating impact on our communities, to include murder, shootings, assaults, robberies, and overdoses. They are highly motivated by greed and use their profits from drug trafficking and street dealings to line their pockets at the expense of our community members who ultimately suffer as the victims of these violent crimes or addiction. DEA will remain steadfast in its mission and in its partnerships to protect our community, enforcing U.S. drug laws and bringing justice to drug trafficking networks that commit crimes and threaten our public safety by distributing illicit and addictive drugs. I believe the community to which we serve is safer and healthier with the arrest of these suspects that operated in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to our partners who are here today. Please, we're open for any questions that you may have.
What are we talking about on penalties to these people? This is not let them loose George up there in LA County. This is something else.
Yeah, so it'll range. Some of them will be facing at least a mandatory minimum of 5 years, and we are, in the federal system, individuals do at least 85% of their sentence. That is what we're looking at
Is
for.
there a possibility for any of these groups to be hit with RICO charges as well, since obviously they're operating as a coordinating group and they're engaged in activity and continuance of their operation?
So specific to these investigations, I can't comment, but we certainly do look at that in our gang investigations to make sure that we have the all the power that a RICO charge brings.
180 guns seized. Predominantly, what are we talking about? Handguns? Are we talking about shoulder weapons?
It's a combination. 37 of those are privately manufactured firearms, otherwise known as ghost guns. So 37 of that 199, actually the number went up to 199. And then the rest is a combination of rifles and pistols.
Is this a question of still going on, is trying to find the people who are actually manufacturing these weapons, not just selling them, for drugs and back and forth?
These investigations have been focused on the trafficking and the illegal possession. These investigations we're talking about today have not focused on what you're describing.
Why not?
And that's certainly an area that we are pursuing, just not in these investigations.
Well, are you turning this now over to ATF to the point of looking at these guys and squeezing them, saying, tell me who's doing this stuff? Because you've got to go to the manufacturers to get rid of this stuff.
So in all of our investigations, we of course look to as much information and intelligence as we can possibly gather, and that would include where the source or the manufacturing of any of these firearms.
We believe that these are being manufactured here in this country or across the border in Mexico.
For this investigation, I can't answer that.
Can you give the total number again of the guns? It sounds like you said the 199 and the time frame.
That's right, 199 in the last 6 months. So 199 have been seized with all of our partners together in the task forces that I described. And then today we had the additional 7, the 3 handguns and 4 rifles.
So more than 200.
Correct. And 37 of those thus far have been identified as the privately manufactured.
Any indication these people have had multiple arrests, multiple felonies, or backgrounds?
They do have criminal histories, yes, which would lead to the felon in possession charges. So already being a felon would result in felon in possession charges.
You mentioned 5 years roughly, but if a person has a record of 3 or 4 or 5 felony arrests, prison terms, is there a possibility of getting enhancements beyond mere possession of a firearm or trafficking?
There sure can be enhancements, yes, sir. Mm-hmm. As there would be in any investigation. I can't comment on that. For this particular case, we'd have to have the U.S. Attorney's Office here to discuss a little bit further. But yes, we would, of course, seek to add into each individual case as many factors as are relevant to the sentencing.
Is this anything that the Congress needs to look at in the way of enhancements of certain drugs, drug laws, and gun violation laws? Because we're seeing more and more of this. That is not buying guns for cash, but trading narcotics for guns.
So
We need to
Unfortunately, I cannot comment on legislation per se in my position, but thank you for that question.
Any other questions? I got one elementary sounding question to your ears. 199 in the last 6 months. Would this be considered a huge seizure or just a drop in the well? Because, obviously the gun violence is on the rise. Is this pretty significant, or we can applaud, or is there a lot more work to be done?
So there's a lot. We need to applaud this. This is our effort right now. This is our goal at stepping up to the call of action by the Department of Justice to increase our involvement in violent crime strategies to decrease violent crime in the communities that we serve. So at this point, we are looking to do much more of this. We wanted to put multiple cases together to have an illustration of the work that's been done in 6 months. So there's definitely more work to do. Luckily, with the partners that we have here, the task forces, the United States Attorney's Office, we have the robust mechanism to really do our best. We also need the community's help. We need the help of the community to identify where this is happening. We need the violence to decrease. We need people to stop harming one another, and the drug trafficking and the weapons trafficking to really be impacted, and that's our goal.
We're listening there to that task force that was able to get some guns off the streets, as well as those gang members behind bars right now. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break, our last one of the hour, and then we will get you back out to the Senate floor, where we do have more senators debating ending the filibuster. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Filibuster.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We do have Senator Chris Murphy on the floor right now, a Democrat from Connecticut, talking about changing the filibuster rules for voting rights. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Let's listen to this.
Nothing actually changes. And we should have a better answer than just Senate tradition. Mr. President, I'd like the following remarks to be reflected in the record as distinct from the prior speech.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, President Biden's decision to remove our remaining troops from Afghanistan was the right one.
All right, so Senator Chris Murphy now talking about other issues there. So what we will do is leave the Senate floor there, but I do want to bring in right now the House Democrats. They are talking about the voting rights bill and ending that filibuster for the Senate side. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
legislators, lawyers, we stand here fighting for the people. And so today, I'm going to bring several members up, and we're going to do something a little different. We're going to do the floor house 1 minute for you, with the exception of our leader and majority whip, Clyburn. And then I'm going to ask my members to join me. Birthday lady, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, will join me at the podium. Former chair of the CBC, and good to have our good friend Ifume back, will join us to help address questions. With that, Congressman James Clyburn.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to surprise you with this. I don't think there is any issue more emotional with members of the Congressional Black Caucus and our constituents than the issue of voting. I don't believe there's any group of people other than the Congressional Black Caucus and our constituents that are really practical when it comes to the political process. No group is any more practical than we are. And that is why when we sent the For the People Act, H.R. 1, and the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Act, H.R. 4, over to the Senate, and we saw significant reticence on the part of various senators when Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia expressed support for the People Act, except that he had some misgivings about parts of it. So when he decided that he could put together legislation that he thought would be bipartisan, and he proposed what he called the Freedom to Vote Act, every member of this caucus lined up in support of it, demonstrating the practicality of the political process. So the Freedom to Vote Act is not our bill. We agreed to support Senator Joe Manchin's bill. So that's what this bill is. And we're finding some real issues trying to figure out why is it that when we decided to support his bill, he seems to be supporting a filibuster of his own bill. That to us is very disconcerting. Finally, I think that all of us in the Congressional Black Caucus are very understanding of our history. The 13th Amendment freed the slaves. The 14th Amendment gave us rights of due process and equal access. But it was the 15th Amendment. It took another amendment to the Constitution to give the newly freed slaves a right to vote. That amendment passed on a straight party line vote.
Yes. Yes.
So we take exception, grave exception, when anybody tells us that legislation cannot have credibility unless it is bipartisan. You're saying to us that the 15th Amendment is without credibility. So we're asking all of our friends, inside and outside the Congress, to be careful with that. That's not what history teaches us. And I'm pleased to yield to Chairman Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Whip. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your leadership, to all the members of the Congressional Black Caucus, the right to vote is precious. The right to vote is sacred. The right to vote is central to the very integrity of our democracy. You can't have a government of the people, by the people, and for the people unless every single American has the unfettered ability to choose their representatives and fully participate in American democracy. The voter suppression epidemic that has been unleashed by the radical right is unacceptable, unreasonable, unfathomable, unconscionable, and un-American. We must crush it, and we will crush it. That is why it's essential, it's important, it's necessary, with the fierce urgency of now, to pass the Joe Manchin Freedom to Vote Act and the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. By any means necessary, including reforming a filibuster rule that is dripping in racist history in defense of slavery and Jim Crow. On this issue, make no mistake, when it comes to the protection of the voting rights of every single American, we shall overcome.
Last week, we marked 1 year since insurrectionists stormed the U.S. Capitol to overturn a Democratic election. In the weeks before the attack, some Republicans made despicable, false claims against voters in my state of Nevada. But they failed. Their insurrection failed. And in the years since, Nevada has made protecting voting rights our sacred mission. Today, the Congressional Black Caucus is here to use our power and our message to call on our Senate colleagues to protect the freedom to vote. Seize this moment. Pass the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. Pass the Joe Manchin Freedom to Vote Act. Guarantee safe, secure, and free elections for all Americans. The world is watching us, and now is the time to stand up for our democracy.
Hi, I'm Congresswoman Terry Sewell, and I proudly represent Alabama's 7th Congressional District, which includes the historic civil rights cities of Birmingham, Selma, and Montgomery. It was in my hometown of Selma 56 years ago where John Lewis and the foot soldiers shed blood on a bridge for the equal right of all Americans to vote. But as we know, old battles have become new again as state legislatures across this country erect deliberate barriers to the ballot box, trying to silence a certain group of people. These new laws may not require us to count how many jelly beans are in a jar, but modern-day voter suppression is no less pernicious. Yesterday, I was honored to join President Biden and Vice President Harris and our Madam Leader of the Congressional Black Caucus, Joyce Beatty, as the President spoke of an urgent need to protect the sacred right to vote. I applaud the President for being unequivocal in his statement that by any means necessary, we must change the rules in the Senate and pass the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Act. Our nation is at an inflection point. Voting right legislation will go to the Senate floor, and it must pass. You know, we're on the anniversary, the cusp of the Martin Luther King celebration day, Monday. But there can be no celebration without liberation, without freedom, without the right to vote. As we prepare to observe the birthday of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, let us remember that justice delayed can be justice denied. The time to act is now. Nothing is more fundamental to our democracy than the sacred right to vote. The time to talk is over. It's now time to act.
My name is Colin Allred. Represent Texas's 32nd District. I'm proud to be here with my colleagues in the Congressional Black Caucus, but I'm also a former voting rights lawyer. I can tell you, we knew when we'd go into court, there'd be some judges that we weren't going to get a good ruling from. We knew that the courts might not be on our side, but we always had the law. We had the Voting Rights Act. We don't have that protection right now. And we know that it's not going to be the courts that are going to protect our rights right now. It's going to have to be us in the Congress. And so the Congressional Black Caucus is coming together today to say to the United States Senate that there is nothing more important. After our Capitol was attacked by people trying to overthrow our democracy, after a rash of laws have passed across this country to try and make it harder for certain Americans to vote, in the state of Texas, where it was already the hardest state in the country to vote, they just went and made it harder. That now is the time to act. That believe us when we tell you. I've spoken to voters who've been disenfranchised. I can see the light go out of their eyes, the belief in our democracy leave them. We have to restore our democracy, and this is the time. We cannot let a Senate rule that is based and was used almost exclusively to prevent civil rights, prevent us from rising to this moment. I know all of us in the Congressional Black Caucus will do everything we can, but we're calling on the United States Senate, and we're calling on a few senators in particular to rise to this moment. Pass your own bill, Senator Manchin. Pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. Give us the tools to rescue our democracy, and let the chips fall where they may in the next elections. Thank you.
I'm Val Demings, representing Florida's 10th Congressional District. We are the home of the brave, land of the free, the greatest nation in the world. But we are here today to hold America to its promise. I stand today remembering my parents. My father was a janitor and my mother a maid. My dad used to go to work 7 days a week to make ends meet for our family, but I cannot remember a time that my parents did not cast their vote. They saw it as their civic duty. My parents understood that their vote, while they didn't have a lot of money, their name was on no buildings, their name wasn't famous, people didn't rise when they walked into the room, that their vote mattered. And it mattered just as much as the richest man or woman in town. We can talk about health care, we can talk about civil rights, we can talk about women's rights, we can talk about Social Security, Medicare, education. But all of it is at risk. All of it. Everything that you care about, regardless of your party, and everything that we care about is at risk if we do not protect the right to vote. We're not going anywhere. We're dang on sure not going back. We will use every tool within our power to protect the precious, sacred right to vote.
Good afternoon. I'm Joe Neguse, representing the great state of Colorado. And as Representative Sewell reminds us, in just a few days, tens of millions of Americans will commemorate Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday. And of all of the insightful things that Martin Luther King imparted us with here in his time as Earth, there's one quote that's always resonated with me, and I suspect some of my colleagues, which is that the time is always right to do what is right. The time to safeguard voting rights, to protect voting rights, and to advance voting rights is now. Not next year, not next month, not next week, here and now. And in the face of over 400 laws that have been introduced in the last year to restrict voting rights in Florida and in Texas, in Iowa and in Georgia, all across the country, we know the stakes couldn't be higher. So to our colleagues in the Senate, we simply say that the eyes of the world are on you. The world is watching. The country is watching. And the Congressional Black Caucus is watching. We hope you will do the right thing.
Good afternoon. I'm Mondaire Jones, representing New York's 17th Congressional District. Our democracy is in crisis. The insurrection at the Capitol on January 6th of 2021 told us so. And now the same party that incited that violent attempted overthrow of the federal government because of the deep unpopularity of its policies is seeking to disenfranchise large swaths of the American electorate, chief among them black and brown voters. There is a way to stop that from happening. We must pass Joe Manchin's Freedom to Vote Act and the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. We are faced with an existential question about whether we will have representative government for we, the people, moving into this upcoming year. And the answer can be yes, but only if we use the limited time we have available to us, only if we use the power that the American people have given to us to secure the fundamental right to vote. We know that voting rights are preservative of all other rights, and nothing comes close to being as important, certainly not a filibuster of accidental origin that has been weaponized to block the same kinds of civil rights legislation that we are simply trying to enact into law today. This is legislation that was previously non-controversial in the early 2000s. I remember marching with the NAACP in Washington, D.C. as a young activist to reauthorize the original Voting Rights Act, which was done unanimously in the Senate. When does that ever happen? And nearly unanimously in this chamber. And so we have got to do the right thing, and we have got to prevail upon, with the help of the President of the United States, who has endorsed filibuster reform, Senators Manchin and Sinema, to rise to this occasion and to make an exception for the purpose of saving our ailing democracy. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester. I represent the state of Delaware. I'm the last of the 1 minutes. And it's really hard. It is unbelievable that we are standing here. Today, the Congressional Black Caucus is here to say the time is now. I was fortunate yesterday to travel with the Georgia delegation, so many members of the Congressional Black Caucus, Terry Sewell, and our chairwoman, Joyce Beatty, who has exhibited incredible leadership and has shown the country that the CBC, all of us, will stand up and fight, even go to jail for voting rights. I was honored to hear our president and our vice president, the first woman, the first African American and Asian American, speak about the urgency of now, but as unequivocally talk about January, how they did with January 6th, talk about how high the stakes are. And I think everybody here pretty much summed it up. It is about access, people having access to the ballot, which Martin Luther King talked about. Give us the ballot. It's about suppression and trying to stop people from getting water on a voting line when they're just trying to exercise that right. And it's about subversion, stealing elections. We are the conscience of the Congress, the Congressional Black Caucus. And many of you have seen, I carried this scarf on day one. I carried it the day of the insurrection. I carried it to Atlanta. It is from Georgia. It was the oath that allowed my ancestor to have the right to vote. It took brave people to stand up and vote to end slavery. The reality is, had there not been courage before, we would not be standing here. And so today, we say to the members of the Senate to pass the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, to pass the Freedom to Vote Act, to know that this is not just about a policy, this is about our entire democracy, our way of life. I'm proud to be a member of the Congressional Black Caucus, and I'm proud to say this is our power and this is our message to the Senate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all of my colleagues. We will take a few questions, but let me just say thank you to my colleagues. It's always the right time to do what's right. The fierce urgency of now. And one last one from Martin Luther King. Doesn't matter where you stand in the time of comfort and convenience, but it is the actions that you take during a time of challenges and controversy. It is the time now, Senate, to take that action. Elected officials, don't hide. Don't not support voting rights and then dare to celebrate King's birthday. Stand with us. We'll take questions as I ask Sheila Jackson Lee and Kwesi Fume to join me at the podium. Are there any questions? And we'll ask you to monitor the questions for a timing.
Madam Chair, thank you. Just as a caucus as a whole, what are you doing? Have you had any direct conversations with Senators Manchin or Sinema? Are you doing anything as a caucus to put additional pressure on them? And then secondly, obviously President Biden will be here tomorrow. Do you think that can change hearts and minds beyond his speech earlier this week? And if these bills fail again, what is the plan B?
Well, first of all, let me say yes, yes, and yes. Yes, that on behalf of the Congressional Black Caucus, and you heard our majority whip say he has met with Manchin and talked with those senators. I have met with Sinema, a colleague of mine, when I came in as a freshman to Congress and a friend. So we've had a number of conversations. I've had a conversation with Senator Manchin, too many to count with Senator Schumer. And let me just say, the Congressional Black Caucus brought Senator Schumer into our official caucus meeting where we've had a dialogue. He was most gracious yesterday in taking time from his meetings to talk with me multiple times. So we are conversing. They know where we stand, and we've seen progress. You know, we brought him into the caucus and we started talking about it had to happen now, before the King's breakfast. We wanted to see actions. Within 48 hours, he was talking to the media using by January the 17th or the King's birthday. And I take great pleasure in saying that happens because of us. We've not been silent. So to your questions, we've met with the president, the vice president, as Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester said, we flew out on the plane with them. And I assure you, going and coming back, one conversation, voting rights, being more engaged, and taking the debate, making the debate, and taking the vote. I'll go here.
Thank you.
And then I'll go there.
Who's back there?
No, I'll go to you, and then I'll go back.
Thank you. Do you wish then the Senate, you mentioned your conversation with Senator Schumer, do you wish the Senate moved sooner on this? Like, they spent a lot of time on the Build Back Better agenda. Was this something that should have been taken up last fall when this first got started with the John Lewis voting rights bill was first introduced and stuff?
Well, clearly, we want voting rights. We can't look back to what didn't happen before. Certainly, when you work hard, the House has done their job. We voted on it. We passed it in the House. We would have liked that continuum to have taken place. It didn't, so here we are now wanting the voting rights. Do you want to add anything to that, Sheila?
I know my colleague will as well. Let me just combine the two questions that have been asked. And I think you need to take a clear look at us. We love our fellow members, but you're looking at black faces. You're looking at faces that are the direct target of the lack of voting protection. I stand here, I believe, as the first member who lost her district in redistricting that was pointedly attempting to eliminate 2 black members who happen to be members of the Congressional Black Caucus. I am not imagining, I am speaking. So here's what I think in terms of both your questions. There is no doubt that we have lived and breathed and constantly been involved in discussing from the very minute that Terry Sewell introduced this bill and before. I was here for the reauthorization and back in the 2000s, helped write it, and it was everybody together. You have to ask the question, why when the size of the numbers of votes in 2020 were so large and so full of color that you had the big lie and the insurrection. And so I don't want this to be looking this way at the Congressional Black Caucus, or do we wish that they had done it earlier? There are 2 obstacles. Members in the Senate who are willing publicly to say that they're opposed, that happen to be Democrats, and then the new Dixiecrats, the Republicans, who have race as a blinder that they can't see. So I simply want you to say, and I think the answer is, we are here now today. Let us have the courage of our convictions today. I sent this 5-page letter to Senator Manchin. I've given him enough time to respond. I will make it public now. And it only suggests if he could have the courage of West Virginia that succeeded from Virginia because they did not want to support slavery. So I just simply end by, we have done everything we could. We are very grateful to the President and Vice President, grateful to Majority Leader Schumer and to our chair. But I want it to be looked out. The question needs to be asked of those who are stopping the vote in the Senate, can you understand Dr. King's words that I will close with? And he said, we shall overcome. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice.
Thank you.
If we get that done, if he thinks that way, if he's courageous, all of this will be for naught to get rid of the filibuster.
Thanks. We'll go there, there, and there, and then we'll probably have to close out for votes. Okay?
There's been some new reporting about potentially using a NASA bill as a shell to move it back to the Senate, the Freedom to Vote Act, to speed it up, avoid some sort of procedural hurdles. But inevitably, it still seems like it's heading towards a filibuster in the Senate. Do you have any reaction to some of this new legislative maneuvering as a procedure? Is it sufficient, do you think?
I don't know that it's new. Certainly, if you look back to history, we have done all kinds of things. We do what we want to do. Certainly, there has always been an opportunity in our process that you can bring a process to procedure vote to the floor. You can also have a bill in the House and put a bill in it and send it back then to the Senate, which you're making reference to the NASA bill. We've done that throughout our history. For us, we're very clear. We want to vote and we want to send it to the president now. So however it can happen, I think Mr. Clyburn set the history out well when we're not going to hold ourselves to whether it's bipartisan or the process. I don't want to be flippant. I want a bill. I want it passed. It is the Senate's process for however they get it done. We want it signed by the president. Next.
What do you say to your constituents and voting rights advocates who are growing concerned if either bill isn't passed as we approach the 2022 midterm elections?
I feel sorry for those on the other side who didn't support this. You know, we're very clear. Our constituents understand where we are. Our constituents understand at all levels. They understand victory. They saw a black president elected because they voted and they stood in line for 5 to 7 hours to vote. You have heard the president himself say, thank you, Majority Whip Clyburn. Thank you, South Carolina. Thank you, black people, for voting overwhelmingly to elect him. That then got us our first female, black, Asian American vice president. Our people know that. Our people understand that. Who should be afraid are those who won't stand up for voting rights. So we're sending a clarion call, and you can print this. Shame on you for not doing it. Black folks will vote no matter what. So it's not what's going to happen to us. It's what's going to happen to them. Okay, and then.
If the filibuster is removed and both of these bills do end up able to pass, would you be concerned then without a filibuster if a future Republican Congress could come in and potentially implement voting laws like the ones in Georgia and Iowa that were referenced earlier in this press conference, except this time they could be on a national level and there would be no filibuster to stop it?
Well, let me just say, if you're expecting me to count on what my racist colleagues and folks on the other side have been doing, it doesn't matter whether there's a filibuster or not. They're going to do what they're going to do. Look at January the 6th and what happened. Look at some of the laws that they're putting in place. So for us, it's the urgency of now. For us, it's getting the voting rights law passed, signed by the president, and I'll worry about 2 years when I get to 2 years. Kwesi, would you want to say anything to close us out?
Kwesi Mfume of Maryland. I want to thank our chair, our caucus leader, our whip, all the members of this distinguished caucus that are with me and around me, to just underscore and perhaps put in historical context why this means so much to all of us. 34 years ago, in this building, a young John Lewis stood with me as we went to a press conference, unknowing what we were going to deal with. And one of the questions that came up was, well, what is the priority of the Congressional Black Caucus? And John and I, because we had a way of just linking arms, stood at the podium and almost in unison said, it is the right to vote and to have every vote counted and the protection of those rights. He never wavered, never, ever wavered. And so when there was an opportunity for me to leave the Congress and to give up what a lot of people think are the trappings of power, John and his late wife Lillian and I sat down together and said, you know, you really are going to have to accept this offer from the NAACP. You're going to have to leave the Congress and you're going to have to go out into the hinterland and do on the outside what both of us and so many others have been trying to do on the inside. And so I left to head up the NAACP for almost 10 years and to work in every state in this nation on the notion of a very basic concept that he held up to his death that was near and dear to his life, the right of people to cast an unfettered ballot with every expectation that that would be counted. And so it was irony for me to come back after being away for 24 years and to see John in the state he was in when I got back. And he called and he said, well, my friend, you've come back in from the cold. But the fight, that fight that we talked about in 1987 is still very much alive. So when the chairwoman talks about the visceral meaning of this to all of us, or the gentlewoman from Delaware or anyone else, it is not contrived. It is what we believe. It is what we feel. It is in our DNA. It is what we are compassionately committed to, no matter what. Trust me, John Lewis is in this room now. His spirit, 34 years later, still resonates in this building. And the tragedy is that we are now fighting the same fight that many of us thought was behind us. The Senate of the United States will be forced, and I hate to even say that, but they're being forced to take a vote on this. It's convenient if the vote never comes up, but it will come up. And everyone will be judged by history on how they stood, on how they acted, on how they voted when the rights of Americans all across this country to vote and to have those votes counted would in fact come before them. I urge everyone in the Senate to think about the things that have preceded you and all of us, to think about this nation, to think about the history of segregation and Jim Crow, the history of exclusion, so that when you cast that vote in the Senate, you are casting it to do away with those things, not to reaffirm them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Our power, our message. This ends our press conference. Thank you. Thank you all for coming, to all the members. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you, dear.
The Congressional Black Caucus speaking out right there in a press conference. Man, it has been all voting rights, voting reform over the past couple of days, and especially over today as well. A look from Capitol Hill right there, as that's the majority of our focus and will continue to be through the rest of the hour here. I'm Daytona Everett, going to be taking you through the next couple hours here of top stories and breaking news from across the country. Just want to alert you to a couple of different things that we are keeping our eyes on. This is the State Department briefing. Spokesman Ned Price holding his daily press conference, and we'll be playing that out for you through the rest of the night here. And then also look from inside of the rotunda as everyone is honoring the life and legacy of longtime Majority Leader Harry Reid, and we showed you all of the events that took place this past weekend out in Las Vegas, as he was remembered by so many prominent lawmakers, the president himself, alongside the vice president, as well as former President Barack Obama, sharing a eulogy for the time that Reid spent inside of this building at Capitol Hill there. So we'll pop in and out of that shot, but we are going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to be going into some of the latest on these voting rights reform acts that have been presented. We're going to talk about it a ton today, so might as well break down what these encompass, what's inside of this legislation, and what does it mean to kill the filibuster? Why is everyone trying to go ahead and move that forward so that legislation can be passed through? Fox 13 in Tampa is going to break it all down for us after this commercial break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A look from our Phoenix, Arizona studio. 12:30 here in Phoenix, 2:30 out on the East Coast. I'm Daytona Everett. President Biden is pushing changes to voting rights laws, and he actually is trying to make some changes to the Senate filibuster rule in order to do that, too. Fox 13 in Tampa breaking it all down.
Well, President Biden just made his case for changing voting laws and for suspending the Senate filibuster rule to get that bill that would do that to a vote. Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick joining us now again to explain, Craig, the proposal and the challenges it will face in getting passed.
Oh, sure, Chris. This is a very, very steep challenge for President Biden, and he's caught in the same kind of squeeze that he was over the Build Back Better plan, in the same sense that even within his own party, there are moderates who say that the president is trying to do too much or more than they are comfortable with by trying to suspend or temporarily suspend the filibuster rule in order to get it to a vote. At the same time, you have progressives within the Democratic conference who are saying that the president is not pushing for enough and they want much more than what he's proposing. And for that reason, a number of advocates, progressive groups, actually did not show up for the president's remarks in Atlanta for that reason. But let's start with exactly what the president is calling for.
Last year alone, 19 states not proposed, but enacted 34 laws attacking voting rights. And now, Republican legislators in several states have already announced plans to escalate the onslaught this year. Jim Crow 2.0 is about two insidious things: voter suppression and election subversion.
The Voting Rights Act of 1965 banned racial discrimination in voting. And among other things, states that had a history of discrimination had to get approval from the feds before making any changes to their voting laws to ensure those changes don't discriminate. But in 2013, the Supreme Court ruled that unfairly punished states based on what happened in their past, and with that weakened that federal oversight. Well, President Biden now wants to restore that oversight with a different formula that he expects to hold up in court. But only one Senate Republican, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, supports this. The other Republicans say it gives the federal government too much power over the states. And that means mathematically they have more than enough votes to defeat this through a filibuster. That rule requires 60 votes instead of a simple majority to advance most legislation to a floor vote. They've made exceptions for spending bills and judicial confirmations. And now President Biden and leading Democrats want to make a one-time exception to restore that federal anti-discrimination oversight when states change their voting laws.
When we were in power, 34 Democrats expressed opposition to doing away with a legislative filibuster. So what has changed? They're in power now.
Yes, each party tends to change their position on the filibuster based on when each party is in power at any given time. And that's because both parties use the filibuster to their advantage. Now that Republicans are using it to hold up Democrats' priorities, Democrats now want to suspend it. And when Democrats used it to hold up Republican priorities, Republicans wanted to suspend it.
We have to get rid of what's called the filibuster rule.
Well, those efforts to suspend the filibuster from both parties have mostly failed through the years because of holdouts from the party in power who want to keep the filibuster. And this time, Arizona Democrat Kyrsten Sinema and West Virginia Democrat Joe Manchin are two of the key holdouts.
The filibuster is what makes the Senate hopefully work when it's supposed to work.
So Manchin hasn't ruled it out, but publicly he keeps reiterating his strong support of maintaining the filibuster, which is one reason why this is a very heavy lift. Another, you have Sinema and Manchin drawing so much attention, but they're not the only ones. Democrat Mark Kelly of Arizona also says he is undecided on whether or not to suspend the filibuster rule. John Tester has raised some concerns about this as well, as have some other Democrats. So they have a lot to work through here. So just the possibility of getting beyond a filibuster and suspending it may be a very steep challenge for President Biden, and then trying to pass it, and specifically what does pass, that's another question altogether that one way or the other will likely be answered within the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, sounds like it. Craig, what other changes are progressives trying to make to our voting and election laws?
Progressives want to change a number of things. For example, there's something called the Freedom to Vote Act, which would also make Election Day a federal holiday. It would mandate mail-in voting across the nation, automatic voter registration, a number of other protections against gerrymandering, many things that Florida already has, but other states do not. Biden is supportive of that and gave indication he may be amenable to having the filibuster suspended for twin bills going through, not just the plan to update the Voting Rights Act and what he said just a short time ago. That is part of the progressive push for more than what is currently in the Voting Rights Act update. There's also a plan to address the Electoral Count Act, to update it in such a way that a future vice president couldn't overrule or refuse to count votes, as Pence did not do that last year, but it did come up as a possible issue, so something that could be addressed, and that actually has bipartisan support.
Okay, but the other stuff, very controversial, would come down to a split Senate, and that's why they're looking at suspending or trying to suspend this filibuster rule to possibly get all of this stuff up for a vote. All right, Craig Patrick.
Yeah, not impossible, but very hard to do.
Very hard to do. Thanks, Craig.
Okay, so really great breakdown from Fox 13 in Tampa right there, practically showing what this voting rights legislation is going to do, what it's going to change for voters who, like you, who are sitting at home and watching this, and what killing the filibuster would do, too. Again, would be a one-time kill of the filibuster. It's not really setting a precedent for the future for other legislation, but still, there's a lot of arguing going on about this. You heard from President Biden in the beginning of that piece right there, when he was speaking in Atlanta yesterday on voting rights. Well, we're hearing from Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell today inside of the Senate floor there, speaking down on the floor, saying that it was, quote, profoundly unpresidential when referring to that speech. We're going to play out those full remarks for you after this commercial break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We're going to go into some of these remarks from Senator Mitch McConnell as he was talking about that speech made yesterday from President Biden on voting rights out in Atlanta, calling it, quote, profoundly unpresidential. We also are going to have a live report from down on the ground in Chicago for all of you who may be from Chicago, talking about de-icing some of these planes at O'Hare Airport. So a lot lined up for you in the next hour here. Don't go away.
12 months ago, a newly inaugurated President Biden stood on the west front of the Capitol, and here's what he had to say. My whole soul is in this, bringing America together, uniting our people, and uniting our nation. Yesterday, that very same man delivered a deliberately divisive speech that was designed to pull our country further apart. 12 months ago, this president said we should see each other not as adversaries, but as neighbors. Yesterday, he called millions of Americans his domestic enemies. 12 months ago, the president called on Americans to join forces, stop the shouting, lower the temperature. But yesterday, he shouted that if you disagree with him, you're George Wallace. George Wallace. If you don't pass the laws he wants, you're Bull Connor. And if you oppose giving Democrats untrammeled one-party control of the country, well, you're Jefferson Davis. 12 months ago, this president said disagreement must not lead to disunion. But yesterday he invoked the bloody disunion of the Civil War, to demonize Americans who disagree with him. He compared, listen to this, a bipartisan majority of senators to literal traitors. How profoundly unpresidential. Look, I've known, liked, and personally respected Joe Biden for many years. I did not recognize the man at the podium yesterday. Much. He got a tied Senate, negative coattails in the House, the narrowest majorities in over a century. The president did not get a mandate to transform America or reshape society. But he did arguably get a mandate to do just one central thing that he campaigned on. Here's what that was: bridge a divided country, lower the temperature, dial down the perpetual air of crisis in our politics. That is the one central promise that Joe Biden made. It is the one job citizens actually hired him to do. It is the one project that would have actually been consistent with the Congress the voters elected. But President Biden has chosen to fail his own test. The president's rant yesterday was incoherent, incorrect, and beneath his office. He used the phrase Jim Crow 2.0 to demagogue a law that makes the franchise more accessible than in his own state of Delaware. He blasted Georgia's procedures regarding local elections officials while pushing national legislation with almost identical language on that issue. The president implied things like widely popular voting ID laws to be, quote, listen to this, totalitarian. Totalitarian. Ironically, on the same day, the Washington, D.C.'s Democratic mayor told citizens to bring both a photo ID and a vaccine card anytime they leave the house. The president repeatedly invoked the January 6th riot, while himself using irresponsible, delegitimizing rhetoric that undermines our democracy. The sitting president of the United States compared American states to totalitarian states. He said our country will be an autocracy if he does not get his way. If he does not get his way. So the world saw our commander-in-chief propagandize against his own country to a degree that would have made Pravda blush. There was no consistent standard behind anything the president said. He trampled through some of the most sensitive and sacred parts of our nation's past. He invoked times when activists bled and when soldiers died, all to demagogue voting laws that are more expansive than what Democrats have on the books in his own home state. Georgia has more days of early voting than Delaware or New York. Georgia has no excuse absentee voting, which Delaware and New York do not have. If Georgia or Texas present Jim Crow emergencies, then so do a whole lot of Democratic-run states. The Senate Democratic leaders going on cable TV and saying Georgia is greatly restricting or eliminating early voting. That's a lie. Provably false. Georgia has more early voting than New York. The Democratic leader has tried to fearmonger about one rural Georgia county that condensed multiple voting locations into one rural Georgia county. Well, the county's overwhelmingly red. They were clearly not involved in trying to suppress Democratic votes. 70% Republican in that one county in 2020. So take a step back for a minute. President Biden's story is that democracy is on death's door. But he spent 9 months chasing a reckless taxing and spending spree before addressing it. Must not be that much of an emergency. Citizens are meant to believe a return of Jim Crow is on the table. But this was only President Biden's 6th priority after he was blocked from spending $5 trillion on windmills and welfare. Democrats' own behavior refutes their false hysteria. 12 months ago, the president said that politics need not be a raging fire, destroying everything in its path. That was just 12 months ago. But yesterday, he poured a giant can of gasoline on the fire. 12 months ago, the president said every disagreement doesn't have to be a cause for total war. But yesterday, he said anyone who opposes smashing the Senate and letting Democrats rewrite election law is a domestic enemy, and listen to this, a traitor like Jefferson Davis. 1 week ago, President Biden gave a January 6th lecture about not stoking political violence. 1 week ago. Yesterday, with the world's largest megaphone, he invoked the literal civil war and said we're on the doorstep of autocracy. Talked about domestic enemies. Rhetoric unbecoming of a president of the United States. In less than a year, restoring the soul of America has become this: agree with me or you're a bigot. Agree with me or you're a bigot. From lowering the temperature to invoking totalitarian states and the Civil War. So this inflammatory rhetoric was not an attempt to persuade skeptical Democrat or Republican senators. This whole display, in fact, you could not invent a better advertisement for the legislative filibuster than a president abandoning rational persuasion for pure demagoguery. You could not invent a better advertisement for the legislative filibuster than what we've just seen. A president abandoning rational persuasion for pure demagoguery. A president shouting that 52 senators and millions of Americans are racist unless he gets whatever he wants is proving exactly why the framers built the Senate to check his power. This whole display is the best possible argument for preserving the Senate rules that extend deliberation, force bipartisan compromise, and let cooler heads prevail. Nothing proves it better than this episode. It offers a perfect case study in why Senator Biden was right about the filibuster and President Biden is wrong. One respected scholar explained it this way: the smallest majority we've ever seen in our politics is trying to change the rules for how people get elected in every single state. That's just about the best argument for the filibuster you could possibly imagine. So, Mr. President, the citizens of the greatest country in the world deserve for their elected officials to treat them like grown-ups. The adults of America deserve to hear from the adults in Washington, D.C. So I'll close with some basic truths. Obviously, our country is more divided than it should be, no doubt. In recent years, I have vocally criticized people across the political spectrum who have sought to legitimize elections when they win and delegitimize democracy when they're polling badly or when they lose. I criticized top Democrats' hysteria after 2016 when their rhetoric had 66% of Democrats across America falsely convinced that Russia had hacked our voting machines and changed the tallies. 66% of Democrats thought that after 2016. I criticized Speaker Pelosi and House Democrats who spent the run-up to 2020 hyping conspiracy theories and suggesting the election would presumptively be illegitimate if their side lost. In December 2020 and January of last year, our side of the aisle defended our constitutional process despite political pressure, and we had, of course, a literal mob. But now it is President Biden and Leader Schumer and other Washington Democrats who don't like their poll numbers, so they're reversing their tune yet again. The people who spent November 2020 through January 21 preaching sermons about the strength and the sanctity of our democracy are now undertaking to delegitimize the next election in case they lose it. We have a sitting president invoking the Civil War, shouting about totalitarianism, and labeling millions of Americans his domestic enemies. We have a Senate Democratic leader who now frequently calls American elections, quote, a rigged game. Look, this will not be repaired with more lies, more outrage, and more rule breaking. Unfortunately, President Biden has rejected the better angels of our nature. So it is the Senate's responsibility to protect the country. This institution was constructed as a firewall against exactly the kind of rage and false hysteria we saw on full display yesterday. It falls to the Senate to put America on a better track. It falls to us. So this institution cannot give in to dishonorable tactics. We cannot surrender to this recklessness. We have to stand up, stand strong, protect the Senate, and defend the country.
So there you have it. That was Senator Mitch McConnell from earlier today down on the floor there. And election reform will be the major conversation with lawmakers on both sides of the aisle today. And we'll be touching on that a little bit later into the evening here. But I want to alert you to a couple of the live looks that we have. A live now look from inside of the rotunda as lawmakers are honoring the life and legacy of Harry Reid after he passed away. His tenure as a longtime majority leader in Congress being remembered this past weekend. We also have the State Department briefing, Ned Price speaking out, and we'll play that out for you in full. And then, of course, out to Texas as Governor Greg Abbott has been making his way across the state. He's going to meet with law enforcement in Houston just ahead of the next election there. So more to come. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes after this commercial break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just had this live look from out in Washington. We had to bring this to you because this is pretty wild visuals as a landslide has closed a roadway this morning out in Washington. The landslide at the Northwest Oakcrest Drive and the closure from the Newport Way Northwest from Lakemont Boulevard Southeast to State Route 900. That's, of course, if you're familiar with this area of Washington. Drivers advised to take alternate routes and local access is possible from each direction. There isn't exactly an estimated time of reopening, but our chopper is overhead right now and they're going to be monitoring the situation. That's our Team Q13. Out in Seattle there. So a really wild shot as Washington has had some pretty inclement weather over the past couple of weeks, lots of snowfall. So as you can imagine, a lot of that snowfall and rain has to go somewhere. This right here is a landslide that they will have to adjust to obviously try to clean it up and make sure that everyone's safety is of utmost importance. So just want to bring you that shot. We're going to move away from this, though, go out to a different briefing that just popped up. This is out in Texas. Governor Greg Abbott alongside Houston law enforcement there. Houston seeing some of the highest homicide numbers on record. So this should be a pretty interesting press conference on what they envision the future of law enforcement to be out in Houston.
We've lost a lot of officers to COVID, and it's helped us, when I leave my home at night, knowing that my family's going to be protected should I contract this virus. So it has been a big win for us, a big win for the government, for the governor, as well as law enforcement across the state to see our brothers and sisters fallen victim to this disease or this virus. In October of 2021, Governor Abbott announced his public safety office would administer $305 million in grants for public safety. That's big. That gets us boots on the ground out there to help protect our communities. It's very important. As every officer here today knows, it's a trying time to be a police officer, trying time to be in law enforcement. But it's comforting to know that Governor Abbott, the Lieutenant Governor, and most of our legislators are on our side, and they do what they need to do to help us to keep the citizens of Houston and Harris County and the state of Texas safe, and we greatly appreciate that. Governor Abbott he doesn't just make promises during his campaign speeches. He follows through with them. He has always supported law enforcement, and for that reason, the Houston Police Officers Union is proud to support Governor Greg Abbott for his re-election this year as governor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. And we're going to go ahead and turn it over to Mitch Landry now.
Mitch Landry, Deputy Executive Director with Texas Municipal Police Association. This is actually probably one of the easiest endorsements that we can make every year. Governor, going back 21 years ago, 2001, we first met with you when he was running for Attorney General. He made the commitment then that he would support law enforcement. We were the first association to endorse you during that campaign. And since then, while he was an AG, while he's been governor, he has been a man of his word. He has stood behind us, been on the front lines with us, and we really appreciate that. Back during the defund the police, the governor was the first one to reach out to law enforcement and have a meeting and say, how can we fight this? This is wrong. And so he's the first one to the table. And as Doug said, he talks the talk and he walks the walk. And Governor, we are proud to endorse you.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you.
My name is Lieutenant Richard Jankowski. I'm a state trooper and I am president of the Texas Department of Public Safety Officers Association. Since 1974, DPSOA has been working to advocate on behalf of troopers, special agents, Texas Rangers, DPS communications operators, and forensic scientists of the Texas DPS. DPSOA is one of the largest organizations representing commissioned law enforcement officers in Texas and includes approximately 4,700 men and women who daily pledge their lives to protect Texans across the state. DPSOA is proud to endorse Governor Abbott for re-election. Governor Abbott has given us his unwavering support and understands the importance of the work we do to protect Texans each and every day, whether it's along our southern border or in our local communities. In an era where some cities are trying to defund law enforcement, he backed the blue by signing laws that punish communities that make these reckless decisions. Governor Abbott has taken direct action along our southern border, curtailing human trafficking, combating the smuggling of deadly illegal drugs like fentanyl, and building a wall, doing the jobs that Washington, D.C. won't. Texas is a law and order state, and with Governor Abbott's continued leadership and proven results, we can ensure a safer future for all Texans. I hope all voters will join us in supporting Greg Abbott for 4 more years as our governor. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Domingo Garcia. I'm the president of the Organization of Spanish-Speaking Officers. We are the largest independent Spanish-speaking organization in the state of Texas. Governor Abbott has been a tireless advocate for the law enforcement community. We are proud of the work he has done to help us curtail crime on the streets of Houston. Fighting to seize drugs at the borders lessens the amount that reach the neighborhoods we patrol each and every day. The Houston Police Organization of Spanish-speaking officers is proud to support Governor Abbott for governor, and we always will, and we'll bring other organizations to you. And now it's your turn.
Thank you very much. Well, Domingo, thank you. Doug, I want to thank you and HPOU as usual, and Mitch, thank you for your support. Richard, thank you, and DPSOA for the support of your great organization. Listen, the people I'm side by side with here today are some of the premier law enforcement officials and leaders in the United States of America. Standing behind them and the members of their organizations are some of the elite law enforcement and the best Texas has to offer. And they go to work every single day, putting their lives on the line to keep our community safer. I want to thank all law enforcement across the entire state of Texas for what they do to serve and to protect our communities. But I'll be candid with you. Even though a few days ago on Sunday we celebrated Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, we need to understand that showing our gratitude for law enforcement officers for one single day is good, but not enough. Because they put their lives on the line, because when they leave the office and go answer a call, they don't know, and their family does not know if they will ever return. We need to do more than just express our gratitude for our law enforcement officers. It is essential that we as a state, that local communities, that we as a people of this state do more to actually support our law enforcement officers. And as you heard up here, that's exactly what we've done through legislative session after legislative session, because we in the Capitol, we know the vital role that these law enforcement officers play. One thing that was talked about that I have to emphasize, and that is we have seen chaos across the United States in city after city after city that has used this defund the police approach, and it has led to higher crime, more dangerous cities, and a diminishment of the role that law enforcement plays. And I promised that I would not allow defund police laws to take place in the state of Texas, and that's exactly why we passed a law that will defund any city that defunds law enforcement. As Doug was mentioning, we did see a city in Texas defund their police, and it was the city of Austin. And so what do you think happened after that? What happened after that this past year? Austin set an all-time record for the number of murders. So many people lost their lives because of the catastrophic way in which the city of Austin went about policing. That's wrong, and because of it, the city of Austin now, because we passed this law, is having to refund their law enforcement efforts. I am running for re-election to ensure that no leftist radical liberal will take over the office of governor like Beto O'Rourke and be dangerous and defund our police. Let me be clear about the position that Beto O'Rourke has taken. Not only has he been supportive of the defund police movement, it's far worse than that. He talked about actually dismantling some police departments, and even worse, he said that law enforcement is now the new Jim Crow. Beto O'Rourke is dangerous to the communities and to the safety of the public and the people in this state. And he is not fitting to serve as governor because of his antagonism to the men and women who wear the uniform, who keep our community safe. The same applies with regard to another law that we have passed this past session to make Texas a safer place that actually had the city of Houston at the center of it, and that is bail reform. We have seen over the past couple of years more than 100 people in the Harris County area lose their lives because of people who were released on bail, dangerous people who were released on bail. That is inexcusable. It had to stop, and that is why we passed bail reform to try to stem or stop the effort of releasing dangerous criminals back out on the street, causing people to lose their lives. But Beto was sympathetic with the type of approach that Harris County was using. Beto, once again, would be extraordinarily dangerous to the men and women in this community, as well as across the state of Texas, if he were elected and allowed the type of reckless bail reform policies that Harris County was implementing to go back into place. Also signed laws to protect our law enforcement from dangerous rioters. We saw those riots taking place a year and a half ago, and we saw law enforcement threatened and harmed, and we have to have the back of our law enforcement officers, not allow them to be attacked. Also, as Doug mentioned, because law enforcement was coming under attack, literally being shot at, we passed several laws to make our law enforcement officers safer, including passing a law making it a hate crime to attack a law enforcement officer simply because of the uniform they wear. And also, as has been made clear, we have been working collaboratively with law enforcement officers to secure the border, a border that's caused a challenge because of the Biden administration's open border policies. Because of these open border policies and the drug smugglers coming in, the human traffickers coming in, the fentanyl coming in, that has placed an increased duty and task on the front line of people like the Houston Police Department. All these police officers, all law enforcement, are having to respond and add more personnel just to deal with the crisis caused by the open borders. Once again, Beto O'Rourke was to the left of Joe Biden as it concerned open borders. He would help Biden ensure that open borders existed in Texas and completely overwhelm the ability of law enforcement to be able to respond. That cannot happen. So that we would prevent it, I, as governor, made sure that Texas would step up and do more than any state has ever done to secure a border, including the deployment of thousands of National Guard as well as Department of Public Safety officers to assist the role that local law enforcement plays. Also, we're working to crack down on fentanyl. Actually, we passed a new law that is signed into law that created a new crime for the manufacture or distribution of fentanyl in the state of Texas. We made it easier for prosecuting attorneys to prosecute human smuggling, so that will also be a felony that will allow us to arrest more smugglers and get them off of our streets. I am running for re-election to ensure that no radical will take over the office of the governor and lead to Texas being more dangerous. To the contrary, I'm running for re-election to go to work every single day to collaborate with law enforcement officers from every region of the state of Texas to make sure that we work together to keep your communities safe. Thank you once again for the endorsements, and thank you for what you do every single day to keep Texas safe. We'll take a few questions.
Governor, you mentioned Beto's name several times in your remarks just now. Obviously, you have a primary still to get through. Should we take that as an indication you're not too concerned about getting through that primary, and you believe you'll get over that 50% threshold?
Listen, I take every election serious, and I'll be campaigning vigorously through the primary day and vigorously after the primary day. But the most important thing that I will be doing, I will be explaining to Texans exactly what was said here. I have made promises, and importantly, I lived up and fulfilled those promises, whether it be to law enforcement or in other ways. I'm a person who has delivered for the people of this state, and my goal over the coming weeks and months is to make clear to the people of Texas that I have delivered. The point today is that as it concerns law enforcement and keeping communities safe, I have delivered for law enforcement and for the people of Texas.
Two more questions. Governor, you talked yesterday about the suicides among the National Guard troops that are down on the border. What would you say to the families of those soldiers, and what could you tell the troops that are still there about when they can anticipate going back to their regular lives in civilian life?
So listen, to the family of anybody who loses a loved one is one of the most challenging things that family can go through. And I would say to them the most important thing that a commander-in-chief could say is they served both their state and their country with valor, with dignity. and we thank them for putting their lives on the line to serve our state and to serve our country. Few people actually have what it takes to be able to stand up and do that for our state and country. All of these people did, and we are extraordinarily grateful for their service. As it concerns going forward, listen, part of what is going to happen going forward depends upon what the Biden administration does. And the Biden administration has this open border policy where we had almost, 2 million people cross the border, the entire southern border, this past year. And there's no seeming effort by the Biden administration to change that now. We did get a court order requiring the Biden administration to reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy. We are in the early stages of that. We need to see how that's going to work out. And we also need to see what's going to happen.
And I do want to cut in for just a moment here as President Biden is honoring longtime Majority Leader Harry Reid. So many lawmakers have been making their way inside of the rotunda on Capitol Hill, taking a moment of silence. So we're going to listen into these sights and sounds from there in Washington, D.C. So as always, we pop in and out of these live events here on Live Now from Fox as we get them again. The body of former Senate Democratic leader Harry Reid lying in state at the rotunda of the U.S. Capitol. A rare honor granted by Congress to about 36 other Americans, including former presidents, Supreme Court justices, lawmakers, and national security officials. Reid, who was born in Searchlight, Nevada, and rose out of poverty to rule the Senate, died on December 28th of 2021 at the age of 82. The president himself honoring Reid there. Some emotional moments. So we've been going in and out, showing you all of these lawmakers on both sides of the aisle coming and giving their condolences and spending those last moments there. So we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, more of the other top stories that we are tracking here on Live Now from Fox, as well as the White House press briefing with Press Secretary Jen Psaki. She should be speaking any moment here, and you know we'll have it live for you. We'll see you back here in a little bit. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This week, we're showing what weather looks like, and winter specifically, across America. Take a look at this. Part of winter includes using extra safety precautions in icy and snowy weather as we travel. For air travel, airplane passengers are kept safe by de-icing and anti-icing planes. Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell flew to Chicago to learn exactly how that's done and joins us now live. Hi, Brandy.
Good afternoon, Daytona. Well, look, I'm here in Chicago at the O'Hare International Airport, where right now the crews, they aren't at work right now de-icing and anti-icing because we're in the 40s right now. But I'll tell you, there's still snow on the ground from the past couple of weeks. But this process is something that does happen pretty often here in Chicago. This airport is actually one of the busiest when it comes to those winter operations. That process of taking snow, ice, and even frost off of the plane and treating it before takeoff is very important, and it's often the difference between having a dangerous flight or a safe and smooth one.
And it looks like fog.
Chris Pearson and Jay Lampy with United Airlines explained how these syrupy liquids can save lives with 2 steps.
This is the beginning of a de-ice process.
Crews start with an orange de-icing concoction made up of glycol and water.
We heat it to 140 to 180 degrees, spray it onto the aircraft to clean the aircraft of frozen contamination.
If needed, this green concentrated glycol anti-icing mix is sprayed, temporarily protecting from buildup of snow, ice, or frost.
Once the aircraft gets to the runway, gets up to rotation speed, rotates and lifts off the runway, the Type 4 fluid actually shears off the wings, taking all contamination with it.
This process can happen at the gate. Pilots work with ramp servicemen to de-ice. Meanwhile, boarding and other services to the plane can occur. Some airports spray down at a central de-icing facility. At O'Hare, they do both.
Having the centralized de-icing facility is a huge plus for getting aircraft off of the gate, reduces gate saturation, but the entire time we're de-icing, there's always passengers on. The whole idea is to get the plane sprayed, clean, and anti-iced as quickly as and proficiently as possible, and get them out on taxi and get them to the threshold of the runway as fast as possible for takeoff.
All of this required by the FAA in the clean aircraft concept. Simply said, no plane can take off with frozen precipitation on it. Pilots are ultimately responsible for determining if a plane is compliant with this regulation.
If you try to attempt to take off without the clean aircraft concept, you reduce lift, you increase drag, and an aircraft will not be able to take off the runway. It impedes the safety of the aircraft.
At the end of the day, it's all about safety. Chris and Jay often tell their crews to take it personally.
De-ice it like your mother, your brother, your sister on it. That's how much importance it has. So we want every plane to go out safely. We want it to go out as close to on time as possible. And our crews are all on board with that.
All right, at Daytona, I'll tell you the first thing, these crews, they just want you to be safe, but they do know your time is precious. So if you are on a plane and it's getting de-iced, here in Chicago, if you go to the facility, it might take between 10 to 15 minutes, depending on the conditions outside. But if they do it at the gate, it could take a little longer because the crews will have to work around other airport crews also working with that airline at the time. Sending it back to you, Daytona.
Yeah, I was just going to say, that's so interesting. So those are the United Airline de-icers. So they have them for each specific airline.
Yeah, so there's a couple of different crews that will do de-icing here. United has one. They also have a separate vendor and another airline here. So I believe there's 3 different, but don't quote me on that.
Yeah, well, we know that staff shortages are a thing right now. That's happened, and delays and cancellations for flights. So I can only imagine that probably happens during that. So I'm sure those crews out there are working hard, especially with the holidays. We just passed those,
Oh, yes.
But I can only imagine.
Definitely, yeah, especially with weather coming and going. Right now, again, it's not snowing here, but it did, and I believe in the coming days or week, they might get some more snow. So these crews will probably get back to work pretty soon.
Yeah, for sure. It's Chicago, so we can only expect it. All right, Fox Weather's Brandon Campbell, thank you so much for bringing us this report. We'll talk to you soon.
Of course.
And as we said, that's Fox Weather right there. We are tracking the weather across America, winter across America here in Phoenix, Arizona. It's not feeling much like winter. Well, today it was a little bit chilly, but we've had sunny skies this week. So we'll track any of the weather, any major weather events through the rest of the night and into the rest of the week as well. We're also tracking some of these other top stories for you. This is the White House briefing room as we are expecting Press Secretary Jen Psaki any moment here, and we'll take it live once we have it. But we also have an event going on in Los Angeles County. We just saw Governor Gavin Newsom just a little bit ago. That's the infectious disease expert out in California, Dr. Galley. He always speaks alongside Governor Newsom when he comes to these events. There's the governor right there alongside some of the officers, National Guard members that are helping with this emergency response situation in California as cases of COVID-19 continue to surge. So hopefully we'll get some brief remarks from the governor, as we just heard from Governor Greg Abbott alongside law enforcement officials in Houston. So fist pump on that. We're going to head off to a break. We'll be right back. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett 1:30, and here in Phoenix, Arizona, 3:30 out on the East Coast. As we said before the break, we're awaiting the White House press briefing, where hopefully the White House is going to outline a $10 billion COVID-19 test plan for schools, because we know schools are top of mind right now. Lots of parents trying to keep their children inside of the classroom, don't want them to go back home to remote learning. Back out to California, which is definitely a state that knows about remote learning and definitely some hybrid plans. Governor Gavin Newsom is out there at a Los Angeles County test site. This is in South LA. We just saw a closer shot of Governor Newsom a moment ago, but he's going to highlight his COVID-19 emergency response package. They say this is a core component of the California blueprint that he has outlined. The governor's blueprint lays out major investments to confront the threats that the state faces, including COVID-19, and keeping the economy moving forward. They're hoping to ramp up vaccines, boosters, statewide testing, also increasing medical personnel. We saw some National Guard members that were there. We know so many of these members have been dispersed throughout the country to locations with the highest COVID-19 impact and the surging cases and hospitalizations. So there is a microphone set up, so we'll hear remarks from the governor here pretty soon. Until then, though, let's go out to the latest briefing out of Illinois. Governor Pritzker also talking about his response to the COVID-19 pandemic, as they are also seeing a surge in cases. So here's the latest from the governor out in Illinois.
On COVID-19 in Illinois and what we're doing to help our residents stay healthy and manage through the recent intense surge of the disease. With record COVID-related hospitalizations here and across the nation, the most important strategy that we're following is to make vaccinations, boosters, and masks as widely available and utilized as possible. Around the world, Omicron has moved through populations rapidly since it was first discovered less than a month ago, almost 5 weeks ago. It's the most transmissible variant yet seen, and it has the potential to overwhelm healthcare across the nation. This current wave of COVID is causing more people to get sick than ever before in the pandemic. And the vast majority of the serious illnesses and deaths are among the unvaccinated. But as difficult as this moment is, there will be an end to it. We have all the necessary tools for prevention, and we are nearer than ever to having everything we need to detect and treat the disease to keep even the most vulnerable people alive. I can't say enough about how extraordinary our hospitals and our healthcare heroes have been throughout this pandemic, but specifically in the present moment, when exhaustion and long hours greet them every single day. From Chicago to Marion, from East St. Louis to Rockford, medical professionals and staff are caring for our family members, for our neighbors, our friends in this hour of need. They need help, and I'm doing everything that I can to support them as they tackle this latest surge. To give them a reprieve and to expand the number of staffed hospital beds, 2,048 healthcare workers have been deployed across the state. 919 of them are on site supporting hospitals hit hard by COVID right now, with another 552 arriving at hospitals by next Friday. We have also created COVID reaction teams to respond quickly to emerging crises at hospitals and other healthcare facilities. These teams have 237 healthcare workers in the field already, with another 340 arriving over the next 10 days. Even more personnel are being made available to individual hospitals that apply for federal assistance, so the state is helping to expedite their applications. As an example, just today, a dozen additional personnel are beginning to work in the Rockford region. That's help being provided by the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Throughout this crisis, state government has had to be innovative and agile to find creative solutions to maintain healthcare capacity during this unprecedented crisis, delivering assistance, waivers, and guidance to our healthcare institutions as they pursue creative and safe solutions to build capacity for patient care. For example, just this week, we're expanding on that support with additional steps. First, out-of-state healthcare workers are now able to continue working in Illinois during the public health emergency with expanded permission, allowing them to care not just for COVID-19 patients, but for all patients in need. Second, doctors who received their medical training in another country can now provide assistance to licensed physicians here in Illinois in a healthcare institution. And further alleviating the strain on the broader medical system, We are allowing out-of-state providers, including physicians and nurses and mental health providers, to provide telehealth services to individuals here in Illinois, if there was a pre-existing provider-patient relationship. With unprecedented numbers of patients being hospitalized, we must do all that we can to keep our healthcare workers and institutions operating and available to all who need medical assistance. I encourage everyone to help. The most important thing that you can do right now is to get vaccinated, get boosted, wear a mask to stop the spread. I also want to take a moment today to address our schools. The best place for kids right now is in the classroom. And I'm so pleased that hundreds of thousands of Chicago students are returning to school with their teachers. Health and safety must be our primary concerns for keeping schools from going remote. That's why since last year, my administration has been providing help to every school district in our state that needs it, obtaining vaccinations, masks, and testing. That's as true in Chicago as it is in the collar counties, as it is in central or southern Illinois. Children and teachers belong in schools, learning in a healthy environment. One of the sticking points toward resolving the standoff in Chicago was testing. There wasn't enough. So my staff and I worked night and day to find more tests, a scarce commodity everywhere in the nation, as you know. But Illinois came through. We have some real leaders here in Robert Ford at Abbott and in President Tim Killeen and in Ron Watkins, who leads the SHIELD testing program at U of I, who answered my call for 350,000 rapid tests that helped break the impasse. Parents, teachers, and students are very grateful. I was pleased to deliver these tests promptly on Monday so that they could take that issue off the table. I will continue to work with all districts throughout the state to provide what they need to keep schools safe and open. So far across Illinois, we've held 1,645 on-site vaccine clinics in schools and day camps, with another 350 more scheduled. We've provided 3.8 million masks for school staff and for students. We've completed more than 2 million tests in schools through the SHIELD program and sent more than 1 million rapid tests into school communities. Vaccinations, boosters, masks indoors, and testing are the key to keeping schools open and to maintaining safety standards for staff and students alike. I want to end my remarks today with a request to the more than 8 million Illinoisans who fully vaccinated. First, I want to say thank you. Second, if you have a friend, a relative, a coworker, or a neighbor who is hesitant about getting the vaccine, talk to them about your experience. This week, my administration launched our On the Fence campaign to publicly share the testimonials of Illinoisans who were initially vaccine hesitant, but are now fully vaccinated. Those stories are crucially important, but nothing makes a difference more than hearing directly from the people that you know. So I encourage you to start that conversation with people you know and love. But last but not least, fully vaccinated Illinoisans are eligible to get their free booster shot, which multiplies by 10 your protection from COVID hospitalization. You can find a booster location near you at vaccines.gov. Thank you, and now I want to turn it over to Dr. Ezike. Doctor.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we've been asked multiple times over the last couple of days if we've actually seen the peak of the Omicron surge. While it's too soon to tell, but of course we would all love to report that good news, we know that we have to continue with masking and vaccinations and boosting, and we look to get there soon. Unfortunately, right now, today, the hospitals are bearing the brunt. 9% of hospital ICU beds are available in Illinois right now. And that's an ICU bed for anything, COVID or non-COVID. These beds are not designated. Every hospital bed occupied by someone with COVID who was not vaccinated potentially could have averted that hospitalization. And we're making it difficult for people who are having a heart attack, who end up in a car crash, have their appendix burst, have a cancer-related complication, any kind of medical emergency. We're threatening the ability of those people to get the care they need. More than 7,100 people are in the hospitals across Illinois with COVID-19, and the vast, vast majority, over 80%, are unvaccinated. For Illinois, if someone is not vaccinated, they are 11 times more likely to be hospitalized with COVID than someone who actually is vaccinated and boosted. Imagine yourself as one of the nurses or the doctors that's going into the umpteenth patient room to treat a person for something that was preventable. Our healthcare workers are burning the candle at both ends and in the middle as well to care for COVID patients who could have avoided the hospitalization if they were up to date on their vaccine. I hear people say, oh, I know someone who had the vaccine and they still got sick. But please don't equate someone with a cough, runny nose, or sore throat to someone having to be admitted into the hospital and need precious hospital resources. Of the 7.7 million people in Illinois who've been fully vaccinated, 0.08% have been hospitalized with COVID. That's not less than 1%, that's less than 1/10 of 1%. So no, we know that these vaccines are effective and are extremely effective at keeping people out of the hospital. We all know what to do. We've all heard this, but we actually need to do it. We need to get vaccinated. We need to turn vaccines into vaccinations. We need to get boosted. We need to continue masking, continue testing. We should come together and do what's right for our greater good. And in light of next week, Martin Luther King Day, also the National Day of Service, as a commitment to our communities and serving others, please consider taking those steps now. Now I'll summarize comments in Spanish. Buenas tardes.
So as they go into Spanish right there again, this is a COVID update for the state of Illinois as resources are being utilized and deployed to hospitals that are hardest hit right now. Less than 10% of ICU beds currently available in the state of Illinois. And that's just one state that's dealing with a COVID surge. We also have, as I showed you before, in California, Governor Gavin Newsom, who is speaking. So we're going to listen in as they go into Spanish right there in Illinois.
At scale to procure the hundreds of millions, no, billions of tests that are necessary to move us out of this phase and into a new phase. As we turn the page to a new phase, let me just acknowledge the phase we're in briefly. This is going to be a challenging period. It is a challenging period for so many folks that we're hoping after what we experienced in the last few surges that we would not be experiencing yet another variant, particularly one that is so ubiquitous in our lives with the Omicron variant. And while it's absolutely true, you don't need to hear from me. You've heard from everybody else as it relates to the nature of this variant. We all know two things. One is that it is easily transmitted, but we also know that it is less severe than previous variants. That said, the total number in the aggregate puts enormous pressure ultimately on our healthcare system. And that is demonstrated and demonstrable across this country, and not least of which here in California, particularly as it relates to staffing needs in our healthcare system. And that's why the state of California over the course of the last many weeks, we're not reacting to this. We, in many ways, we're anticipating this. We have brought in out-of-state contract staff, 2,363 contract staff that we brought into the state of California over the course of the last many weeks. 1,250 more that we'll be bringing in to help support our healthcare system and to support our healthcare workers. We are providing flexibility, which we provided in 2020 and 2021 to facilities as it relates to how they utilize that staff. And we recognize how weary those staff are. You have someone, a remarkable young woman, operating this site. She's a NICU, basically works in the ICU for kids. That's her real job. And she's here working to test because she's filling a need. And she put her head down and said, I'm exhausted. And if we kept talking, I would have started to break down a little bit. And her physiology said all you need to know. She didn't even need to share the words. We're just exhausted, emotionally, physically. We're all exhausted. Every single one of you are exhausted by this. And all I'm going to say is we're going to get through this. Just a few more weeks. You're starting to see not just parts of the globe, South Africa, UK, but even parts of this country where we're starting to see in the last 3 or 4 days some case leveling. That's going to happen here in the state of California as well. And while we've outperformed other large states, let me be specific. If you lived in Florida, we would have roughly 40,000 more deaths if per capita death rate was equivalent here in California. We actually have 50% lower per capita death rate in the state of California, 35% lower than the state of Texas. We have a 50% lower positivity rate than that state, those states today. That's not to impress upon anything. I'm not impressed by any of that, except to say we continue to lean in. We're not shy. And we continue to try to lead across the spectrum of supports. But yes, we have more work to do. So on issues of the healthcare system, and finally, on the issue of schools, I recognize that we have challenges that we are facing in the next few weeks there as well. And that's why yesterday we put out an executive order allowing more flexibility for our public educators to bring in substitutes, more retirees, to allow the opportunity to help address the workforce constraints as well, because so many members of staff, our educators, paraprofessionals, not just teachers, are testing positive as well. We need to keep our kids in person instruction safely in school. That is our priority. It will continue to be. And the staffing flexibility EO I put out yesterday, executive order, we hope helps in that effort, as well as the number. And Dr. Galley, remind me, how many N95 masks we've sent to our schools? 9 million. This is important. 9 million, not cloth masks, not 900,000, not a million, 9 million. In the last few weeks, we've sent out to our public schools. We have a website Salesforce put up in the Office of Emergency Services on demand. We've done 1 billion units to cities, counties, school districts, and local health offices all across the state. 9 million specifically to public schools, N95s, in addition to the billions and billions of dollars to support their other efforts. So again, no one's trying to impress anybody here. I know how hard this is and how pressed we all are with the pressure that we're all experiencing, particularly parents out there. And I just want folks to know we're doing what we can. Credible leadership at the local level, partners at the state and federal level, here to assist, trying to be creative, trying to be flexible, and moving as conditions change in real time to adapt to those changing conditions. So with all of that, I'm here to answer any question. And if you're wondering why I'm dressed up for this occasion, we were down in San Diego cleaning up encampments. And that's a way of saying this: we can do many things at the same time. And don't think we're taking our eye off the ball around the most important and pressing issues in the state. But right now, the most important and pressing issue is getting this pandemic behind us once and for all. Happy to answer any questions.
Governor, why was it important for you to come to this particular testing site? this particular testing site and all the sites in the state?
Because I was here not too long ago with Speaker Rendon, and Speaker Rendon talked to me about the importance of not forgetting the visit, because the folks here need not only the visibility but the support. You look at the socioeconomics, you look at the demographics in this district, they're uniquely deserving of our time and attention. And so I wanted to fulfill the commitment I made to the Speaker. I want to acknowledge the work of the Mayor, and wanted to always acknowledge the good work and advocacy of Supervisor Hahn.
Does that go with the vaccination or anything more in this program?
Yeah, this also highlights areas where we have to do more. And that's what I'm specifically want to highlight as it relates to what we refer to as HPIs. That's where we lose everybody. And that's these Healthy Place Index. We were one of the first states, if not the first state, to put out an equity metric. In fact, we were, as it relates to our testing and vaccine sites. And we were very transparent about where we were weak and where we had strength. And so we are in an HPI that requires us, a quadrant in the state of California, to do more and supplement the testing and vaccination access. That's exactly why this mobile site was supposed to be moved and hasn't been moved, in order to fulfill that obligation to continue to do the job and continue to close those gaps, equity gaps in particular. Thank you.
Regarding universal health care, how and how it's funded, can you explain the difference between your version and the legislature's version of funding?
Yeah, well, there's a legislative proposal that has nothing to do with the universal health care program I put out. I've seen some reporting, and I want to hopefully make that crystal clear. Ours is funded, ours is budgeted, ours allows us to not only balance the budget this year, but to be able to balance the budget 3 years out. We are ready to move with a $614 million appropriation this year that will allow us to become the first state in the country to provide universal health access to all low-income Medi-Cal eligible Californians, regardless of pre-existing conditions, ability to pay, or their immigration status. We do it because it's the right thing to do. We do it because it's long overdue. We do it because politicians have been talking about this for decades. And we do it because it's cheaper to get everybody covered than to cover them on the back end in the emergency rooms and the emergency departments. So we use common sense and fiscal discipline to do the right thing, to keep families safer, communities healthier, and the economy moving.
So you're saying
No need to, in fact, we have significant tax cuts in this year's budget. We did the biggest tax rebate in American history, $12 billion last year. And we expect in the May revise, language few people understand, when I update the budget in a few months, that we are likely to have an additional rebate to the taxpayers. No new taxes in our budget.
Thank you.
Governor Anthony Fauci today said that Omicron's going to finally, quoting, will ultimately find just enough.
Yeah. Are you looking at me? Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So you've been at this for some time. I'd be interested in your gut. You kind of made a reference to it. Viruses mutate so that they're less deadly but more transmissible. That's what's happened here. The Spanish flu became part of the background flu 100 years ago. So is it your gut that once February hits, we hit the peak, we start to slide down, that is the moment where this is going to tail off? And before you answer, when you look at my camera and not at me.
Oh, yeah. Where's your camera? It's nice to see you. So one thing I've learned is the things I regret most in my political professional life are when I answer from the gut, particularly when I have someone that can answer from not just the heart but the head, and his name is Dr. Galley, who's going to come up first, and then I'll respond to you in camera about my gut response. But first, let's have more of an intellectual response from Dr. Galley.
Yeah, thanks for the question. And as we've seen throughout this pandemic, each wave, each surge, we handle differently. This one has certainly been one where we have a variant that is so much more transmissible. Dr. Fauci, many others, right, we're going to see so many Californians infected by this virus. The good news is, because of our great success with vaccinations, even those who maybe have been infected before, the level, the severity of disease that we're seeing with this particular variant is a lot lower. Yes, some people are getting infected, many fewer are getting hospitalized, and certainly many fewer are dying. And our hope is that as we get through the next few weeks, people are exposed, people recover, people find out that they didn't have that many symptoms, that our baseline immunity to the COVID-19 virus and its variants that we have seen already and the ones that are yet to come will be strong enough to prevent such an immense overwhelm of people's health, the healthcare delivery system, and we start to move into a bit of a new normal. That said, and the governor has said this many times, humility has been the word of the last 2 years. We face this virus with a great deal of humility, a great deal of flexibility. It moves. We try to be prepared and sometimes have to react, and we will keep doing that no matter what it throws our way. But yes, we hope as we get to the tail end of this surge that future challenges with COVID and its variants will be more manageable for our state, and we can get into phases of a new normal.
Let me build on what Dr. Galley said, because I think it's illustrative of the challenges we're having with testing. There was gut feeling in this country that the testing wasn't necessarily needed. So a lot of the testing facilities or companies rather started reducing their supply and manufacturing rate, only to find out a few months later that all of that supply was needed. And so, look, critical to be prepared. When we came into this pandemic, we didn't have ventilators, we didn't have PPE, no one even knew what PPE meant. We have been able to push stockpiles all throughout the state, create redundancy in terms of our surveillance programs, our testing protocols. We want to build out some permanent infrastructure moving forward so that if our gut is wrong or the modeling is wrong, that we're prepared to move in real time as it relates to a new consciousness around infectious diseases. But my sense is, on the basis of the ubiquity and the fact that Dr. Fauci and others have suggested so many of us are likely to get this new variant, that we are in a different phase in a few months or a month in this pandemic. And that's why we are concurrently not only dealing with the crisis at hand, but we are doing exactly what Dr. Emanuel and others have suggested federally needs to be done, and that is preparing for not the pandemic phase of this reality, but the endemic phase of this reality and how we live with future variants. And that is being conducted, those efforts conducted in real time, and we'll be making public those detailed strategies over the course of the next many weeks.
So should the focus be focused on vaccinations? Why not partner with people like Donald Trump, who said he got the vaccine, got boosted? He's actually condemned Republicans who refused to say whether they got boosted. I know you focused on vaccinations, but that seems to be most critical when it comes to Omicron.
Yeah, and that's
We've got red counties in this state with very low vaccination rates.
That's why I spend the vast majority of my time reminding people about getting boosted. That's why this early action has hundreds of millions of dollars for vaccines and boosters. In fact, the majority, or rather plurality of the funding in the $1.4 billion early action is for vaccines and boosters. There's still no more important thing we can do because it mitigates the side effects and the direct results of this variant, and obviously had more impact with previous variants, and I would assume more still into the future. So there's still no substitutes for vaccines, and I would note that 95% of Californians 18 and over, 95% now have received at least one vaccine dose. We have among the highest vaccine rates of large states in the country, but we still have work to do on boosters. Just 10.9 million boosters have been administered. It's only 51% of those eligible, and we have more work to do for those kids my age, 5 to 11, where we're outperforming the nation, which has a 17.2% average fully vaccinated population, 5 to 11. We're a little over 20%. We have more work to do in that space as well.
Thanks, Governor. Josh Haskell, talked a lot about misinformation. There's 1.9 million LA County residents who are eligible to get vaccinated, still have not been vaccinated. We're seeing these lines for testing everywhere. We're not seeing the lines for boosters and for vaccinations. So are you worried at all that in terms of misinformation, that the damage is done? How do you break it down?
We just keep pounding, don't give up. We're averaging about 180,000 tests, or rather vaccine doses a day. Averaging 180,000 vaccine doses a day. We still have a lot more work to do. We continue to push back. We have a team of folks that work for Dr. Galley that quite literally day in and day out are battling it out social media and online against that misinformation. So we're not just dialing that in, we're quite literally going toe to toe with those that are generating all of these falsehoods. I mean, I had folks out there saying that when I had my booster, I had some side effect. One guy offered me $5 million. Personally, if I can prove him wrong, I'm waiting for the $5 million. I'm happy to accept it and happy to redistribute every penny of it. You owe me $5 million. I mean, just the rank wrote lies. A famous family member, was out there guaranteeing that, I mean, this nonsense they're spewing, lies. They're just outright lies, and they're able to sell books and sell advertisement, sell their contracts to generate even more successful careers, and we'll just have to keep pushing back. I still do want that $5 million. Why don't you guys do a little investigative report on that? That's an interesting investigative report. I'll show. They'll show you. I'm sure you call him. I'm not even kidding. We'll have some fun with this, and we can give the money away to charity together.
Governor Alex Michelson, Fox 11. How do you determine when the endemic begins? Because now, when you look at hospitalization rates, there's so many people that are hospitalized not because of COVID, but they get to the hospital and they find out that they have COVID and they won't be there anyways. Do you change now the metrics when it comes to hospitalization? And do you think that Omicron is the last bad big wave of...
No. I'll repeat what Dr. Galley said. I told you guys, you all heard this so many times for good reason. You heard it, that my word of the year was humility. That was last year's word. I'm starting out. That's top of my word list this year as well. We don't know what we don't know, except we're more prepared to move more quickly to address the nature of change. That said, look, the point you made around hospitalizations is important. What matters to me, the total number of people hospitalized, because of our capacity to address the needs of people across the panoply that have all kinds of related issues. Let me be specific. We are just 1,000 census away from peak hospitalizations compared to last year. We have just we have 51,400 or so, 52,400 that are hospitalized today. We will likely break last year's peak record in the next few days. That being said, you're correct. Less than 12,400 are hospitalized for COVID. 52,000 total hospital census, just 12,000 or so for COVID. At the end of the day, COVID or not, we have to support our healthcare delivery system. And the staff is overwhelmed, and we want to make sure there's access, particularly in the emergency departments, and ultimately to preventative care and acute care needs across the spectrum. So if nothing else, the after action on this pandemic is a reevaluation of our healthcare system as a nation and our capacity to flex and surge in real time. And that is going to be a stubborn and challenging issue, as it's been for decades. It's one of the reasons we're prioritizing universal health care as a foundational predicate to advancing that effort. But absolutely, the flexibility and designing a system for surges, regardless of this pandemic, future pandemics, is front and center in any endemic framework that ultimately we will advance.
If people are hospitalized because of COVID, is it time to then maybe change the metrics for the mask mandate or other COVID restrictions? If that's
Dr. Gallagher's we've been having so many conversations on this. Let me answer.
If they're in there for COVID, if they give different care, right?
Yeah.
If they're not hospitalized because of COVID,
but they do it as a
maybe
byproduct.
time to change the mask mandate or other COVID restrictions and people aren't going to the hospital because of COVID.
Well, there's a couple things we have to really work through on this. But the bottom line is we have to make sure we have capacity in our hospitals to serve people who need care, whether it's COVID directly, indirectly because of COVID. I mean, we're already starting to see that higher than in the community number of patients are coming to the hospital, not with COVID respiratory disease, but potentially the impacts of COVID on other chronic diseases, whether that's diabetes or heart disease. So the long-term implications of COVID is something we absolutely need to think through. But right now, we're laser focused on making sure those hospitals, those staff that are weary, those staff that are tired, have the kind of support they need. and everything we can do as a community to make sure that capacity is there for people sick with COVID, for people in car accidents who need acute care, for people with strokes or diabetes or heart attacks. We need to do all that we can. So the day will come when we're going to have a different conversation. But right now, today, making sure that 52,400 admissions in the hospital doesn't keep increasing, making sure the staff that put their lives and families on the line every single day have all of our support and backing, I think is the clear metric that we're focused on right now.
Just remember, it's not just those that are in the hospitals with COVID, it's so many staff with COVID that can't go into work in the hospitals, and that's why masking is so important and vaccinations remain critical. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. We'll keep going. I mean, yeah, look, we got, I don't, maybe Omicron will wake folks up. I mean, there's not a one of us that doesn't know more than a handful of folks that have gotten COVID in the last few weeks. Maybe that will finally wake folks up. And remember, 4.5% of folks that get even Omicron end up in the hospitals. That's not an insignificant number when you look at the totality of people getting it. Their average length of stay is down to 3.6 days, but still, people are ending up in our hospitals. Our kids, our pediatric rates are twice what they were. There's over 1,000 families that can't hug their children over the holidays because they lost a child to this disease. And so I hope all those facts, including the efficacy of vaccines that most of those folks have taken when they were kids and are required of them as parents to keep their kids into public schools, would wake them up to the opportunity to get a free vaccine so you don't have to sit there with IVs to celebrate the fact you listen to podcasts and you're on monoclonal antibodies that are produced by the same pharmacies you claim to despise. It's a hell of a moment in this country. Forgive me, now I'm being kicked by my staff to ask. Oh, we're in a position where the resources aren't a problem today, so just don't think about it as a finite date where we run out of money and then we wait for new money. It's more of a continuation with an expectation, and so we expect early action on a number of items. And I'll just give you the top three to the extent you're interested. We have work to do on sick leave. We have work to do on rental protection. And we have work to do on early action related to this pandemic. And so that's top three priorities, three-legged stool that the Speaker and the Pro Tem are prioritizing over the course of the next number of weeks to figure out dates, time certain, so we can move. And that's why we're doing it. It's happening in real time. I'll go back to what I said in the beginning. We have 200 National Guards men and women here today, 80 more in the next few days, going from 50 sites to 80 sites, specifically, these kinds of sites, specific to this type site. We have hundreds of partnerships across the state and over 6,288 specific points where people can get access to either vaccines or testing in the state, 31% of the nation. So we'll continue to build on that. We're doing all of that in real time. That's just the state's view of the world. And then, of course, Janice and her team, they have county efforts and, of course, more localized efforts all across the state that happen every single day. And this money will just aid and advance those efforts, supply more confidence that when they move forward without confidence that they have the resources, that the state will be there to help backfill those resources. A lot of it is for reimbursement.
Yeah,
you may want to run on the herd immunity question.
So look, herd immunity is a concept we talked a lot about early with vaccines, and I think you haven't heard it talked about a lot recently, because I think we're all humbled by the fact that we don't really know what it's going to take. With new variants every single month that we're investigating and looking at, trying to understand how they transmit, how serious they cause disease, how much they escape the immune system. The concept of herd immunity is one that frankly escapes us right now, but we are working hard to make sure that we get it, get people vaccinated as much as we can. And I would just say, last week, among the vaccines, we had 20% more people get first doses last week than we had the week before. So this notion that the people who aren't getting vaccinated are just never going to get vaccinated is a false narrative. People are. It's small numbers, it's really hard work, people are fighting the misinformation, but it still happens today. Today, somebody who decided for the last 13 months not to get vaccinated decided today was the day. And those Californians should be celebrated, and I hope they're an example to their neighbor or their friend or their family member who says maybe this is the day to do it too. So, it's hard work. This is public health. This is health, period. And we keep doing it, and we're hopeful that we're going to see more people vaccinated, not because there's some fancy number about herd immunity, but that individual protection is meaningful. It protects you, it protects your family, it protects your community, and make sure you're there to hug your loved ones and your loved ones get to hug you down the road.
Sheriff Villanueva said today that there's no accountability when it comes to spending on the homelessness, and he turned it a homeless industrial complex. And he also said the homeless have been empowered to the point where they dictate where they live in the community rather than the other way around. So I wondered if you had any comments on that related to what he said in San Diego as well.
Yeah, no. I will just say this. California did something novel last year. I was very proud to work with the big 13 mayors representing the largest cities in the state of California who supported this approach. We are requiring cities and counties, and what we refer to as CACs, to put out
And it looks like we do have the press briefing at the White House starting right now. Press Secretary Jen Psaki is speaking out, and so we'll listen in live to what they have to say. We're also following this update coming out of Pennsylvania. Just want to bring some of these live pictures to you, hoping to get an update on this medical helicopter crash investigation. NTSB is investigating as we speak. So let's go back out to the White House, though, for the time being.
Context on our economic recovery. We've learned, based on data that we received over the last several days, that in 2021, our economy experienced the largest single drop in the unemployment rate on record in the history of the country, down to 3.9%. The most jobs created in any year on record, 6.4 million. The strongest economic growth of any year in nearly 4 decades, coming in between 5 and 6% over the course of 2021 in all likelihood, and real household income that is taking into account of price increases increased in 2021. So just to repeat that context, the largest decline in unemployment, the most jobs created, and the strongest economic growth in nearly 40 years. The second point is we got December price data today, and I would note that we saw a welcome deceleration in the rate of price increases in a number of respects. In the headline price increase data, we saw a decline month to month to 0.5%, down from 0.8% in the month before. It's still too high, but a moving in the right direction. As I think I say every time here, and if I don't, it's a mistake, we never index too heavily on any individual 1 month of data in any direction. But I would note that we saw in prices from November to December a decline in the rate of growth of the prices for food at home, which is a technical way of saying food that people buy in the grocery store. And we saw a drop in the price of energy, both at the gas pump, but also natural gas and winter heating costs. many of you focused on the annual 7% rate. If we are trying to look at where we are headed, the month-to-month changes are more instructive. And most independent forecasters continue to project that we will see moderation in price increases over the course of 2022. Third point is the global context for this data, both on prices and on economic growth writ large. What we're seeing right now is these price increases are a global phenomenon, and that reflects the nature of the global challenge of coming through a pandemic crisis and a pandemic-affected recovery. Over the past 6 months, price increases in the United States and Europe have basically run neck and neck. In December, the EU saw its highest recorded inflation on record. Germany saw its highest inflation in December since reunification. And so while there are differences but country by country, this is a global phenomenon and driven by these global issues, which comes to the fourth point, which is given the unique strength of the United States economic recovery, overall growth, as well as the labor market, we are well positioned to attack the challenges of prices and costs head on. And that's exactly what the president and this administration are doing. And it's his principal focus when it comes to the economy. As he laid out on Friday, his approach to attacking prices and costs are grounded in the premise that the right way to do this is to build on the economic successes that we have seen, not to abandon them. And that really means, with respect to what we in the administration and Congress can do, is to focus on how we can expand the productive capacity of the economy, how we can make sure that our economy can produce more goods and services more cheaply and easily across the country, get more people working, and get to the strong, sustainable growth that we are beginning to see. And if we can address these present challenges, we'll hopefully see going forward. The president's outlined a very specific three-part plan to do that around unsticking supply chains, protecting consumers, and promoting competition, and trying to actually reduce directly some of the most significant costs that Americans' families face. And obviously, key elements of the Build Back Better framework go directly at that issue. And so I'm happy to talk about the policy details behind that plan in general, but I think just to summarize, we have historically strong economic growth and labor market outcomes. We saw some welcome deceleration, but price increases that are still too high. Decidedly a global phenomenon happening everywhere, but we in the United States are uniquely well positioned against that challenge, and that's the president's focus.
Brian, thanks for coming today. The White House and other economists last spring and fall were talking about inflation being transitory, and I think at least the expectation when we were talking about it last spring was that it was going to be well taken care of by now. What did you get wrong? What did economists writ large get wrong? And why should Americans be confident when you say prices are going to get better later this year?
So I think that if we look at the situation earlier in the year, a number of projections and forecasts have come out differently than we anticipated. If you look at employment, for example, virtually nobody was projecting that we would see unemployment fall as quickly as it has, and get to 3.9% by the end of this year. That's 4 years faster than the median forecaster. And so I think we've seen a number of unanticipated outcomes. When it comes to prices, what we have said consistently, focused consistently, is that this is a global phenomenon. It is connected to the pandemic and the issues that that has raised. Certainly, the supply chain challenges that have evolved over the course of time through the Delta variant and over the course of the fall have been issues that we've had to go and tackle head on. But I think that the nomenclature aside, we find ourselves in a position now where we're looking forward, and most forecasters are projecting that the price increases will moderate. Our focus here is looking at what are the concrete, practical steps that we can take to try to help ensure that outcome and try to help accelerate relief where we can, where we appropriately can. So when it comes to something like the supply chain challenges, those manifested more significantly than people were anticipating over the course of the summer and early fall, both because of COVID factors, but also buying behavior of major retailers and major freight movers. And so we went into action over the course of the fall to try to help address those issues and the bottlenecking we were seeing at ports. Made very significant progress on that, 40% decline in the amount of time that a container is sitting at the dock. And at the same time, we still have work to do on that front, which is why even this month we're going to take additional steps with ports across the country to set up inland locations to move products and impose new fees on empty containers that are sitting idle at our ports. So we're going to stay at that and other issues, and we believe that that's the best way that we can, again, help to expand the economy's capacity to deliver goods and services to the American people.
But is it the supply chain then essentially that is the reason for the incorrect forecast 10 months ago?
Look, I think that our focus now is on assessing where we are and trying to address the issues in front of us in an effort to try to accelerate the course of the recovery. As I said, this has been a unique year on a lot of accounts. And so we find ourselves in a uniquely strong economic position on a number of counts, and we've got price increases that we need to tackle, and that's our focus.
Thank you, Jen, and thank you, Brian, for being here. I have a quick question on some of the practical matters that you've talked about. Are you taking any steps to help people afford food, despite the figure that you mentioned that month to month the prices have gone down? My colleagues are reporting about how people are finding shortages on the shelves, how the stuff that is there is more expensive. Is there anything you can do to help families pay for that food?
Well, I would say a number of things. One is when the president came into office, he prioritized early passing the American Rescue Plan. The American Rescue Plan has historic investments in actually addressing food insecurity for people who couldn't afford food. As a result, we saw hunger in the United States decline in 2021. It also included the child tax credit, another resource that are going directly to families to help address the typical costs that they face on a monthly basis. And as a result, we saw child poverty fall by 35 to 40% in America over the course of 2021. And we saw, as I mentioned, we saw some welcome deceleration in the increase in the cost of food this month, and we're going to keep focused on those ways that we can address the typical pocketbook issues that the American people face. And this is one of the issues why the core economic logic behind the president's, behind the Build Back Better plan is important in this context. Because for working Americans who are benefiting from a strong labor market and more job opportunities, but also struggling with costs not only of food, but costs of child care or the costs of health care. The components of the Build Back Better plan would directly address those issues by providing a tax cut to families directly in their pocketbook, and then reducing other of their most salient costs. So for a lot of the families that you're talking about, if they only had to pay 7% of their income in child care, that would free up a lot of resources to invest in other monthly needs. So,
And short of that passing, and separate from what you have already done, the measures you mentioned, is there anything new you can do to help the food situation?
well, I would say first, what we have done is historic and has made a big difference. Number two, our central economic legislative priority is getting those elements of Build Back Better in place, and part of the urgency of that is to address precisely the challenges that you are identifying. And beyond that, we are looking at ways that we can unstick elements of the supply chain that may be getting in the way of, for example, physical product getting to market. And certainly we have seen over the course of this fall, we've seen concerns about product shortages in particular categories and otherwise. What we've seen overall, if you look at retail inventories, including grocery store inventories, they're actually higher now than they were pre-pandemic, so in a pretty healthy place. But that doesn't mean that there's logistical challenges at bottlenecks that may be localized. And to the degree that we can work with private sector companies and help, ease the challenges in their private sector supply chain, certainly we will remain open to doing that.
I just have one question on the global challenge, since you mentioned it, the president mentioned it today. Can you talk about how much you believe China's latest round of lockdowns and its zero case doctrine is having an impact on inflation, since obviously it's impacting the global manufacturing? And has the administration had any conversations with China about the factory workers, about the lockdowns?
So there's no question that the global nature of the pandemic affects global supply chains and has affected the flow of goods across economies. One of the things that we did earlier this fall was actually set up what we call an early warning system, working with a number of our American companies that rely on sourcing input components or products from Southeast Asian countries to identify where there might be COVID outbreaks in those countries and work with the State Department and USAID and the CDC on the ground in those countries to do what we can to actually help to stabilize the situation and reduce the potential impact of a shutdown or a lockdown or otherwise. With respect to China specifically and the current moment, we're monitoring it very closely as we assess the issue today. The lockdowns are most likely to have the effect isolated in China because the production facilities in those geographies are principally suppliers to the Chinese market. But the situation is fluid and ongoing and something that we're monitoring in real time and working across the interagency, including the State Department and the CDC, to try to keep a handle on.
Thank you.
Brian, respecting that you said that prices are expected to moderate in the months ahead, Americans right now at the start of 2022 are setting their budgets. They're trying to figure out how much things are going to cost them for themselves and for their families. How much longer should Americans expect that they'll be paying these inflated prices?
So what I can say is that in the context of a strong economy, most independent forecasters expect these prices to moderate over the course of 2022, and that's consistent with the administration's view. And you have a president and an administration that's waking up every day and thinking about the practical actions we can take to try to help accelerate that, protecting, unsticking supply chains, protecting consumers, make sure that consumers aren't being taken advantage of in a moment of uncertainty.
So for clarity, that means by the end of 22 it's moderated, or we're kind of back to where we were before this by those projections?
Well, if you look at the projections by independent forecasters, then you see moderation over the course of 22, and you get back to you get back to levels that are closer to pre-pandemic normal. But I think that in the short term, in the immediate term, I think we'll focus on the practical steps that we can take. Focus working with Congress, encouraging Congress to take practical steps that would have real concrete impact for those families in their lives right now, and delivering in practical, concrete ways. And I think that as we have seen with what we were able to get done in 2021 to deliver that type of relief directly to families, that can make all the difference, and that can really help to bridge this gap for families. And also help to get more people to work, that we continue to face real challenges where parents and other caregivers in this economy want to get back to work but are held back because of the cost of actually finding a quality way to take care of a kid or take care of an elderly parent. That's compounded by the pandemic, and us acting now to help address those costs for families would not only provide some peace of mind to those families. If every American family with kids knew they weren't going to pay more than 7% of their income in childcare, that would be a big weight off their shoulders. It'd also be a big benefit to the labor market by allowing more people to work as productively as they choose to.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. You mentioned the port
measures you're taking, setting up these off-site areas. Can you talk a little bit more about that? And the dwell fees, they've had that on hold for weeks at Port of Long Beach and Port of LA. Are you talking about imposing a dwell fee on other ports? In other words, can you give a little more detail on what you're talking about?
Sure. Sure. We're going to go a little deep on ports, but this is exciting for me. No, it's good. I'm thrilled. The first issue of the inland ports, and the idea here is relatively simple, which is if you're having to offload all of the containers at one location, it creates a bottleneck. It means fewer things moving through. If you can push that product out to facilities inland, then you can increase the throughput. We've taken steps at the Port of Savannah to open multiple ports, and we've seen real progress there, reduction in the backlog coming into the Port of Savannah quite noticeably. So we're going to take action at the Port of Oakland, finalizing inland port opportunities there, basically running the same play there as well. And we're working through the national port associations to basically work with any port that sees that as an opportunity to try to deploy that. And we have money that we have been able to deploy associated with the president's infrastructure legislation to try to help move that as quickly as possible. On the dwell fees, there's the issue around the fees on import containers that they have identified and said they're willing to impose. Just the threat of doing that was actually quite effective at getting the ocean carriers to move on their own and provide incentives, carrots and sticks to move that through. Now, this month, they are focused on a fee on export containers, basically the empty containers that are sitting idle that need to be moved off and shipped off in order to create more space. And they have announced that they will impose those fees by the end of the month. But as you know, part of the announcement of those fees is to give everybody an opportunity to figure out, is there a more efficient way to solve this than the imposition of those fees? But that's where things stand.
Forgive me, both you and Jen, for asking about the Fed. On December 1st, you said that the president would be making choices in the coming days on the 1st. And you said that part of the reason to make those picks was so people could, quote, face squarely head on the economic challenges that we face, the governors can. So at the time, we're talking about imminent picks that would help the central bank, who the president is now banking on to help fight inflation, see around corners and address crises. 6 weeks later, we don't have picks. So I guess my question is, what's the holdup? What changed? And do you think that 6-week delay is having an impact? I mean, you're relying on the Fed to be able to help curb inflation, and they don't have a full bench.
So in your last question, no, I don't think it's having an impact. I think that the most immediate issue on that score is that the president's two nominees to be the chair and the vice chair of the Fed are now up in front of the Senate. One had his confirmation hearing yesterday. The other will have her confirmation hearing tomorrow. And Senate moving expeditiously to confirm both of those nominees is important, and we are grateful to the leadership, the committee leadership of Chairman Brown and others in the Senate for moving quickly, and that is important. At the same time, we are working closely with congressional leadership to finalize those additional nominees, and are confident that we can move them on a schedule that will mean that they will be in place at the appropriate cadence. So I don't have any news for you today about that personnel announcement, but
is inflation like a ball game when you're making these considerations in terms of considering particular candidates one against the other, or is it part of a range of factors?
So I think the president laid out his thinking relatively, in a sort of relatively detailed way in the context of announcing Chairman Powell and Governor Brainerd for the positions that he's nominated them to. And I think that basic approach extends to the other chairs as well. So obviously, expertise, independent judgment, and proximity to the range of issues that the Fed is facing. Obviously, central among them is charting a course of monetary policy that sustains the strength of recovery and achieves the dual mandate while making sure that prices are not entrenched, but also facility with other, front and center issues like financial regulation and the financial threats associated with climate change.
Marion, second, and then we'll have to wrap it up. You mentioned that you expect prices to moderate over the course of the year, but how worried are you that consumers and businesses are starting to expect inflation is here to stay and will act accordingly, especially as many workers aren't feeling any increase in wages due to the increase in prices?
So it's a concern, and it's why you heard the president on Friday reinforce that that the Fed should and needs to have the independence to act to make sure that prices don't become entrenched. I would say that if you look at the market, you haven't seen a noticeable move in long-term inflation expectations as of recently, and so it's a concern, but it's also part of why we think that acting in the way that we've laid out and respecting the independence of the Fed is the right approach. And I think that for typical people who are working and thinking about their household budgets, for many of them, they've never seen a labor market that offers as many job opportunities as they have right now. For people in the bottom 40% of the income distribution, wage increases are up at historic levels, which creates new opportunities. And for many people, they are taking this opportunity to start new businesses and innovate. We've seen the rate of new applications for small businesses increase by 30%, and that's an opportunity for those people and the people that they will employ, but also a real driver of innovation and a signal of the health and the kind of economy and economic growth that we can drive if we keep at this. And the last thing I would say is that for those typical folks sitting around the kitchen table thinking about this coming year, the largest single costs that families face are healthcare, childcare, the cost of a home, and we have concrete, practical, straightforward ways to deliver relief on those costs and to do so in a way that wouldn't add to aggregate demand, wouldn't create an inflation concern, would be fully paid for across time. And in fact, the principal long-term economic impact would be to expand our economy's productive capacity by getting more people into the workforce. So that's why our focus and our work on Build Back Better continues. And I guess we will leave it there. Oh no, we have one more. Okay.
Build Back Better. Would the White House support adding a work requirement like Senator Manchin has discussed to the child tax credit as part of the package?
So I think the president has spoken to the importance of the child tax credit and his views on that topic. I would say that if you look at the child tax credit itself, 97% of the recipients of the child tax credit are working, and among the remaining 3%, the majority are grandparents or people with disabilities. So I think that you have a tool that is delivering relief to working families right now. And in fact, what we've seen over the course of 2021 is that as that tax cut was delivered to families, we actually saw labor force participation and the employment to population ratio increase, meaning that we saw more people get into the workforce. And that's consistent with evidence historically and in other countries where they have similar child allowances, where you see no evidence of a negative impact on labor force participation, and in some cases a positive impact because it frees people up to work more. So certainly the president is focused on how to get more people working and make sure that that people have opportunities in this labor market, and the child tax credit is actually a very well-designed tool to do that.
It sounds like at a minimum the White House doesn't think it's necessary or it's redundant or as part of the package.
Yeah, certainly the child tax credit operates in a way that goes to working families and does not create any disincentive for people to work, and if anything would help more families and more people get into the labor market.
All right,
Can
thank
I
you,
ask
Brian.
about the global phenomenon?
All right, kick it up. All right, last one, Raquel, on its way out.
Thank you so much, Brian. What do you make of statements that the pandemic will not be the #1 public enemy for the global economy this year, but it will be inflation and how central banks around the world could be the number one enemy of the global economy. How central banks respond to inflation and inflation.
Well, what I'd say to that is they're interlinked, and that is has been true and has been a feature of our economy and our economic recovery for the last year and a half. To the first question, that the more effective we are as a global community, as a United States and as a global community at working to contain this pandemic, get it under control, reduce the impact on people and individual health, but also on economic operations and supply chains and otherwise, the more quickly we can normalize supply chains and address the price increases, which are decidedly a global phenomenon. So I don't think that I don't think it's an either or. I think that there is an urgent and compelling priority to address the COVID pandemic globally, which is why you see this administration and the president acting across the board, from vaccines to the other support that we're providing globally, and that the more effective we are at doing that, the more runway we'll provide for the global economy to grow while mitigating price increases.
All right. Thank you, Brian Deese.
Thank you all.
Okay, I have nothing at the top. I'm mindful of the time, and I will jump around to people who have not yet gotten questions, but I will start with Alex, if you want to kick us off.
I have 3 questions. First, on inflation. Brian talked a lot about needing to address snares in the supply chain, but you all have taken quite a few of those steps, and we're still seeing high inflation, shortages on shelves. So is this an issue that shows the sort of limitations of the presidency and the executive branch? Is this an issue that the president simply can't solve?
I think what it shows, and you heard Brian talk about this a bit, is that it's a multi-pronged challenge. And he talked about, obviously, the steps we're taking to address supply chain challenges, and there's no question those have been impacted by the pandemic, have also been impacted by a huge increase of demand and retail purchases online that we saw across the course of the fall. So that is one challenge that we've been attacking head on. We also know that there are specific industries like the auto industry that accounts for about 1/3 of what we're seeing in terms of inflationary increases and price increases. And if you look at the purchases of cars, one of the biggest issues there is chips and the lack of manufacturing capacity here in the United States. Of course, that's been impacted by a range of issues, including the pandemic, but one of the things that we have been advocating for and pushing for is for Congress to move forward in taking steps to support and bolster our competitiveness here. That includes over $50 billion in funding for chips manufacturing. I would also say that that would also help ensure that manufacturing in the future is the capacity is increased here at home, so we're less dependent on the global supply chain around the world. So I think what it speaks to, Alex, a good question, is the multi-pronged components that impact the supply chain, that impact price increases that people have seen, the American public has seen across the country.
Do you have an update on how the Iran talks are going over the JCPOA?
Sure.
Is the administration satisfied with how they're going?
So I know there's been a lot going on. This has certainly been happening. Right now, what's happening is on Monday, January 3rd, the 8th round of negotiations commenced in Vienna, and those are ongoing. And what we're looking at and how what we would like to remind the public of is why we are at this point now. Most importantly, none of the things we're looking at now, Iran's increased capability and capacity, their aggressive actions that they have taken through proxy wars around the world would be happening if the former president had not recklessly pulled out of the nuclear deal with no thought as to what might come next. And if you look at that step and the impact of that, the fact that the former president ripped at the nuclear deal meant that Iran's nuclear program was no longer in a box, no longer had the most robust inspection regime ever negotiated, no longer had the tight restrictions on nuclear activity. And so now where we're at, even as these negotiations are ongoing, and as we conveyed back in December, that we were a bit frustrated by the lack of seriousness that negotiators came to the table. They've come back, and now we're back at the table again, as I noted. But because of the last administration pulling out of the nuclear agreement, now Iran's program has been rapidly accelerating. Iran directly attacked our partners in the Gulf, and its proxies began attacking U.S. troops again in Iraq. And the United States had become totally isolated internationally. So what we've been working to do is rebuild those relationships, our partnerships with countries around the world, get back to the table so we can have that increased capacity and ability to see what is happening with the program. But right now the negotiations are ongoing, and we're, of course, eager to see the diplomatic path move forward.
On voting rights, you guys have talked about yesterday's speech and the president's actions this week as him showing that he's putting his whole presidency behind this issue. But if it doesn't pass next week, what does that say about his presidency and his political clout? And what would you say to Democratic base voters who have seen, potentially not just one legislative failure with Build Back Better, which has been shelved, but potentially a second legislative failure in a month? How do you convince Democratic voters to vote for you?
Well, what I think we would say to any American, whether they're Democratic-based voters or not, is that the majority of the American public elected the president to do hard things and to fight for hard things, including fighting for issues that may feel like an uphill battle, but that are vitally important to protecting fundamental rights of the American public. Every single major legislative effort that the president has undertaken, that he's been a part of, has been subject to all manner of speculation and criticism about whether it would happen or not. And if the president paid attention to that, he probably wouldn't have run for president to begin with. So his view, and I think the view of many in the Senate and many Americans, including the activists you referenced, is that it is time to fight, that protecting people's fundamental rights, this is a defining moment that will divide everything before and everything after, when the most fundamental American right that all others flow from, the right to vote and have your vote counted, is at risk. And he is going to be working the phones. The vice president will be working the phones. As you know, he's heading up to the Hill tomorrow to speak to the caucus and make the strong case that you heard him make publicly, directly to members tomorrow. And, I think that's evidence that he's going to fight even when it's hard. Go ahead, Mike.
If I could ask just two questions on COVID testing. So about 3 weeks ago, you and I had an exchange in this room in which I
That made it sound nefarious. I don't remember it that way.
nefarious, but I posited a bunch of questions that you couldn't answer about when the tests would be available, how many Americans would be able to order per family, when they would be rolling off the, actually rolling off the factory floors, but then delivered to people and in their hands. Sure. It's now 3.5 weeks later. Are there any answers to any of those questions yet?
Well, I would say first we've put out a number of steps that have been taken since that point in time. The pleasant and democratic exchange we had in this briefing room a few weeks ago, Mike, but including a number of contracts have been signed. There was an RFP, a request for proposal, that was put out. It was important for us to take the time to assess and work closely with manufacturers and distributors to understand what they can ship and by when. Of course, it's vitally important when this website goes up and people are ordering it that they actually get what they order, right? So that's what we've been working on. So a number of those contracts have been signed. We expect that the first of delivery of these contracts will be arriving by early next week, which is a good sign. We expect to also have details, or everyone can expect we'll have details that we put out on the website, as well as a hotline later this week, more specifics about exactly the questions that you've been asking. So the American public can expect that later this week. And we also expect to have all contracts awarded for the $500 million over the course of the next 2 weeks. So that's the status of where things stand. I would also note that in that period of time, we've also been distributing 50 million tests to community health centers and rural health centers. We've also expanded our federal testing capacity, including right here in Washington, D.C., in New York, Philadelphia, New Jersey, other places that have been impacted. We made an announcement about providing additional funding and testing capacity to schools today. And tomorrow, the president will be providing an update on COVID and on our ongoing effort to fight the virus, and providing an update on more we're going to continue to do. So that's what we can expect, but I would say we've made a great deal of progress in the last few weeks.
Just to follow up on that,
Yeah.
fair to say that with half of January finished and the first of the doses beginning to arrive maybe by next week, that there's no way that 500 million tests are going to be delivered and in the hands of Americans by the end of this month.
Well, that's why we said at the time that we would begin to get these tests, and they would begin to go out to the American public in January. And we're exactly on track for that.
And then the second question, it goes back to the summer. One of the things you guys have said repeatedly is that the reason that you're having to take the kind of steps that you just talked about is because there wasn't the capacity in the system to produce the tests so that they would be more available now. Back in the summer when demand for tests dropped off because Americans were more interested in getting vaccinated, and the CDC was saying, hey, if you're vaccinated, you don't need to test, and so understandably demand dropped off. Why didn't the administration do what the federal government does in many emergency anthrax vaccines and others, which is to create a government market for tests and say to test makers in May and June of last year, we will guarantee that we'll buy a billion test kits, keep manufacturing them, don't stop. Why didn't the administration do that in the summer so that we would have been in a position this fall when Omicron hit to have the number of tests and you wouldn't have had to go through this process?
Well, I would say there were steps and decisions that were made in the summer, including steps that we took in the early fall, which were to use the Defense Production Act to $3 billion worth to invest in the testing market. We expanded, in part as a result, the testing capacity by 4 times. We quadrupled the size of it. And we also took a number of steps through that period of time to expand the number of tests that were on the market. Obviously, the FDA works on their own process, but now there are 9 tests. There were far fewer, about half of that number, back in the summer. So there were a number of steps that were taken over the course of time, not just in December, not post-Omicron, to expand and build the testing capacity. Okay, Karen.
Thanks, Jen. You mentioned that tomorrow the president's going to give an update on the COVID effort. Can you give us any more details on that? Is there going to be a major announcement? What will he be talking about tomorrow?
Well, as you know, Karen, at every step in this process, and frequently, the president provides updates on how we're building on our capacity, right? Whether that is vaccine distribution or capacity at one point, testing capacity or supplies, PPE. So he will be building on that tomorrow. I don't have anything specific to preview for you in terms of the components at this point, but let me just give you a sense of kind of what we've been doing to address what we've seen, straining hospital capacity and needs as we've seen the surge in Omicron in recent weeks. To date, and he'll talk more about this tomorrow and build on it, is my point here. So we have helped more than 38 states and territories and deployed over 2,100 federal personnel and thousands of ventilators, ambulances, and other critical supplies. In addition, more than 13,000 National Guard members have been activated in 48 states to support vaccination, testing, and clinical care. These deployments are fully paid for, of course, by the federal government. Hundreds of military doctors and nurses are already on the ground in New York, New Hampshire, Vermont, Pennsylvania, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Missouri, Arizona, New Mexico, with more to follow, and we're building on that. And this is all in addition to the hundreds of FEMA and HHS clinical staff. We've also shipped nearly 5.5 million pieces of PPE, from hospital gowns to N95s to gloves in the last 2 weeks alone. And we've also invited our FEMA administrator come and give you guys an update. Hopefully we'll be able to do that by the end of the week. But point is, we've been deploying a number of federal resources, and the president will talk more about specifics and more steps to build on that tomorrow.
And one quick one on testing. Last year, the administration had announced there would be $10 billion going to schools for testing. Today, the president last week specifically brought up that $10 billion when he made a pretty forceful statement about keeping schools open. Today, the administration announced 10 million tests per month will be going to schools. What's the accounting for the $10 billion? Did schools use that? Is that money gone? And that's why there's now a need for these additional tests to be sent out directly.
Well, the funding and money went to states to distribute to local school districts. That's how it essentially functioned. I think what the announcement today, and I'm happy to check on the specifics of the status of it for you, what the announcement today it reflects is our desire and our commitment to keep schools open. and do everything we need to do to help keep schools open from the federal government. Now, a number of schools in nearly every state across the country has made arrangements with testing providers to provide schools with tests using that $10 billion in funds that you referenced, but it's been used in different ways from school district to school district. And so this is just a reflection, which has been consistent with how we've approached our efforts against the pandemic, to build on what we know works, and a reflection of our commitment to help school districts stay open. Go ahead in the back.
Hi, Jen. 2 questions for you.
Sure.
First of all, I wanted to follow up on the president's visit to Georgia yesterday.
Yeah.
That's one of our markets where voter restriction bills have passed and been signed into law in the past year. The Brennan Center for Justice says nearly 100 more bills are pending this year in state houses across the country. Does the president feel powerless right now to stop more voter restriction bills from passing at the state and local level?
Well, I think the president believes we have to take a multifaceted approach. And no, he certainly does not feel powerless, but he thinks that one of the most effective roles he can play now is by advocating for Congress to pass 2 pieces of voting rights legislation that will help put in place a baseline of protections for states across the country. So there is not that inconsistency. And of course, as you know, Georgia is one of the states. 19 states across the country have already passed laws that are putting in place additional restrictions to make it harder to vote. More to come. That's why it's so important to move forward with legislation on the federal level.
My next question is on climate. Last month we went to New Orleans. They had a very large climate conference there, thousands of researchers and scientists. And when we were there, we met a homeowner. He lost his house to Hurricane Ida. His grandmother lost her house to Hurricane Katrina. He blames climate change. He wants action now. Today, the White House announced a host of clean energy measures, but as the Washington Post reported on Sunday, nearly 3 dozen rules that would impact the environment at the Energy Department are delayed. The president's climate plan is stuck in the Senate at the moment. So does the president have a sense of urgency about climate? And if so, how is it not just important to the president, but urgent?
Well, I would say that the president is eager to get climate legislation passed, and there's an enormous, historic, largest ever investment in addressing the climate crisis in his Build Back Better agenda and plan. Of course, he wants to get that across the finish line, but he is not waiting for Congress to act. That is why he has taken steps to tackle superpollutants, phasing down HFCs, rallied the world on methane in Glasgow, stood with auto workers and America's big car manufacturers to roll out plans to boost electric vehicles, put America on track to ensure that 1 of every 2 cars sold will be zero emissions within the decade. He's going to continue to take steps. He's taken a number of steps that he has the ability to take to address the climate, to adjust the climate crisis, and of course he wants to get his legislation across the finish line. I think the point you raised is a really interesting one. I mean, there is a startling statistic that something like 1 in 3 Americans is impacted by extreme weather across the country. You referenced a specific storm. There are storms that have taken place in the Northeast and the Northwest. It's devastating people's homes, people's communities, and it's also devastating local economies. And it's a reminder of why it's so important to act on this on climate.
The president believes it's urgent.
Absolutely. Go ahead in the back.
Thanks. On Build Back Better, there was a lot of discussion about whether it would help or hurt the situation on inflation. Just noticed in the inflation statement from the White House this morning, there was no reference to Build Back Better. There was a reference to the American Rescue Plan. Just wondering if that reflects anything about the view of the White House on the prospects for Build Back Better or the role it could play in the situation on inflation.
No, I would say that your colleagues here who are frequent this briefing room have heard us say more times than they can probably count the role of a number of economists in advocating for Build Back Better passing because of the impact it would have on lowering costs and addressing inflation. And ultimately how the American people experience inflation, as we were talking about when Brian Deese was here, is costs rising, whether it's the cost of meat or which of course we say has a range of reasons for it, or the costs of goods they're purchasing. And for us, our objective and focus is on lowering costs, and the biggest costs, some of the biggest costs impacting the public are childcare, healthcare, elder care issues that are addressed in Build Back Better.
And one on COVID in the briefing this morning, Jeff said you're in the process of, quote, strongly considering options to make more high-quality masks available to all Americans, but I don't think they really got into specifics on that. Can you share any of the options that you guys are looking at on it?
I don't have more details. I would just echo what Jeff said, is that we are strongly considering that and certainly want to ensure that everybody has the necessary protections as we continue to fight the virus. Go ahead in the back. Let's see. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Okay, thank you. 3 years ago, a New Jersey college student was murdered after getting into a fake Uber. Legislation to require ride-hailing services like Uber and Lyft to have electronic systems to match riders with passengers is awaiting White House sign-off this year. Where do you stand on the legislation? And would the president be willing to meet with the parents of the murdered woman as they've requested?
Well, I think you're referring to Sammy's Law, and I remember that story well. I don't know anybody who saw it or read it who wasn't deeply impacted by it. We are committed to ensuring that the safety of all passengers, including those in rideshare, and we'll work closely with Congress to ensure federal oversight of rideshare companies to protect other parents from the tragedy of Sammy's parents have gone through, and her friends and her entire community. We've met, members of the administration have met with her family and continue to be in touch on this important issue. We thank them for their continued advocacy. In terms of a meeting with the president, I just don't have anything to preview at this point in time.
And one other question. Transportation Department is accelerating a pilot program to allow truck drivers under age 21 to drive across state lines, which safety advocates say could hurt truck safety at a time where deaths in truck crashes are up more than a third over the last decade. Why is the administration prioritizing that issue over other safety measures such as emergency braking, speed control devices, which the National Transportation Board has among its most wanted safety improvements?
Well, we're certainly very mindful of safety. The reason this was included in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act is because we need to address the shortage of drivers, which is impacting, of course, the transferring of goods and then the cost of goods on the shelves, right? So, but we are approaching this and ensuring it's implemented in a way that sets a high bar for safety and quality. Registered apprenticeships offers critical structure on this front, which includes ensuring that training programs are held to defined standards and includes significant supervised and paid on-the-job training, including with skilled driving mentors. And all pilot participants in this program have to be trained on trucks equipped with cameras, automatic emergency brakes, and speed limiters. And we want to make sure it's as safe as possible while also addressing the need to have more drivers so that we can move more goods and lower the cost for Americans across the country. Did I get to everyone so far? Oh, go ahead. Oh, no, go ahead, go ahead.
Thanks for the question, Jen. Yesterday, during his speech in Georgia, President Biden only very briefly mentioned the provisions of the Let America Vote Act that deal with gerrymandering and getting money out of politics. Those provisions actually poll better in public polling frequently than sort of the broader stuff about protecting the right to vote. Throughout this process, Biden's been very focused, the president, on those right to vote provisions. Why hasn't he talked more about those gerrymandering provisions, about the provisions about getting money out of politics, which do seem to be quite popular with the public?
I would say first what the president's objective was going into the speech yesterday was to make very clear to the American public what was at stake and exactly what it means when we say your vote is being suppressed across the country. Because sometimes this is what's on his mind, I should say. We shorthand and we talk about legislation or the status or the meeting with this person or that person, and the American their eyes glaze over because that doesn't mean anything to them. So the objective in the speech yesterday for him was to really spend the majority of time talking about what the impact was, why this was such a dire issue, and what was at stake, and why it was important to potentially make changes to Senate rules in order to get this legislation passed. So I wouldn't overread into how many words he spent on different pieces of legislation. He cares deeply about both of these pieces of legislation. He wants to sign them into law.
And
then, go ahead.
Sort of relatedly, Senator Romney today basically said, I'll use the exact quote, that the speech yesterday that the president gave was, quote, going down the same tragic road taken by President Trump and casting the doubt on the reliability of American elections. Does the White House have a response to that?
With all due respect to Senator Romney, I think anyone would note there's a night and day difference between fomenting an insurrection based on lies totally debunked by 80 judges, including Trump-appointed ones, and election authorities across the country, and making objective, true statements, which is what the president made yesterday about the effects of a coordinated nationwide effort to undermine the constitutional right to vote. I know there has been a lot of claim of the offensive nature of the speech yesterday, which is hilarious on many levels, given how many people sat silently over the last 4 years for the former president. But I would note that in our view and the president's view, what is far more offensive is the effort to suppress people's basic right to exercise who they want to support and who they want to elect. That's not a partisan thing, and that was why he gave such a strong speech yesterday. Go ahead.
On the issue of masks and this push to expand
Yeah.
access to high-quality masks, health experts have long been urging and calling for Americans to upgrade their masks. So why wait till now to push for this wider availability of better masks? Like, what's taken so long?
So just to be clear, there is no shortage of masks on the market. That is not an issue. I know that my colleagues from the COVID team made clear that we have a strong stockpile of over 750 million masks that we have at our disposal, widely available, N95 masks, other masks. What the CDC director conveyed is that they're in the process of updating information on their website to help address and answer these questions. Their guidance currently is a well-fitted mask, but what we're trying to do is continue to be responsive to what people's needs are across the country and make sure they're getting the supplies where we need them. But there's no shortage. There is a wide 750 million masks that we have available.
Get your response to Mitch McConnell today, who had some strong words for the president, called his speech a rant, incoherent, profoundly unpresidential, but he also accused the president of shouting that 52 senators and millions of Americans are racist unless he gets whatever he wants.
Well, I know the president was asked about this and said, a version of this, I should say, and he said he considers Mitch McConnell a friend, and that is true. That is why is it even more disappointing that someone who has supported and advocated for voting rights in the past, wrote about it in his book, has talked about it publicly, and repeatedly voted for the extension of voting rights protections, is on the other side of this argument now. And I think it clearly struck a nerve, the president's speech yesterday and the vice president's remarks. I think there's evidence of that. But to us and to the president, what is more irresponsible, unbecoming, and divisive is the coordinated effort by far too many Republicans across the country to perpetuate the big lie and make it more difficult to vote. And we are seeing evidence of that in 19 states which passed 34 laws attacking voting rights. That's why he's standing up and made the passionate case he made yesterday. Okay. All right. Thanks. Go ahead.
Ruling yesterday.
Happy to talk about Facebook anytime.
Meta, I guess.
Meta, sorry.
A district judge yesterday denied the company's motion to dismiss the FTC's revised antitrust complaint, essentially clearing the way for it to go forward. I'm wondering whether you have a view on that, and in particular, that case is seeking to essentially break up the company, to split off Instagram and WhatsApp. Is that something the White House thinks should happen?
Well, we welcome the district court's decision, which allows the Federal Trade Commission's antitrust lawsuit against Facebook to move forward. The favorable decision is a testament to the skill and determination of the Federal Trade Commission, its staff, and its experts. For generations, the American approach has been to expose our main tech firms to more competition. The president supports that. He's talked about that publicly a number of times. That approach has been key to our innovation and success, and we've been clear, and he's been clear, we need more competition in the tech industry. As you know, there are a range of pieces of legislation, bipartisan, many of them, in Congress. That's encouraging. And in July, of course, the president signed an executive order on competition, which among several actions called on the federal agencies like the Department of Justice and the FTC to use existing tools to tackle these problems. So we're not going to prejudge what it looks like, of course. There's a legal case here. That legal case will be moving forward, but certainly we're encouraged by the district court's decision. Thanks, everyone.
At the White House, a live look from the White House right there as we are tracking all of these top stories. Again, Brian Deese, the National Economic Council director, coming in, talking about inflation at this time, talking about the supply chain issues that we know the United States is enduring at this time. They're saying, though, that they will utilize the Build Back Better money to hopefully increase some of the fluidity at the ports. We just heard from Secretary Buttigieg yesterday at the port of Long Beach in California, alongside other California officials, as they're saying things are starting to move quicker and things are starting to get back on the shelves, even though a lot of those reporters were really pushing the press secretary on a lot of the economic news there, but also asking about voting reform, because we know voting rights has been the main topic of Congress today. We've heard from both sides of the aisle, and Senator Mitch McConnell and the president himself kind of going back and forth on this specific key issue. We'll get into that a little bit later on this evening here, but we do want to go into one of the big breaking news stories that we've been tracking over the past 2 days. We'll be playing out an update from the NTSB as they're investigating a helicopter crash right outside of a church in Drexel Hill, Pennsylvania. We'll have a live report from down on the scene in 2 minutes here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is what it looked like just minutes ago down in Drexel Hill, Pennsylvania. A pilot crash landed a medical helicopter on Tuesday without loss of life in a residential area of suburban Philadelphia. They're now trying to remove that medical helicopter from there at the scene. But also at the scene, we have Fox 29's Jeff Cole, who has been following this from the beginning. Jeff, we were just playing out some of that video of them trying to remove that, and it sounds like, and I can see in the back of your shot, they're still continuing to do that into tonight.
Yeah, they are. So they've got a big crane in here. They have tethered this medical helicopter. It's called an EC-135. They actually picked it up from the front door of a Methodist church here where it landed Tuesday, crash landed Tuesday. They're throwing it on the back of a flatbed truck. They're going to take it to Delaware, where investigators, federal investigators, the FAA, the NTSB, will go over this vessel to see exactly what caused it to literally fall out of the sky at about 12:55 yesterday afternoon with 4 people on board, including an infant. Here's some reporting we did on this story earlier in the day.
I'm just delivering the package as usual. I'm getting a signature, and I hear a bang. And at the moment, I'm shocked. I'm like, whoa, the helicopter just crashed.
Ramos, a FedEx driver delivering in the area Tuesday, who appears to have been captured in a photo of the crash, races to the aircraft.
We just start pulling out the pilot. And we're just seeing the fuel dropping all over the ground. and we're just thinking about not blowing up. You know what I mean?
Ramos's story is one of many emerging a day after the copter heading to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia with 4 on board, including an infant, fell out of the sky in this Delco neighborhood. The pilot, Daniel Moore, who grew up in a suburb of Minneapolis in a military family, was the only one injured with a back ailment. Federal investigators are confident they'll learn what went wrong.
How much of this is airmanship? How much, to what degree he had control over the aircraft? That's what we're here to find out.
Home video shows the copter fighting to stay aloft. It was 30 feet off your roof.
Probably. I mean, like, it was really. I knew that it was either crashing or landing right here. I mean, it was that low.
Adam Ryson says the big bird shook his family's insurance agency as it thundered overhead. 10-year-old Autumn Hammond heard the thump of the crash.
I just felt so shocked, and like to be on this street, it was crazy, especially since it was the main street. Like, cars could have been coming by fast.
Air Methods, the Denver owner of the copter, had no comment.
I'm very grateful that the occupants were relatively unhurt.
Investigators say they'll truck the aircraft off-site for a detailed probe, while some want to shake the hand of pilot Daniel Moore.
Can't wait to meet this gentleman, shake his hand, and thank him for all the lives and potential danger that could have occurred here last night.
Mr. Moore is clearly being hailed as a hero in the way that he was actually able to apparently get this helicopter down without hitting wires here, without hitting the church, without hitting the many homes that are around here. They want to talk to Daniel Moore. The NTSB investigator says he did speak to him today, but he was significantly hurt with a number of broken bones, says his father, who Fox has spoken to, and so they were not able to speak to him in detail. They certainly want to in the future. They say they will collect any radio calls, any documents, and federal investigators say they are confident they can figure out exactly what went wrong here in an amazing crash landing in which only the pilot was injured and an infant heading to a children's hospital here was uninjured and made it to that destination. Live here in Drexel Hill in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, I'm Jeff Cole, folks.
And Jeff, I do know that you were there for that press conference. Any other key takeaways from the NTSB as they continue investigating this?
The real takeaway is that they certainly want to talk to Moore. He's important to them. They say they have gone over, the equipment that was on board this helicopter and apparently have some sense of maybe what went wrong, but they really want to get it out of here and go over it hard. This is a pretty active Delaware County community, not very far outside of Philadelphia. The street has been closed down at one point. Apparently, they even knocked down power as they tried to move the helicopter away. Generally, the feel here is that this was almost a miracle that this helicopter came overhead 30 feet really off the deck, 30 feet off the roof of some of the homes here. The residents could look up and literally see the folks in the helicopter, but that it didn't hit anything, that it didn't hurt anybody on the ground, didn't hit any buildings, they think is remarkable, and they want to complete this investigation. Happy, really, that the injuries were so sparse as they apparently have been.
Right. Truly a miraculous landing. Fox 29's Jeff Cole for us live tonight in Drexel Hill. Thank you so much. And we're going to keep it moving here as we are tracking all of the top stories. We're also going to be playing out that full press conference for you as we hear from the officials with the NTSB. More further details into the investigation itself, and hopefully, like he said, they'll be able to speak with that pilot who many are just thanking right now because it could have been much, much worse. Well, we're going to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, though, we're speaking with Fox 5 New York's Mike Sachs as we are talking about not Ghislaine Maxwell, but someone who's also been tied up in the Epstein sex trafficking scheme. More on that in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A look from New York City, the Empire State Building looking beautiful on this Wednesday night. But we're going to stay in New York City because we have some pretty interesting news coming in. A judge has for now refused to dismiss a lawsuit against Britain's Prince Andrew by an American woman who says he sexually abused her when she was 17 years old. We want to bring in Fox 5's Mike Sachs, who is tracking this story and has tracked the Ghislaine Maxwell trial for a while now. Mike, thanks for being with us here on the show. So what is this development and why is it coming now, this timeline?
So this comes from one of the main accusers, the most prominent accusers of Epstein. Her name is Virginia Giuffre. She was known as Virginia Roberts when she was mixed up with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, you've probably seen the photo every time we talk about Ghislaine Maxwell. There's a picture also of a young blonde woman standing next to a younger royal man, Prince Andrew, with his arm around her waist. That picture and Ghislaine Maxwell's in the background. Now, that picture has become synonymous, really, with the Epstein scandal, but also with Virginia Giuffre's own pursuit of justice. Now, she brought her suit against Prince Andrew, saying that photo was part of one of the times that she herself had been trafficked to Andrew for sex via Epstein and Maxwell. She brought suit in the federal court here in Manhattan back in August. This was 2 decades after the accusations, the alleged events took place. But she was able to bring her suit under New York law, accusing him of battery and intentional infliction of emotional distress under New York's Child Victim Protection Act, which permits people who, under the age of 18, had certain violations of law against them under New York state law, but otherwise the statute of limitations would have run. It now opens the door for them to then come forward and sue past that statute of limitations. That's exactly what Giuffre did here. But now what happened today was that the judge presiding over the case, his name is Judge Lewis Kaplan, he had to consider whether to dismiss the case. Prince Andrew had moved to dismiss the case, saying that a settlement that Giuffre signed with Epstein when she sued him back in 2009 in Florida also precluded her from suing any potential defendants in the future for events related to her involvement with Epstein. Now, this was an under seal document. No one had seen it. Not even Prince Andrew had seen it until it was put forward in this case. And Andrew had argued that this meant that Giuffre could not sue him. He was, after all, according to his reading of the document, a potential defendant. But the judge, after hearing oral argument over the issue last week, today in a 46-page ruling said that is not the case, or at least I don't know yet, because Giuffre says she didn't believe she was agreeing to such a thing, and there are 2 plausible readings of that provision, both that each side can argue. The only way that the judge could have thrown out the case at this point was if there was no other plausible reading to read it other than how Andrew presented it to the court. Again, the judge said it was too ambiguous for him to decide. It's for a jury to decide. So that means the case survived a motion to dismiss. It is now headed to trial.
Right, Mike. And again, the judge saying that this wasn't a ruling on the allegations, wasn't saying that he is guilty or not guilty, just simply that they're going to toss out that motion from his lawyer. So what does that mean for her? So they're now moving into a case, a trial.
Yeah, so this is part of any lawsuit, really. There's always a motion to dismiss from the defendant, and it doesn't take much for a plaintiff to clear those motions to dismiss. So this wasn't all that out of the ordinary. And now that's moving to trial. That means that each side can begin collecting evidence, taking depositions. Now, this may not work out very well for Prince Andrew. He, in public, in a interview with the BBC, said that there's no way that Giuffre is telling the truth. She said he was sweating profusely at the time, and he says he can't really sweat anymore because of a war injury he had in the Falklands back in the 1980s. Now, Giuffre can now get his medical records to find out if that is the truth. She can also get all sorts of other documentation that will air all sorts of other dirty laundry, not only on him, but ways that could embarrass perhaps the royal family. Is that something that Prince Andrew wants? Does he want to be spending the hundreds upon thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, to continue with his own discovery actions and his own representation? Or does he want to settle? Now, before all this happened, he was saying he was never going to settle. Giuffre had offered to settle. Now the roles have been slightly reversed. Giuffre says she'll only settle with an admission of liability and an apology from him. And he's starting to move towards the possibility, his lawyers have started moving towards the possibility that maybe there could be a settlement. But we don't know that yet. They're moving towards settlement, and they're moving towards either discovery of evidence and taking of depositions. Prince Andrew can't avoid that deposition lest he then have the case thrown out in court, and or rather default from judgment in the court, and then the U.S. could come after him to pay Giuffre. These are all bad options for Andrew. None of them are good. So will he settle before all the due dates for the deposition and discovery in July and a trial by the end of the year or early next year? We don't know, but I'm sure those discussions are going to be beginning soon.
Right, and I know it's hard to say, but in the wake of the Ghislaine Maxwell trial and the guilty verdict, from your reporting, do you feel like this has possibly been spurred on because of that?
You know, that's hard to say. I think the Ghislaine Maxwell verdict certainly changed the dynamic a bit. It made it perhaps could spook Prince Andrew and his lawyers, knowing that a jury in a federal prosecution, a criminal federal prosecution, found Maxwell guilty, and there's photographic evidence of Maxwell and Andrew with Giuffre, and that could maybe have a jury which isn't held to finding something beyond a reasonable doubt, but a much lower standard of proof, siding with Giuffre in this civil case. It's daunting for Prince Andrew at this point. Giuffre and her lawyers, of course, must be heartened by the development that the trial can go on. And of course, though, there is a new Maxwell development also, with a jurors giving interviews saying that he may have lied or misrepresented his own history of sexual abuse to the court in order to get onto the jury and convince the other jurors to convict Maxwell. And we'll know in the coming weeks, if not a month or so, whether Maxwell will get a new trial. So the whole saga remains ongoing, remains in flux, and perhaps the next time I talk to you, it'll once again not be with this drab background from the newsroom behind me, but in front of the federal court.
Right, and the thing about this one is, you know, we didn't have cameras in the courtroom. Federal case for Ghislaine Maxwell. This one could have cameras in the courtroom.
It's a federal case also, so unfortunately not. So long as the federal court hasn't permitted cameras and the New York federal courts have not, then you're going to be stuck with me telling you what happened on the outside, on the inside, from a live shot on the outside of the court.
Right. Well, things could be worse. Things could be worse. Thank you so much, Fox 5's Mike Sachs, coming live to us from New York. We'll definitely be following this alongside you.
All right, Daytona. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And we're going to keep on all of these stories here, keep on all of the developments in all of these trials, sentencing and new trials, new cases, and even Ethan Crumbley today, which is another story, the Oxford high school shooter appearing in court today, pleading not guilty. Will play out some of those developments via Zoom, of course, virtually after this commercial break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Ethan Crumbley back in court today for another arraignment on murder and terrorism charges linked to the Oxford High School shooting last year. He had his formal rights read to him during the procedural meeting, and he pleaded not guilty. We're going to play out those full remarks for you from this Zoom call earlier today.
Your Honor, calling people of the state of Michigan versus Ethan Crumbley, 2022-279-506 FC. The Oakland County Circuit Court is now in session with the Honorable Kwame Rowe presiding.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Appearances for the record. When you give your appearance, please indicate whether or not you consent to proceed via Zoom this afternoon.
Karen McDonald on behalf of the people, and I consent to the Zoom hearing.
Thank you. Mark Keast on behalf of the people. We consent.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Kelly Collins, appearing on behalf of the people, and I too consent to Zoom.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Paulette Michelle Lawson on behalf of Mr. Crumbley. We are consenting to proceeding by Zoom.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Amy Happ on behalf of Ethan Crumbley. I consent to Zoom as well.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Deborah H. McKelvey, court-appointed guardian ad litem for Ethan Crumbley, and I have no objections to proceeding with this matter on Zoom this afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all counsel. Good afternoon, Mr. Crumbley. Mr. Crumbley, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you have a right to be present in court today. Are you okay with proceeding via Zoom just for the purposes of this arraignment?
Yes.
Thank you. Prior to calling this case, the court did have a brief breakout room with the attorneys. I did discuss the issue of any potential conflict. As all attorneys on the call are aware, I am was a former assistant prosecuting attorney at the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office. Upon talking to counsel, I do not believe there's going to be any conflict with me presiding over this case. Is that correct, Ms. Lofton?
That is correct.
Okay. Any objection from any attorney on the case of me presiding over it?
Not from the people, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. And with that being said, the court is comfortable with proceeding in this matter, and I don't believe there to be a conflict in this case. Today's date and time set for an arraignment. Ms. Lofton?
Yes, Your Honor. I would waive the formal reading, stand my client mute, ask that a not guilty plea be entered.
Thank you. The court will accept jurisdiction, enter a not guilty plea on behalf of your client. It's my understanding that according to the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Act, that a hearing must be held before January 21st of 2022 regarding the placement of the defendant. However, because of the pandemic, we cannot effectuate an in-person hearing, which I believe it would be appropriate in this case because of the high number of COVID cases, a positivity rate in Oakland County. Because the number of COVID cases are so high at this time, the court is finding good cause to extend those 30 days because we cannot effectuate an in-person hearing at this time due to the positivity rates. It's my understanding that defense is requesting in person, and I believe that is absolutely appropriate in this matter. And so what I am going to require the attorneys to do is to submit briefs on this issue. Briefs are to be submitted on the issue of placement on or before January 19th, 2022 by 2 p.m. And we will also have a status conference on January 19th, 2022 at 2 p.m. And that status conference is only with the attorneys. And the purpose of that status conference is just to set a new date for the hearing under the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Act. And I will note, because of the high number of victims in this case, that this recording will be posted for 24 hours after today's date. The last issue I believe that we need to address is the issue of appointing LGAL. I did have an opportunity to speak to counsel. This court is reappointing Ms. Deborah McKelvey as LGAL for Mr. Crumbley throughout this matter. Is there anything else from either party?
Yes, Judge, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that Ms. Lofton did acknowledge receipt of the general information.
Yes, I have the general information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from either party?
Not from the people. Thank you, Judge.
Nothing from defense, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will see you all on January 19th at 2 p.m. And again, that's only the attorneys. Mr. Crumbly, you will not be present for that hearing. We're just setting that so we can set a new date. If there's nothing else, everyone is all set. Everyone have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well.
Thank you.
So again, Crumbly faces 24 counts after he allegedly killed 4 students and injured 7 others during that rampage through his Oxford High School there on November 30th of 2021. His parents, James and Jennifer Crumbly, have each been charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. And we'll be bringing you to any of those court appearances for James and Jennifer, as well as we have done in the past here on LiveNOW. Well, we are going to take another commercial break. When we come back, though, we are going back out to Drexel Hill for the latest update from the NTSB as they are investigating that medical helicopter that crashed right outside of that church in Drexel Hill. This was some of that video as our chopper was overhead and our teams were down on the ground as they're removing the helicopter, the medical helicopter tonight. 4 people on board, 0 with life-sustaining injuries. More on that, 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Almost 4 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, almost 6 o'clock out on the East Coast. Want to take you into one of our top stories of the day. 4 people on board a medical helicopter crashing right outside of a church in Drexel Hill. None of them sustaining life-threatening injuries. Here's the latest from Fox 29's Jeff Cole.
The stricken helicopter rests on its side of the door of Drexel Hill's United Methodist Church. Investigators pore over the EC-135 medical copter, and Xavier Ramos remembers.
I'm just delivering the package as usual. I'm getting a signature, and I hear a bang. And at the moment, I'm shocked. I'm like, whoa, the helicopter just crashed.
Ramos, a FedEx driver delivering in the area Tuesday, who appears to have been captured in a photo of the crash, races to the aircraft.
We just start pulling out the pilot. And we're just seeing the fuel dropping all over the ground, and we're just thinking about not blowing up. You know what I mean?
Ramos's story is one of many emerging a day after the copter heading to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia with 4 on board, including an infant, fell out of the sky in this Delco neighborhood. The pilot, Daniel Moore, who grew up in a suburb of Minneapolis in a military family, was the only one injured with a back ailment. Federal investigators are confident they'll learn what went wrong.
How much of this is airmanship? How much, to what degree he had control over the aircraft? That's what we're here to find out.
Home video shows the copter fighting to stay aloft.
It was 30 feet off your roof.
Probably. I mean, like, it was
really.
I knew that it was either crashing or landing right here. I mean, it was that low.
Adam Ryson says the big bird shook his family's insurance agency as it thundered overhead. 10-year-old Autumn Hammond heard the thump of the crash.
I just felt so shocked, and like to be on this street, it was crazy, especially since it was the main street. Like, cars could have been coming by fast.
Air Methods, the Denver owner of the copter, had no comment.
I'm very grateful that the occupants were relatively unhurt.
Investigators say they'll truck the aircraft off-site for a detailed probe, while some want to shake the hand of pilot Daniel Moore.
Can't wait to meet this gentleman, shake his hand, and thank him for all the lives and potential danger that could have occurred here last night.
And truly amazing to see this story come together. Like we said, the NTSB investigating at this time, though. Here's their latest update.
All right, I guess I don't know if I need to shout over the aircraft noise, or is that better? Can you all hear me? All right. I can't understand what you're saying, dear. A little louder? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Brian Rayner. I'm a senior air safety investigator with the National Transportation Safety Board. We're here in response to a helicopter accident that occurred yesterday afternoon, approximately 12:55, involving the Eurocopter EC-135. The registration is November 531, Lima, November. There were 4 occupants on board. 3 were uninjured. The pilot was seriously injured. I had a very brief meeting with the pilot today. His medical condition precludes him from speaking to us at any time in the immediate future. He's doing well. His prognosis is good, but he's very uncomfortable, and I'll just leave it at that. We've documented the airplane today as much as we can where it sits. Aircraft's in remarkably good shape. We've documented a lot of valuable information, but everything we need from the airplane going forward, we need to do off-site. What you see going on behind me is a recovery by a specialty company. They do aircraft recovery. That's what they do, and they're very, very good. And so they're able to recover the airplane, but at the same time preserve evidence. That'll be completed tonight. The aircraft will be stored in Delaware, where the rest of my team will meet tomorrow, and we'll begin a more detailed examination, if you will. There are electronic components on board that we'll be able to download on site. There are components we'll have to remove and ship to other places here in the United States. And then there are potentially components that we may have to remove and ship to Europe because the manufacturer has proprietary equipment that can do the testing on those items. That preliminarily we're interested in, but we haven't made a decision on those things. The witness information is being gathered by local authorities. That information will be given to me, either contact information or the transcribed statements that were provided. We'll review those interview summaries and see if we need to drill down a little further, perhaps do a follow-on telephone interview, that sort of thing. Air traffic information has already been archived and captured by our air traffic specialists, so I'm not worried about that. We'll have communication with air traffic to the degree that it was conducted. I'm not sure exactly where the aircraft was and what kind of airspace and what the communication requirements were at the time, but if he was in communication, it'll be captured and I'll have it. I've already got weather from one of our staff meteorologists. I'm very pleased with our progress so far. I mean, considering this is really the first day of the investigation. I can answer a couple of your questions for you. Let me start with him, and then I'll come to you.
When was the last inspection of this particular helicopter?
I don't know. What I do have are all the maintenance records, so I'll be able to figure that out. And we've got, you know, the required scheduled maintenance, and then all of the discrepancies that were written up by flight crews. They experienced this, saw this, this was broken, whatever. I have all those write-ups, but I haven't had an opportunity to look at them yet. It's too early. No, I'd rather not speak to that. He's uncomfortable. He's medicated, and you know, he's just not prepared to speak to us right now.
How long does an investigation like this generally take? What's an average?
Okay, I typically average about a year before I present my report and all the supporting documentation to my supervisory chain. Once it goes into the supervisory chain, it goes through writing and editing, quality control, and it has to be approved at supervisory levels, and I have no control over how long that takes. An investigation like this, especially if I end up having to perform testing and downloading at other locations, potentially around the globe, just adds time on the back end. It also increases the number of people involved, and they have a workload. I have a case backlog, and so you have to schedule all these things. It's a juggling act. So I try for a year, and then beyond that, I can't predict.
Did anything jump out at you preliminarily?
I'm sorry?
Did anything jump out at you preliminarily?
No, ma'am.
You looked at the helicopter as you surveyed the scene?
No, ma'am. As I explained this morning, I'm in a data gathering phase. I try not to apply any value to the data that we gather or the information or the analogy I used earlier was that it doesn't become information until I compare it to data that's collected from air traffic, collected from the maintenance records, collected from witness statements, and then when these lines all start to intersect, then it becomes information, then it becomes knowledge. Right now I just got a big net out. I have, you know, a big job to do. I got to give these streets back to the township. I got to give these people their houses back. And I have to preserve evidence. That's my only priority right now.
Have you urologist said, like, have you interviewed, you may have said this, did you interview any members of the flight crew yet?
No, the flight crew members that were uninjured have already gone back to their homes. And so, but they're perfectly healthy, thank God. And they're preparing statements that their employer will forward to me. And then again, I'll review the statements, and if there's enough information, if there's enough fidelity to the details, then I'll be fine with the written statement. But if there's something that piques my interest or something that appears incomplete, I'll reach out to them for a telephone interview and potentially an in-person interview.
You mentioned the meteorologist. You mentioned you have a meteorologist on staff, obviously.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, I have all that. I haven't looked at it. I just know I have it. Again, I'm gathering stuff, so I'm filling up my grocery cart, but I'm not cooking anything yet. Yes, sir.
Dual-engine helicopter? Is it a dual-engine helicopter?
Yes, I believe it is.
And it was made by Euro Helicopter or American Helicopter?
No, it was manufactured by Eurocopter in 2006, and now the parent company is Airbus.
Concerning the data, does this helicopter have a flight license? That data flight stream?
No, it doesn't. It has neither a flight data recorder nor does it have a cockpit voice recorder. But as I explained earlier, there are components on board that contain valuable data that we hope to capture and download. So, and then we'll see what that gives us. It'll be primarily engine performance parameters.
To be clear, you said the pilot is doing well, good prognosis, but uncomfortable and medicated.
Yeah, and That's my amateur opinion. I'm not a doctor, but he was well enough to speak to me for a moment. And but again, uncomfortable. He's being treated. He's got work to do, and I think that should be his priority. And I'll worry about my investigation later. Anybody else? Thank you. I'll give the microphone over to the superintendent. Thank you.
I don't have much to update anybody. I mean, again, we're still here assisting them with the scene, and once they're done, this helicopter's out of here, we'll open up the street, we'll get the public works to clean up the debris here, and then we'll be finished here with their assistance. I don't know if anybody has any questions, but that's all that we have had.
Superintendent, they're not releasing any names at this point, correct?
We are not, correct.
We understand that the other two flight crew members, the medic and the nurse, they've left the hospital. They're home. Is the baby still in the hospital in shock? Do you know?
I can't speak to that right now. Anybody else? We good? All right.
So this is back out live to the scene itself as it is now nighttime. They have one light that is being shined over the scene. We just saw one shot, a little bit closer shot of the helicopter still there, but now on the back of the truck. It's a little difficult to see now, but this is, again, coming from Fox 29 in Philly, as they have been on the scene of this story for the past 2 days now. So it happened yesterday in the afternoon, and the investigation went into the evening hours, and now that latest update coming just in the past hour or so. So this is right outside of that Drexel Hill Church. Again, just a miraculous landing being reiterated by officials there. But crews still on the scene, still trying to clean up the debris and get everything under control. The street still blocked off at this time. And we'll update you through the rest of the evening if we get any more details on the pilot who was involved. I know that officials were trying to speak with him, and then also new information from the child, the baby that was on board, as well as the other members who were on board too. So more to come from this story and all of the other top stories coming up after the commercial break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. It is almost 4 o'clock right on the dot here in Phoenix, Arizona. 6 o'clock out on the East Coast. Another look from Phoenix right now. Sky Harbor Airport planes taking off and touching back down as well. We spoke with Fox Weather a little bit earlier today about Chicago having to de-ice some of their planes. Luckily not today. They were in the 40s, thankfully, but many days during the winter they have to figure out what to do. It takes a little bit longer to de-ice them and make sure that the planes are ready to take off and operating proficiently. Another look from out in New York as well. A beautiful shot, as always, of the Empire State Building. And then last but not least, this breaking news that we've covered over the past 2 days, Drexel Hill, Pennsylvania. The medical helicopter that crashed down there with 4 people on board finally being removed from in front of the church there. There was a baby on board that was being transported to a hospital, but miraculously, all of the people who were on the helicopter survived with minor injuries. So great news on that front, and we'll show you more of the updates later on in the evening here. But for circumstances like that and other emergency circumstances, blood is necessary, and the Red Cross is reporting that there's a major blood shortage right now. They're calling it a blood crisis, the worst that they've had in a decade. Live Now's Christy Larson actually spoke with the Red Cross about this shortage and brings us this interview.
Right now, there is a national blood crisis. That's according to the Red Cross. So what can be done to help remedy this so that we can get back more donors and blood supply? Let's go ahead and talk with Dr. Bialaski. She's the Red Cross Medical Director. And let's just start with what kind of led up to this point where we're now declaring it a national blood crisis.
This is a result of the compounded effects of the pandemic. We have seen a 10% reduction in our donor base since the beginning of the pandemic, and we have had thousands of blood drives canceled. And now we are at the point where we are in the middle of a COVID surge that is the highest the country has ever faced, on top of routine weather challenges for January. We deal with unpredictable weather and normal illnesses from the flu. And so this has really compounded in such a way that we are now at the lowest levels of inventory that we have seen in over a decade.
And that's so unfortunate to hear, because obviously a lot of people know the Red Cross really lends a helping hand to a lot of different people. Let's talk about those people who are in need of your guys' blood, the transfusions